The player named Jung Se-woon knelt before a mechanism resembling a giant clock in frozen awe. The brown-eyed young man was waiting for something fateful, something that would divide his life into before and after. Suddenly, an outstretched hand appeared before him, and then a voice announced that there was very little time left. The voice belonged to the silhouette of a woman who seemed to be woven from sunlight and warmth that radiated from her. This image frightened our hero, for he thought he was looking at a real goddess. She told the story of how a coup took place in the Temple of 10,000 Demons, and the demon of greed became the leader of his lower kin. He created a temple out of rare gold, which was mined by drilling through the hellish mountains. This unique temple originally existed on top of an ancient tower, which was simply astonishing in size. But everything changed after the Third Divine Demonic War, which turned the tide of events. All that remained of the demonic forces was expelled from the top of the tower and lost access to it forever. After the demons were defeated, peace reigned in this place, although it did not last long. It all happened suddenly. After some time, the tower was attacked by an unknown external enemy. Unfortunately, after some time, the tower fell and was destroyed, and the same fate befell those who tried to defend it. Those who were called the Outsiders expelled the constellations with a powerful force that surpassed even the gods, and in the end, they destroyed even those players who had lost their power. So now the tower was in such a state that absolutely all the players had died and no one could defend it. Jung Se-woon walked across the ancient stones and simply could not believe that the Temple of 10,000 Demons had fallen to the 92nd floor, but this could help turn the tide and find the Mammon Vault. All he had to do was use it correctly and turn back time. The system announced something that hadn't happened in a very long time, namely that a player had entered the ancient temple. The guy threw open the huge doors and was instantly blinded by the bright golden light that poured into the spacious hall. This brave act was considered an incredible historical feat, for he had entered the realm of the gods in the guise of a mortal man. The warrior's eyes showed only absolute confidence in his actions and joy that he had finally overcome this path and achieved his goal. As a reward for all his efforts, he could see with his own eyes the temple he had previously only read about in ancient tales. But suddenly the tranquility of this place was disturbed. The earth shook and stones began to fall from the high ceiling. Looking up, our hero wanted to understand what creature had noticed his presence. It was obvious that he had to hurry so as not to take any unnecessary risks. So he used a unique skill called the Guiding Crystal. It was supposed to lead the young man to Mammon's treasure trove, as it was the best tool for exploration, adventure, and searching. Without it, the boy would hardly have survived until now. Without thinking twice, he used it and ran forward as fast as he could, because he didn't want to encounter a creature that wanted him dead. As Jung Se-woon ran, he began to notice strange details that he couldn't get out of his head. For example, he couldn't understand why the road led him to a dead end. It seemed that someone wanted him to touch the ancient candlestick. Deciding to follow this impulse, he pulled it toward him with force, and it yielded as if it craved this touch. Soon our hero found himself in a strange hidden space, untouched by the bright golden light that flooded the corridor. Candles were burning there too, but they flickered and seemed afraid to illuminate the place too brightly. Summoning his courage, Yong picked up a candlestick and began to descend the stairs to finally discover the secrets of this hidden room. After climbing the last step, the young man stopped in front of a huge golden door, which in his opinion must lead to Mammon's treasury. Taking out the key, the young man smiled to himself, thinking that he had no idea how grateful he would be to Felchus, because he was still annoyed by all the times that cunning man had set him up. He remembered the moment when the key fell in front of him with a clink, as if it were useless trash. The not-so-positive characters wanted to pay for their request in this way, and their expressions showed that they considered the deal a success. Our hero was outraged, because this was not part of the contract, and he decided that he would not work for these people, because they made no secret of the fact that they were using him. But they replied with sinister smiles that if the guy terminated his contract with their guild, his career as an adventurer would end that very second. At that time, he did not even guess that he could use the key, so he exchanged it for payment. But now the young man understood that he had Mammon's golden key in his hand, which gave him access to the vault. When all these realizations hit him, the guy simply couldn't say anything. He wanted to shout to the whole world about what he had achieved. After all, he had really managed to enter the treasure trove of greed. Seeing mountains of gold coins and jewels in front of him, Jung Se-woon couldn't even believe at first that all these treasures were real. He walked among them and thought only about how incredible it was that this was happening to him now. It seemed like a dream, but he didn't want to wake up at all. Among the treasures, he found the cursed sword Turfing, whose existence even some historians did not believe. Also on the shelves, he found a guide to the martial arts of the divine techniques of the heavenly demon, and also an ancient magic book of the Eighth Circle, and even the heart of a dragon, which seemed to still be beating quietly. While pondering where these things came from, our hero noticed that the ground was still shaking, which meant that the creature that had noticed his presence was approaching. There was very little time, so he had to use a unique skill called the guiding crystal. He ran, thinking only that his abilities must lead him to the treasure he so desperately wanted to find. The thought occurred to the young man that what he was looking for might be buried under a mountain of gold, which prompted him to get to work and start digging through the jewels with his hands. At some point, he realized that he was right. He was really lucky to find the most amazing thing he had dreamed of. In his hands was the hourglass of Kronos, made of pure gold that shimmered in the light. This object was created by Kronos himself, the god of time, and it was this hourglass that could turn back the user's time. But even if Sewon used this hourglass, the only thing he could change was the passage of time. He would not be able to bring back those who were already gone. But if the guy comes back and stops the divine demonic war and conquers the tower to stop the outsiders, then everything could be different. The hero might at least be able to prevent the worst-case scenarios that led to the catastrophe. There was only one way to find out if this was possible, and that was to do it right now. So Jong abruptly turned the clock over and made the grains of sand pour out quickly. The magic began to work, which could be felt by the fact that everything around sparkled and the air seemed to become electrified. System alerts indicated that time inside the tower had reversed for the first time. All the sand was supposed to run out in 9 minutes and 58 seconds, but it felt like it was taking forever. Our hero was determined that if he managed to return to the past, he would do whatever it took to prevent the current situation. But when everything around him began to shake and collapse, the guy realized that he had gotten himself into something truly dangerous. A terrifying creature burst out of the deepest depths of the earth, which had been watching the guy for a long time and was just waiting for the right moment to attack. Jong Se-won realized in time that it was time to run, so his reaction was immediate. He jumped up and ran away. Stopping to look around and assess the danger, the young man tried angrily to understand why they had decided to attack him right now. This creature resembled a shapeless heap from which a multitude of worms emerged, their mouths flashing with teeth as sharp as blades. All these monsters surrounded the hero and tried to attack him from different sides so that he would not have the slightest chance of escape. One attack nearly cost the guy his legs because the creature's teeth were so close that Sewon was horrified when he discovered it. For the first time, real fear appeared in his eyes, and he began to realize that the situation was more serious than he had thought. A moment of despair made him look around carefully and notice that the treasury contained not only jewels, but also the weapons of the main gods. So without thinking twice, he grabbed the dagger that attracted him the most and decided to try to fight back against the monster. This weapon was called Astrap and was considered one of Zeus' lightning bolts, with which he so fiercely struck his enemies. The young man decided that since he couldn't take all these treasures with him anyway, he would try at least some of them right there. Soon, the cave exploded with a dazzling light that burned away all the darkness inside, and the monsters let out a piercing scream. Their screams were so piercing that the young man felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. As is well known, frightened or wounded beasts that have been cornered are the most dangerous. So without thinking twice, the monster struck Seon hard with its tail. Jumping aside, the guy found himself even closer to his enemy, and now he could see his opponent in detail and understand how repulsive he was. Assessing the situation, our hero realized that the monster was much more dangerous than he had thought, so he had to come up with a plan of action immediately. His eyes showed confidence and determination. It was clear that he was not going to give up so easily. Suddenly, a sword appeared before him, literally burning with fire, and on its blade he could see an inscription written in an ancient language. It was Levitine, the sword of destruction, a legendary weapon about which a huge number of legends had been written. No matter how strong the enemy was, the weapon of the chief gods could inflict sufficient damage, and besides, this sword existed to set the world on fire. Armed with these relics, the young man entered the fray, expecting that this time he would emerge victorious. But the monster was not one to give up its life easily, So the creature became even more ferocious as it launched another attack. This was followed by an explosion, and the cave was once again illuminated by a dazzling golden light. The two forces collided, and it remained to be seen who would win this time, the one who embodied light or the creature that was born of darkness itself. Jung Se-woon made every effort to dodge the attacks and at the same time launch counterattacks that would help him kill the creature. His eyes burned with a real fire that seemed capable of burning everything it touched. Therefore, it was not surprising that another massive flash of light followed, illuminating even the darkest corners of the cave. Our hero realized that the outer layer that covered the other creatures was forming right now. Clutching the fiery sword in his hands, the boy looked fearfully at the charred particles of the monster that were burning out before his eyes. Soon, something new formed from these remains, a beast that resembled a wild boar in appearance, but its size was significantly larger than normal. A second later, it rushed straight at Seon with incredible speed, perhaps wanting to take advantage of the moment of surprise. Seeing the power of this creature, the hero began to doubt whether Levitine would be able to cope, and then he saw the spear. It was a spear of light called Brionac, and it was more powerful than the sword in the young man's hands. When he took it in his hands, he felt a surge of strength, as if power was flowing through his veins, along with the light emanating from the weapon. It belonged to the god of light and was capable of piercing absolutely everything, so it had to be put to use. And Seon did what he had to do without hesitation, swinging his spear, taking aim, and trying to hit his target. Swinging his weapon, he released a burst of energy that helped guide the spear where it needed to go. And in the end, the target was hit. The entity that was woven from shadows and hatred now screamed piercingly, testifying to its defeat. The spear of light literally tore a giant hole in the monster, causing it to freeze in place from the sudden pain. But the power seemed to continue to grow, and Se-woon covered his eyes so as not to be blinded by the powerful stream of light that was taking up more and more space. The guy felt tired and exhausted. He understood that the situation and its solution were much more complicated than he could have imagined. Soon a system window popped up in front of him, notifying him that he was the first player to kill an outsider. Jung Se-woon became the man who managed to accomplish a great feat that could not be ignored. Meanwhile, the sand in the hourglass had almost completely fallen, which meant only one thing. Very soon, the passage of time would change for at least one user. The Chronos clock began its work, as evidenced by the fact that it flashed brightly and dissolved into a golden light. The next system notification said that the Vault of Greed had collapsed. After that, everything around him shook so violently that our hero thought the walls were about to collapse on his head. The guy found himself in the center of a strange circle that protected him from the debris, and he was informed that the vault no longer had an owner. The only player inside the vault who possessed the golden key was Seo-un. So, to his great surprise, he was recognized as the owner of this vault. The monster that attacked him was destroyed, and only from the system notification did the hero learn that its name was the Maw of Gluttony. Suddenly, the boy noticed a dark sphere approaching him. As it turned out, the power of the defeated enemy had been transferred to him, and now he possessed its might. This frightened the young man, because until that moment he had no idea that such a thing was even possible. But what surprised him most was the message that his cause and effect relationships were changing to the opposite, and it was unclear what that meant. More and more light began to spread around him, seeming to fill every cell of his body with a pleasant warmth and a feeling of strength. The following notification warned that all of Jung Se-woon's skills would be erased without a trace, and the experience he had gained in the tower was completely reset. It was time to return to the days of training, when a gentle wind blew green leaves from the trees and carried them against their will into unknown distances. But the large group of people paid no attention to such trifles and were completely absorbed in the circumstances in which they found themselves. No one understood what was happening and why they were in this strange place, because just a few minutes ago, they were all at work, at home, or in their usual places. When the system windows appeared before them, their confusion increased several times over, because they had never seen anything like this before. And what frightened them most was the phrase that the training was just beginning. No one could understand what training they were talking about or what was going on at all. It was all like some kind of strange dream, except that no one could wake up. Jung Se-woon looked around and thought that it seemed he had really managed to get into the past. Meanwhile, people began to get angry and demand some kind of explanation, but everyone was in the same situation and no one knew anything. People were very unrestrained and chaotic, so the hero decided to stay away from them, but it didn't work out. Someone grabbed his arm and tried to hold him in place. Terrified, the man tried to figure out what was going on and what he had done wrong that fate had brought him to this place. Our hero immediately noticed that he remembered this guy. His skills from the past were gone, but his memory was working as it should. So, an image immediately popped into his head of this poor guy who had been brutally murdered during training, his neck literally torn apart and left to bleed to death. Now, Seo-woon really didn't know how to calm this man down, because very soon he could say goodbye to his life. And the guy himself couldn't understand how it was possible to remain calm in such a crisis situation, which could not be resolved in any way. They had been brought here for some unknown reason, and there was even a suggestion that it was all a prank and that there was a hidden camera somewhere filming their reactions. At first, Seo-woon thought about how to calm the crowd, but then he realized that no one would listen to him, no matter what he said. The training began, and the system warned that there were just over 4 minutes left before the first wave of monsters. No one understood what the words "wave of monsters" meant or what to expect from this strange place, but everyone guessed that nothing good was in store. Looking at everything that was happening, our hero made a mental note that so far, everything was going as it had before. He decided to open his stats and check his indicators. They weren't very high, but he had some unique skills. Before, the guy didn't understand, but now he fully realized that his stats were quite serious. But something in his statistics was new, and he couldn't understand what kind of authority he now had in his arsenal. He remembered the reports that announced that the Vault of Greed had collapsed and now had no owner. At that time, only Seo-woon was inside the building, so he was recognized as the new owner to whom the power would be transferred. At that moment, the young man did not understand anything, but now he decided that perhaps he too could use the power that he so conveniently possessed. He mentally imagined a golden chest from which waves of powerful energy emanated, begging to be released. The repository of greed was opened, and the young man gasped in surprise when this power began to break through the protective spells of the chest. Inside were hidden unique relics, the first of which was the breath of the red fire dragon, Firax. There also lay the legendary Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, which belonged to the god of thunder himself. That was not all. The young man also became the owner of the heavenly demon, who commanded martial arts and was passed down from generation to generation by the leaders of the demonic cult. It became clear that if the hero had such power, he would be able to accumulate enough strength to fight the outsiders. The system announced that the first wave of monsters was about to overwhelm the people, who needed to defend themselves and prove their right to exist. People looked at the notifications with fear and did not know what to do or what to expect, because the approach of monsters clearly could not mean anything good. Soon they noticed a pack of wolves approaching them very slowly, even leisurely, confident that their victims would be unable to do anything. Now even the bravest and most reserved men panicked and made every effort not to scream in fear. Meanwhile, the wolves continued to advance slowly, their burning eyes hinting that they would not let the men go so easily. Blinded by rage, the monsters began to howl ominously, warning their potential victims that there was nowhere to run and only a miracle could save them. After the leader gave the signal, all the other wolves rushed into the attack to finally begin their long-awaited hunt. Despair and fear overwhelmed the people like a raging avalanche, so they began to run away in panic, not thinking that they were making their opponent's entertainment even more interesting. They ran until the beasts surrounded them and closed in, leaving the poor users with nowhere to go. So now, feeling their absolute superiority, the beasts began to advance slowly, enjoying the fear of their trapped victims. No one knew what to do or how to avoid death, because they didn't want to give their lives and bodies to be torn apart by these creatures. Consumed by fear, the people did not even notice that a brave soul had emerged from the crowd. He said that if the poor souls did not want to die, they would have to fight to prove that their lives meant something. One of the men grabbed the brave man by the shoulder and asked if he really didn't understand the complexity of the situation. He tried to explain to the guy that they couldn't fight such powerful monsters without weapons or any training, so his suggestion was absurd. But then another man approached the rebel and asked if he had any other plan that would help them all save their lives. The stranger's name was Kang Han Chul, who, based on the man's manner of speech, concluded that he had some kind of proposal that he had not yet voiced. Meanwhile, Seo-woon, unbuttoning the top buttons of his shirt, said that everything was very simple if they followed a certain plan. He said he was going to deal with these monsters, while Han Chul should focus on protecting all the other users. Without further ado, the brown-eyed man agreed to this, but he didn't understand how the young man planned to deal with the monsters alone. Our hero would be aided in this by the basic kicking technique from the Shaolin sect, which he had extracted from the Vault of Greed. Activating the necessary skill, the young man decided that the time had finally come to test his strength. The wolves did not stop their advance. They moved very quickly and deftly, as if they did not feel the ground beneath their feet. When the creatures finally reached their victims, they immediately pounced on them, growling loudly. Our hero immediately reacted to the dangerous behavior of the beasts and realized that it was time to put all his skills to use. Without hesitation, he applied the 10 martial arts techniques and struck his furry enemy squarely in the jaw, causing him to yelp loudly. The wolf was in incredible pain, breathing heavily and unable to get up on his paws to defend himself. Looking at their wounded comrade, the other beasts decided to avenge him and began to close in on the young man in pairs. Their fierce eyes burned with hellish flames, and their sharp, deadly teeth clicked, hinting that they could tear human flesh apart without effort. No matter how frightening this scene was, the young man did not give in to his emotions and rushed into battle, realizing that only he could save everyone from the bloodthirsty beasts. He clearly understood what moves he needed to make to inflict maximum damage on his enemies and make them less dangerous. Activating his skills, he unleashed a barrage of power on the wolves that they clearly could not cope with. The mighty beasts scattered in different directions, as if they were rag dolls controlled by a careless puppeteer. Watching all this, people began to ask logical questions. They were interested in who this guy was and how he was fighting the wolves with his bare hands. Kang Han Chul also couldn't hide his surprise. He decided that their new acquaintance was an incredibly strong figure who was worthy of respect. But he also couldn't shake the feeling that Se-woon was hiding something, because it was impossible to fight off a pack of wolves with his bare hands, having a body that looked like it couldn't even support the weight of a weapon. Nevertheless, he coped perfectly with all the attacks of the beasts, which relentlessly tried to tear his throat out. The wolves were so angry and ferocious that their rage was now their main weapon, which was difficult to fight against. However, Kang Han Chul was able to repel their attack. He felt a fire inside him, something he had never experienced before, which was neither fear nor impatience. Even the ferocious monsters sensed the power that lay within him and could not resist it. Hundreds of different thoughts raced through the man's head, but he tried to push them aside and focus on the moment. His eyes burned with the same fire as the wolves, so he decided it was time to act, because these creatures were beginning to annoy him with their intrusive attention. It took him only a second to grab the enemy by the head and squeeze it so hard that it growled pitifully. This only spurred the man to act even more confidently and ruthlessly, so without thinking twice, he launched another attack. The attack on the wolf was so successful that it could not help but cause general surprise. People began to whisper, for before them was a man who, with his bare hands, had been able to knock out such a powerful creature. Se-woon and his new ally stood nearby and thought that at this rate, they could really do it. But Han Chul was still very interested in whether there was anything that could be used as a weapon against the remaining enemies. His eyes widened as soon as he realized that the danger was approaching even faster than before. It became clear that their strength might not be enough to defeat the wolves, but with the help of technology, they could find a way to save themselves and everyone else. Jung Se-woon's blows were quite powerful, and his technique was completely different from what Han Chul knew. A multitude of thoughts raced through his head, and the young man had to clench his fists to hold back his emotions. Han Chul desperately wanted to fight alongside Se-woon, who was showing incredible results and could achieve a great future. Meanwhile, the brunette was trying to catch his breath because the attacks had taken more energy than he had expected, and he wasn't entirely happy about that. Looking at his defeated enemies, he concluded that his efforts had finally paid off and that the battle was finally coming to a logical conclusion. However, the guy sadly discovered that his body had become too weak to fight as before because he was completely exhausted. But this whole nightmare wasn't over yet, as his inner voice told him. Carefully turning his head, he wanted to understand what strange feeling was haunting him, because suddenly he felt someone's very strong presence. The system notified him that a constellation called the Bowed Raven was looking down on him from above. Lifting his head, our hero thought that all this sounded extremely strange, and he was bothered by the fact that someone could watch him unhindered. He especially disliked the fact that the Bowed Raven was the original owner of the Vault of Greed, which now belonged to him. The creature that was watching him was truly terrifying and unpredictable. This humanoid bird did not take its eyes off Seon. It was also called Mammon, and it resembled a huge raven with an abyss in its eyes. This creature was extremely sinister. Only now did the young man notice that a flock of crows was circling above him, indicating that the demon god of greed was watching him and had possibly noticed that Siwon had used his power. It became clear that if the god found out that he had used items from the vault without his permission, he would not remain silent, so the hero did not know what to do. Perhaps he should have hidden his power. This Dark Lord would clearly not like the fact that someone had stolen his power and used it as they pleased. So Seo Unu had reason to fear what the offended deity, whose pride had been hurt, might do to him. The guy even thought that he wouldn't be surprised if punishment came down on him right here and now. It was sad if he was destined to stay in the past for so little time. He could only hope that the ancient weapon would help him fight off his enemies. A notification arrived that the constellation of the Bowed Raven had detected traces of distorted causality around our hero. Mammon nodded, remembering the existence of the hourglass, and now he understood what was going on. The guy was seriously frightened by what the system was telling him, because he no longer felt safe. The hero's tension clearly amused Mammon, who smiled slyly at the one who had stolen his treasures. At some point, all the crows disappeared as if they had never been there. So now the young man was staring at the sky as if it could reveal who was following him. The sky was clear, and the sun was shining so brightly, as if giving hope that everything would be fine. But the young man was not happy at all. He understood perfectly well that God knew that the hourglass had been used, but he was not reacting in any way. It was extremely strange that there was no reaction, because in that case, it was like tacit permission. If that was really the case, then our hero could use the power as he saw fit. He wanted to test the next power, but the young man learned that the Maw of Gluttony had been destroyed. This power had been granted to him after he defeated its previous owner. Now its power flowed through Seun's veins, waiting for him to let it burst out. Our hero was finally ready to activate this power and see what he could do with it. The system notified him that in order for the attack to be successful, he needed to identify a target. Looking at the dead enemies, the young man thought that at the moment this might be somewhat difficult. Examining the wolf corpses, Seun became curious to see if his power would work on them. Deciding to try his luck, the boy raised his hand and tried to use the power of gluttony on the dead wolf. In the end, he succeeded. He had indeed summoned this power, and now powerful magic burst from his palms. The magical jaws reached the wolf's body and clamped down on it with sharp teeth, intending to tear it into small pieces. Soon this thing devoured absolutely everything, leaving not even a small bone behind. The sight was disgusting and extremely terrifying. System notifications informed the guy that he had devoured the brown wolf, taking all its nutrients, strength, and agility. The hero thought he was hard to surprise, but all these system notifications did it without much effort. He couldn't imagine that simply by devouring a corpse, his stats would increase and grow dramatically. It seemed too simple. This led him to believe that if he used this power to its fullest, it would be no problem to push his abilities to the limit. But then a sudden thought pierced his brain. Mammon wasn't the only one who could have noticed that he was using his power. Beelzebub, the demon god of gluttony, could also discover that a power similar to his own was at the disposal of an ordinary human. As soon as he thought about it, a notification informed him that another creature, known as the Hungry Prince, was now watching him. Swallowing hard, the young man realized that cold sweat was running down his body. Yes, he had been lucky with Mammon, but who said his luck would last long? At first, the demon wanted to say something, but then decided that his meal was much more important than sorting things out. Such a dismissive attitude caused even more fear and doubt within the boy, because it was unclear how to act. The boy wondered why the demon's revenge had been postponed, and he had chosen to continue his meal. Perhaps this powerful creature was dying of hunger. Smiling, our hero thought that since things were taking such a turn, it might work in his favor. Activating his power, the young man thought that since the demon was so hungry, he should let it eat as much as it wanted. Gluttony was applied to the maximum, so even when Siwon felt a slight exhaustion, he did not stop his actions. Hungry mouths, woven from powerful energy, reached out to the bodies of the fallen monsters, wanting to devour as much flesh as possible. They sank their teeth into the corpses and tore them apart, leaving not even small bones behind after their work. In the end, 2 more wolves were devoured, who in life could not have imagined that they would be so abused. The system announced that the Hungry Prince constellation was rejoicing with joy. Everything had worked out exactly as the boy had expected. The nutrients were absorbed, and his strength and agility increased. This time, the stat increase was much smaller than last time, but that was okay because he was happy that none of the deities wanted to destroy him yet. So at the moment, Seon's goal was not to increase his stats at all. He was concerned that all the deities watching him were well fed. A notification arrived informing him that the Hungry Prince was still feeling very hungry and considered the meal he had been served to be a mere snack. This behavior was not surprising since Si-woon was dealing with the god of gluttony, but he decided to end the peculiar negotiations there. After the monster's attack, the area became quiet and even peaceful again. The only reminder of the battle was the blood that covered everything around. The people became bolder and, following the example of their leaders, they too began to hunt the wolves as a crowd. Finally, someone shouted loudly, announcing that they had finally defeated all the bloodthirsty wolves. Joyful cries rang out around them. People waved their blood-stained weapons and rejoiced that they had not perished in battle. They were told that they had successfully survived the first wave of monster attacks, so their adaptation had been very successful. So all participants received 50 points, which left people confused and joyful. Seowon quietly watched the crowd, knowing all the ins and outs of the system, as this was not his first time dealing with it. He was glad that everyone had safely passed the first wave and no one had been hurt. He remembered the many casualties there had been in the past, during the first battle with the monsters. The system decided to calculate the individual contribution of each player, so our hero came in first, Kang Han-chul came in second, and some stranger came in third. Assessing his result, Si-woon decided that he was quite satisfied with the 220 points he had earned. As it turned out, points were accumulated for individual contributions during training, so it was worth earning as many as possible and improving one's rating. After all, there would be a high reward for completing the training. In addition, if they achieved good results, their chances of being selected as constellations would increase. Naturally, Sewon's goal was to take first place among all the other contenders. Although they had passed the first wave safely, the boy realized one simple thing that the others didn't care much about. But he immediately noticed this important detail and began to think about how to resolve the issue. He needed a weapon, preferably right now, because no one knew when the next wave of danger would come. It was clear that even if the boy used Mammon's storage with stats below the average human level, there would still be limitations, so he needed to compensate for them. The only problem was that there were no decent weapons anywhere nearby, so the only option was to look for something useful in the forest. Realizing that he had no other choice, he headed into the unknown, which could hold a lot of danger. The guy understood that as his stats grew, he would be able to unlock better treasures from Mammon's vault. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice asking him to wait a moment and not go into the forest alone. Turning his head, Sewon saw an unfamiliar girl running towards him, looking quite concerned. Looking at her hair blowing in the wind, our hero could only think that her voice seemed all too familiar to him. Then he realized that it was Yuso-ah, who was known by the pseudonym Whirlwind before her regression. For some reason, he was pleased to see Yuso-ah, who was clearly worried that he would go into the forest alone. Sewon didn't remember many people, but he couldn't forget this girl because she was too impressive. She and Kang Han-chul had become famous on the upper floors of the tower. She had managed to reach such heights that she became one of the most senior representatives in the tower. But now she still looked confused and vulnerable, especially after asking him where he was going alone. While the girl tried to tell him that it was very dangerous, the young man could only think that he didn't have time to deal with people. So he could think of nothing better than to simply say that he was studying the terrain because they couldn't stand in one place. But the girl thought differently. In her opinion, they needed to act cautiously and together, gradually exploring the area and thinking about how to deal with the next wave. He was interested in her opinion on whether anything would change if they got together and discussed everything among themselves. She believed that this would help reduce people's anxiety. After listening to So-A, our hero couldn't explain to her in detail why he didn't think her plan was a good one, because there was no time for that. Still, he decided to ask what exactly the girl wanted to do to reduce the anxiety among the players, because in any case, they would have to hide during the second wave. However, the young lady continued to stand her ground and stubbornly argued that going into the forest alone was very risky, especially if the wolves reappeared. The conversation was abruptly interrupted by a system window that suddenly popped up in front of the guys. They both fell silent and stared at the blue screen, but couldn't figure out what the notification would reveal this time. Soon they realized that it showed the time remaining until the second wave of monsters. And apparently there wasn't much time left, because both the guy and the girl looked at the screen with extreme dissatisfaction and even a little fear. They had only 2 hours and 57 minutes until the next disaster. Turning toward the forest, our hero ordered the girl to return to the others and advised her to pay close attention to what the system was saying. He didn't mind if people passed the time waiting with a heated discussion, which was what So-A was in the mood for. Finally, the guy said that it would be better for his new acquaintance to spend this time looking for a sturdy stick that would help her fight back. The young lady was simply speechless. She didn't want to believe that this guy was so indifferent and harsh, someone who only thought about himself. Meanwhile, the serene nature also seemed to be adding to the tension. First, the wind died down completely and the birds stopped singing, as if death itself were near, and then small stones flew in different directions. These cobblestones hit the brown wolves, causing them to scream loudly and then fall to the ground in convulsions of pain. Behind all this chaos was just one person, the one that the beautiful So-A was so worried about. Seunu managed to successfully deal with a huge number of new wolves who were gathering to avenge their dead comrades. After that, he decided that it was time to raise his stats, so he activated the gluttony skill, which helped him do so. The power of gluttony devoured one monster after another, while our hero just stood and watched the scene with detachment. After he devoured another wolf, the system notified him that he could no longer feed on the same creature. The next message said that the Hungry Prince constellation was tired of this meat, which had to be sucked from the wolf's ribs. This information confused our hero a little, because he did not know where to find other monsters to feed the demon. But he understood that he was dealing with a demonic god of gluttony, so these whims were quite understandable. Looking up at the sky, the young man said that he would go in search of other meat right away, so the demon would have to wait a little. In response, the Hungry Prince devoured the remains of the ribs and flashed his eyes predatorily. Grabbing a stick lying nearby, Seon decided it was worth experimenting, because a wonderful idea had just come to his mind. Activating the power of greed, he opened the treasure vault and began to look through what was available to him. The first item was the Chosen One's sword, which belonged to Sigmund, with which he had managed to defeat the huge dragon Fafnir. However, the treasures in the vault could only be extracted in the form of a shapeless force. The boy assumed that this was because they had lost their form and only their power remained. It was disappointing, but it was not a big deal. After all, if he poured the power of these treasures into a suitable object, it would be practically the same as turning it into a legendary sword. Without thinking twice, that's exactly what he did. He poured the power into a stick, turning it into a real weapon of death that could defeat anything. The power was so impressively strong that our hero had to close his eyes, afraid that the blinding light would blind him. But instead of a legendary sword, the boy had only a handful of ashes in his hands from which no energy emanated. The object could not cope with the power of the legendary sword, so it simply disappeared, which meant that the power not only affected objects, but also posed a danger to the young man himself. Now he was using a basic martial arts manual, but if something stronger had been used, there would have been no trace of it left, just like the branch he had used. Moreover, the power of greed could not be used by anyone but him, so he should practice his skills. The young man became curious whether others could use this power, because if so, he would not have many treasures that could be used. He needed to increase his abilities, but for now, first and foremost, he needed to acquire a weapon. So our hero set off to wander through the forest in search of something that could serve his purpose. But something inside him screamed that even if he searched the entire forest, he would not find anything suitable. At times like this, he regretted not having a guide. He wanted to try using another item from the treasure trove of greed, so he quickly took out the golden chest and opened it. The young man extracted the spirit of a gnoll, a low-level monster with the head of a hyena that uses its excellent sense of smell to track down prey. So now the guy had a kind of guide who had taken over his body. At first, he felt nothing. Closing his eyes, our hero simply waited for something new to awaken inside him. And soon it really happened. His sense of smell became much sharper. It seemed that a beast had indeed awakened inside him. It was so surprising that the guy didn't even immediately believe that some kind of internal change was happening to him. His renewed, improved intuition told him which way to go to find what he was looking for. So, without thinking twice, he rushed in the right direction, his legs moving so fast that it seemed as if they weren't touching the ground at all. Very soon, the boy smelled a faint scent of rust, which told him that he was on the right track and should continue moving in that direction. The hungry prince began to cry that he was dying of hunger and that his skin was already sticking to his back. Picking up speed even more, our hero decided that communicating with this constellation was more like looking after a pig. The gentle gusts of wind became more and more noticeable, as if hinting that a storm was approaching. The place where our hero's newfound sense of smell led him was much further than he expected, so Se-woon was out of breath. His intuition told him that the monster was lurking somewhere nearby, but he couldn't figure out where to expect the enemy's attack. But suddenly he felt something else, a strange sensation that enveloped his entire body and made him freeze in place. It was hard for him to believe that this was really happening, because he had never been able to predict anything so clearly before. He literally knew exactly which side the enemy would come from, so his intuition did not fail him. The huge beast was walking slowly in the shadows of the trees, but Se-woon knew exactly where it was, because his heightened sense of smell was working for him. But the boy's feet froze in place as soon as he realized he had no idea what kind of creature he was facing. At that moment, a red eye flashed in the darkness, followed by a huge paw that inspired genuine terror. Then a sinister muzzle emerged sharply from the shadows, emitting a terrifying growl so loud that it seemed to make the earth itself tremble. At that moment, our hero realized that he would have to face someone much stronger than the creatures he had encountered before. Looking at his growling enemy, the young man thought about a plan of action, because for some reason he hadn't given it any thought before. Looking at the ferocious gray wolf, one could conclude that the guy's appearance was not a surprise to him. It seemed that he also possessed an exquisite intuition. Feeling the energy of this monster, Se-woon realized that before his regression, he would have simply run away. But now everything had changed, so he decided to stay and fight. A greenish flame engulfed our hero's body, demonstrating his strength and magic, so that the beast even staggered and moved back a little. This gave the guy confidence, which until that moment had threatened to leave him, but now he was almost 100% sure that he could handle it. The monster let out a battle cry and rushed into battle, showing off its deadly fangs, which were as sharp as razors. But the young man did not let the villain get close to him, striking him hard in the face and making him whimper pitifully. This attack helped Se-woon understand a few things. First, his enemy was not just big, but huge. Second, the wolf was much faster than its fellow creatures. The creature was clearly no ordinary monster, so he needed to come up with a clear plan that could help in this situation. A second later, the boy realized that his neck was starting to hurt. It turned out that the wolf had managed to cut his skin and draw blood. It was quite obvious that the enemy wanted him dead, and apparently the monster wanted to finish him off with one blow, hitting a vital spot. The smell of human blood excited the creature, which was already exhausted from its desire to feast on fresh flesh. If the hero had not mastered the 10 ways of martial arts, there would hardly be anything left of him. So there was only one right decision: to move as quickly and as maneuverably as possible, and of course, with the utmost caution. Jumping up, he decided to use a skill that had not been used until now. The 10-way martial arts contain many different techniques, but for this situation, a strike from behind was most appropriate. However, the consequences of the strike came as a real surprise to the boy, and not a pleasant one at that. After the blow, the wolf was unharmed and, moreover, did not even lose its balance, simply standing in the same position as before the attack. Se-woon had expended a lot of energy, and he felt it acutely as his legs were shaking, and it was almost impossible to stop them. Trying to understand what had happened and why his attack had been so ineffective, the guy assumed that it was all because of his low stats. Looking at the vicious wolf, it was clear that it had also been injured. Our hero had hit it in the stomach, and now that area had darkened, as if a circle had been burned there. But a minute later, there was no trace of the wound. The burn had healed, proving once again how strong the monster was. With a sharp lunge, the wolf tried to pounce on the guy again, this time its jaws almost biting the poor guy's head, which could have fatally injured him. Fortunately, the boy managed to jump aside in time. He knew he had strength and speed, but it wasn't enough to defeat his enemy. The creature's powerful paws clawed furiously at the ground, clearly extremely irritated at its failure to kill the boy. Now they stared intently at each other and watched their slightest movements to immediately understand who would break the temporary calm and rush to attack first. Se-woon thought that there must be some way to help him in this hopeless situation. Meanwhile, brown wolves began to emerge from the thicket of the forest, slowly approaching the scene of the massacre. They bared their sharp teeth as if supporting their leader, urging him to finish off the insolent man as soon as possible. When Sewon saw all those approaching him, he couldn't believe that he would have to face such a huge number of opponents. He wanted to scream because he felt he was being treated unfairly. He couldn't even handle the gray wolf, and now it had called in reinforcements. Things were not looking good, as all the factors indicated. It was clear that at this rate, our hero would not even be able to escape, let alone engage in a full-fledged fight with several opponents. Not far from him, the guy saw a sword stuck in the ground, seemingly waiting for someone to notice it. The wolves did not hesitate. They were fierce and cruel, so they immediately rushed at their enemy, wanting to tear him to pieces. The rusty sword was not the most reliable weapon, but Sewon had no alternative, so he didn't turn up his nose and pulled it out of the ground. The old weapon easily left the place where it was found, as if singing in the hands of its new owner. It seemed that the hero was holding only an ancient weapon, but after swinging it, it became clear that the blade was still sharp. The wolf found this out the hard way, as the rusty metal cut him badly. So everything was going exactly as Sewon had thought, and the plan he had created in his head was slowly coming to life. He definitely had the best sword he could find at this stage, so he appreciated what he had. While the guy was fighting, the system notified him that the constellation of the Bood Raven was looking at the sword with a strange expression on its face. This indicated that the young warrior had found the weapon that was the real goal of this journey, and he decided that he was moving in the right direction. Looking at the slain wolf, it became clear to the hero that now that he had such an advantage, he simply could not back down and retreat. He wanted to finish off the monsters before the new wave began. Therefore, a confrontation with the gray wolf was inevitable, for it was the most important monster to be defeated. Opening the repository of greed, Sewon decided to draw power from it to finally test it in battle. Now he had access to the fencing skills of the Hamel family, whose main technique of the basic longsword style was passed down only to direct heirs. But now everything was different. Jong Se-woon could also wield this unique power, and he couldn't wait to find out what he was capable of. Meanwhile, the wolves continued to try to deal with the young man, who was confident that he could handle them. Flashing his weapon, the young man decided to prove that his confidence was not unfounded. So he directed his power straight at the creature's face, which was approaching him with incredible speed and agility. Fortunately, our hero had enough skill to stop the sudden attack, managing to block the lunge with his sword. It became clear that now was the best time to finish off the monster once and for all. And he was right. With a few precise and sharp blows, he managed to neutralize his opponent and make him whimper pitifully in pain. So, after landing from the blow, it felt like everything was going exactly as it should, as if someone above had created the perfect plan. And the enemy's blood, slowly spreading across the grass, was the best proof of that. The gray wolf was not yet dead. These attacks had enraged him so much that he was ready to tear and throw everything around him, just to harm the one who dared to raise a hand against him. Looking at his opponent's anger, at his tightly clenched jaws, it was clear that everything was going exactly as it should. The skill of the family, which had risen to the rank of imperial fencers, helped in this, so the effectiveness of the current attacks was guaranteed. Although Sewon enjoyed the battle, he clearly understood that it was time to end it all, because he didn't have much time left. But doing so was not as easy as saying it, because his opponent was not some little dog, but a huge gray wolf with powerful jaws that could easily crush anyone. There was nothing else to do, so continuing the fight was the only option. Gripping the rusty hilt of his sword tightly, the young man sprang into action. He acted quickly enough that his lunge was successful, and the blade of the sword plunged straight into the wolf's mouth. When the guy pulled it out, foul-smelling blood gushed from the monster's throat, and the victim began to choke, indicating damage to vital organs. The wolf did not expect that a human could defeat him so quickly, so he was stunned by what had happened and was unable to repel another attack. It was the last one for him, after which the creature fell to the ground and did not move anymore. Sewon even felt a little sorry for the enemy, who had been so dangerous and powerful just a moment ago. After the creature breathed its last breath, the system announced that the main monster of the wolf forest, known as the Guardian of the Graves, had been defeated. This message couldn't help but make our hero smile, because he understood that he was getting stronger with each passing moment. His level had been raised, and another 500 points had been added to his personal achievements. In addition, his inventory now included a gray wolf skin, which could be useful in the future. But on this journey, besides weapons, there was another goal, not so obvious, but nonetheless important. The guy understood that increasing his personal merits was a vital task for him. There were several ways to do this, and he had known this information since his previous life. The first way was straightforward. He had to actively participate in battles, such as the monster raid that took place during his training. The next way was more difficult, as it required finding a monster on his own and defeating it in a one-on-one battle. But the most brutal of all was the third way, because it required the player to engage in violent bloodshed. In order to be at the top of the food chain, it was necessary to defeat all other players, no matter what the cost. As terrible as it sounds, as the end of training approaches, the number of players who will turn their swords against each other will increase significantly. While the guy was feeding the constellations with the power of gluttony, he thought about how fighting other players was an easy and accessible way to get high personal merits. The system announced that the Grave Guardian wolf had been devoured, and its nutrients had increased Sion's strength, agility, and health stats. Assessing the situation, the young man realized that boss monsters could greatly increase his stats. Furthermore, it became known that the Hungry Prince constellation was pleased with the taste of the meat and said that it suited him. This delighted our hero, and he decided that it was worth returning to the other players. But before that, he wanted to check the items that were now in his inventory. From now on, he possessed the sword of a forgotten hero, which had been forgotten and rusted over time. But despite this, it increased his attack power against monsters by 10%. The gray wolf skin was Class D. It belonged to the one who once ruled his fellow wolves, and it still retained its former grandeur. It gave its owner and his allies charisma and instilled fear in his enemies, as well as increasing movement speed by 5%. With such items, there was every chance of raising his rank to D+ level. The system reported that the Bowed Raven no longer considered his weapon to be complete junk. It was funny that the demon god of greed only became interested when he checked the item. But at the moment, the young man was more interested in how much time was left before the next wave. As if answering his question, the system reported that there were only 12 minutes left until the second wave of monsters. Putting on the gray wolf skin, the boy smiled and decided that he had to hurry if he wanted to stay alive. Time flew by unnoticed, and soon the next wave of monsters began their attack. To prove that he was worthy of living, the boy had to stop these creatures. But it all started before our hero returned from the place where his battle with his previous opponent took place. He promised Yusoa that he would return before everything around him turned into hell, but unfortunately he failed to do so. It would have been so easy to convince himself that nothing terrible had happened and that he didn't care about what was going on around him. But for some reason, Sewon couldn't do it. But no matter how you look at it, it gave him a good opportunity to see how others would react to their lives being in even greater danger. After all, Sewon had no intention of dragging along those who lacked determination, because such people usually only got in the way of success. So now he stood and watched closely as the other players dealt with the attack of the wild boars. The monsters were very fast and ferocious, which meant that people would have to act immediately if they wanted to save their lives. Some couldn't take it, panicked, and ran away screaming. It was difficult for them to realize that everything around them was trying to kill them. Others, on the contrary, fought with such enthusiasm that one could only admire them, for they made impressive efforts. Yu Seo-ah and Kang Han-chul were just such people. They clearly understood that only they could protect themselves and that no one else would fight for their lives. Looking at the whole picture, our hero thought only that from that moment on, a serious battle for survival had begun, one that would continue for a very long time. Soon, people began to come to their senses and realize that they needed to develop some kind of battle strategy. One man shouted that they needed to block the boar's attacks. He was a distinguished-looking man, but fear had driven him to hide behind an employee of his company and order him to protect him. Seeing the guy's confused look, the man kicked him hard, sending him flying face down. He shouted that if the boy didn't want to be fired, he should fight more actively. Sewon behaved very quietly, which allowed him to understand that he was facing the head of the Tovan Corporation, a despicable man who wanted to survive at the expense of other people's efforts. Everything was clear with this character, so our hero moved on to see what the others were doing. Despite the fact that chaos and panic initially reigned on the battlefield, now people had gathered and were fighting even better than could have been expected. Han Choriol and Yusoa were particularly impressive. fighting as if they were experienced warriors, with real fire burning in their eyes. Despite her fragile appearance, the girl was striking in that she had an unyielding core within her that helped her act fearlessly in such situations. Considering that they had no equipment, they did quite well, so they couldn't help but stand out from the crowd because they had great potential. Taking a step forward, the young man decided that it was time to finally step out of the shadows and show what he was capable of. A confident smile lit up his face as he began to move toward the chaos that was unfolding around him. The first to notice that Sewon had joined the battle was the girl, who was very observant and noticed absolutely everything. She understood that only she could organize her own defense, so if she hadn't found a club, she would have been completely ineffective in battle and most likely would have already been killed. It was obvious that these boars were on a completely different level compared to the wolves, which now seemed like cute little dogs. It seemed as if they could sense their victim's fear, and this made their eyes burn with a hellish flame that only death could extinguish. Yusoa looked around appraisingly and concluded that even though they were fighting back well, the creatures continued to advance on them. Only now did the girl notice that her jeans were torn and there was a serious wound on her leg, from which a lot of blood was flowing. She didn't understand when it had happened or why the last words of the dead continued to play obsessively in her head. She had no time for such thoughts, because if she continued to sit in one place, she would become a target for those who were so eager to kill her. Before the girl had time to think about it, she noticed a huge boar running towards her, its small eyes flashing maliciously. There was only one way out: to forget the pain and clench her improvised weapon tightly, which could save her from certain death. Looking into the eyes of this terrifying creature, Soe decided that she simply had to hold on a little longer. She was scared, her palms were sticky with sweat, and the club was shaking slightly. But the girl decided that she would not run away. She wanted to defeat the enemy at all costs. She had to wait just a little longer because the boar was bound to get closer any minute, given its impressive speed. Just when it seemed that the end was near and the girl was about to die, Seon entered the fray and struck a single blow with his sword. Opening her eyes, the young lady could not believe that someone had helped her and literally saved her from certain death. But it had really happened. The boar that had intended to kill her was cut in two and now lay right at her feet. To check if the creature was dead, our hero touched it with his foot and turned it on its side, finding no signs of life. So now he stood over the defeated monster, demonstrating his strength and fearlessness. Seeing that the girl and everyone who had witnessed his triumph were interested in him, the guy loudly declared that they should deal with everyone else first. Soe had so many questions that she wanted to object, but what she saw made her put her words aside. Several more boars were charging straight at them, apparently enraged by the death of their kin, for they were beside themselves with rage. Si-woon decided that it was time to open the Vault of Greed and extract the power that would help deal with all these troubles. So, without hesitation, he activated the magical power and saw his hand begin to fill with a warm golden glow. The young man decided to extract the tendon of a tall orc, a race known for its enormous strength and endurance, from the chest, so that his particle was filled with a unique life force. It all looked extremely strange, and even a little disgusting. But if it was going to help, then nothing else mattered. Of course, the young man was not sure that his body could withstand what fate had in store for him, but he could only find out by using the tendon. The monster did not wait, it simply pounced on our hero, wanting to destroy the one who behaved so arrogantly. But luckily, the guy managed to avoid a direct collision with this creature. He jumped high and flew up, not letting his opponent get close. Seti-on's eyes lit up, indicating that he had chosen his target and intended to do everything to destroy it. So he unleashed his wrath on the boar, which did not expect such a powerful attack. Screaming in pain, it tried to run away, but to no avail. One enemy was dead. Climbing onto its motionless body, the hero noticed a second monster approaching, also thirsting for death. Clutching his rusty sword tightly in his hands, the guy decided that he would kill every monster that dared to approach him. So the second boar also faced a grim fate. Its body literally cut in two, spurting blood everywhere. After that, the young man felt a slight satisfaction, because this only proved once again that he had become incredibly strong. The guys who watched this scene were simply amazed by the strength of their new acquaintance, because they did not think that any of the newbies could fight like that. Smiling, Si-woon thought that all this was possible thanks to the tall orc's tendons, because he definitely felt stronger, and his strength was easier to control. His thoughts were interrupted by someone's hand, which brazenly and possessively rested on his shoulder. It belonged to the owner of a large company who humiliated his employees and forced them to defend him. The man assessed the young man's fighting skills and said that he was on a completely different level than the mediocrities who defended him. Noticing a dirty handprint on his coat, the young man tried to brush it off with disgust while the gentleman told him about his idea. The insolent man wanted a skilled fighter like Sewon to protect him and become his personal bodyguard. He proudly said that he was the CEO of the Tobin Corporation, which absolutely everyone knew about. Waving his hands grandly, the gentleman promised to generously reward the young man if he agreed to become his bodyguard, even asking him how much he wanted. Se-woon was even promised the position of department head at Tobin, which was much more lucrative than any offer from any other company. After thinking for a moment, the young man dryly said that it all sounded like a good deal. The man thought that the decision had been made and said that the young man had made the right choice. All Se-woon had to do was protect this insolent young man, and he thought that this was actually not a bad option because he was looking for a good meat shield. These words frightened the gentleman so much that he opened his mouth and couldn't make a sound. There were simply no words in his head to express his indignation. But he didn't need to speak. Sewon kicked the scoundrel and he rolled across the ground like a ball. Outraged by such behavior, the man began to shout and ask what this worthless kid was going to do. His cry fell silent as soon as he heard the animals moving toward them. It wasn't one or even two boars, but four, so he didn't stand a chance. The monsters slowed down a little as they approached the man. He looked at them with fear in his eyes and tried to understand why they had suddenly slowed down. In the end, he stopped caring, because his life was at stake, and it could end at any second. When the boars attacked this despicable man, Seo-woo didn't feel sorry for him at all. People like him cause a lot of problems just by being there, so it was better to get rid of him now. Looking at the faces of So-er and Han Cho-ryul, it was clear that they also had no pity for the man. Yes, they were surprised by this outcome, but they felt no compassion for him whatsoever. The crouching raven watched all this with a sly smile, and the hungry prince begged for tasty prey again. Finally, the wave of monster attacks was over, and people surveyed the battlefield and marveled at how many boars they had to kill to survive. The system announced that all participants had successfully passed this test and could move on. The joyful people laughed with happiness and hugged each other. Not only were they safe and sound, but they also received 50 points each, without counting individual contributions. The top three were the same people: Se-eun in first place, Han Chol in second, and So-a in third. To improve his performance a little more, our hero decided to eat the brown boar. He was right. Once all the nutrients were absorbed, his strength and endurance increased by several points. The hungry prince devoured the boar with pleasure and eagerly awaited the continuation of the banquet. He decided to keep one for himself because people also needed something to eat, and battles took a lot of energy. Before his regression, he had eaten only wolf meat, and he still remembered how terrible the flesh of predators tasted. It was difficult to imagine a more disgusting dish. As he began to cut up the boar, the young man thought that the rust on his blade could be dangerous, but now he couldn't worry about all the details, and he had no alternative. While he was busy with the meat, someone approached him and quietly apologized for interrupting. Turning his head, Sewon looked disapprovingly at the person who had decided to break the pleasant silence that had reigned after the noise of the battle. Standing in front of him was an unfamiliar girl, her eyes following the guy with interest, and eventually she asked if she could help him. Sewon's eyes immediately fell on her hands, which were covered in small cuts. She said that she owned a small restaurant and knew a thing or two about cutting meat. Deciding that the chef would do a better job than him, the young man allowed the stranger to help, and she beamed with joy when she received permission. The others also perked up. Someone took the initiative and offered to gather firewood, while others wanted to set up camp and find a source of water. However, some were against building a fire, as it could attract the attention of predators. Our hero watched all this closely, pleased that the players were slowly coming to their senses and adapting. He decided once again to open the Vault of Greed to see what other skills he could unlock. He was most interested in abilities related to the use of fire. One of these skills was called Fire Flame. It was imbued with the power of a lower fire spirit and stored its energy, making the flame difficult to extinguish. This power meant that one did not have to think about how to light a fire, as a single spark was enough to start a real fire. So soon, people were warmed by a large bonfire, which made this difficult evening a little more comfortable. A huge moon lit up the forest where our heroes were. The night was quiet, with only the occasional whisper of the players. The pleasant aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, instantly whetting the appetite of the tired guys. Cutting off a decent piece, Sewon began to bite it cautiously, assuming that the meat of monsters would taste very unpleasant. But the hungry prince licked his lips impatiently, tempted by the delicious aroma. But Sewon had no intention of sharing, because he needed to eat too. While he was eating the meat, sitting on a rock, someone approached him from behind, their footsteps so quiet that our hero simply did not notice them. They brought him water and told him that in order for his body to recover faster after the battle, he needed to drink water. The benefactor was Yusoa, who clearly wanted to establish friendly relations with our hero. While he was drinking water, she cast a curious glance at his rusty sword, which was lying nearby. After a few minutes, the girl finally asked if the guy had managed to find this weapon in the forest. Shrugging his shoulders, he replied that he was just lucky. The young lady looked sadly at her wooden stick, clearly a little jealous of Sewon's luck. Our hero remembered hearing that before she developed her skills and talents, his acquaintance had always trained with a sword, and it was clear that she would not be able to reach her full potential with a wooden stick. Deciding to help Seoe, the young man told her to look closely at the system message. Following his advice, she carefully examined the notification and noticed that she had 100 points in her account, but she didn't understand what that meant. Her face lit up with genuine surprise when she was told that she could buy a sword with that amount. It seemed impossible. But Sewon just said that she should focus on the points, and then a store menu would appear in front of her. It all resembled a game. Nodding his head, the young man said that it was a kind of game, and that the one who could adapt to the system and understand its rules the fastest would survive. Seoe was completely absorbed in choosing a sword, her hand trembling slightly when it came time to make the final decision. Suddenly, a sword fell from above, landing right at the feet of the girl, who still couldn't accept the reality of what was happening. Examining the perfectly balanced weapon, Seoe asked how her acquaintance knew that such a thing was even possible. The guy said that he had simply adapted quickly to the situation. Smiling, the beauty said that she had thought in vain that she was quickly adapting to the current realities, but her new friend was coping much faster. The girl asked with interest if he had mentioned her name earlier. When talking about adaptation, the hero did not know how to explain that he knew it, but his acquaintance did not press him for answers. She simply thanked him for his help, and this brought a sincere smile to the young man's face. They sat by the fire almost all night, and all that time the guy thought only about how interesting it would be to work with this girl in the future. The long-awaited morning arrived, and the sun's rays gave everyone hope that the dark days would always come to an end. The fire was just dying down, as Sewon had kept it burning until almost dawn, wanting his new acquaintance to stay warm. But a peaceful life was only a dream, because there were only 58 minutes left until the third wave of monsters. Seoe's leadership qualities kicked in as soon as she saw the system notification, and she decided to wake everyone else up immediately. Upon learning of the imminent arrival of the third wave, people began to panic. They were scared and didn't know what to do. Seoe quickly realized what to do and said that they needed to bring stones from the forest to throw at the monsters, because support from behind would be very useful to them, and she asked everyone else to find sticks. Our hero watched the girl appraisingly. She had changed. It seemed that receiving the sword had unlocked her hidden leadership potential, which she was now putting to full use. It became clear that people were panicking much less, most likely because of Seoe, who had taken on the role of a strong leader and given the players a minimal sense of security. This played into our hero's hands as it allowed him to focus on the hidden treasure and not be distracted. After materializing the chest, the guy opened it and squinted, because the dazzling golden light hurt his eyes. This time he took a mana circle out of the Vault of Greed, a secret teaching method that was passed on only to those mages who were sensitive to mana. The mana circle was the most basic element a mage needed for his sorcery to be successful. This particular circle was known as the least effective of the 7 towers, but it was also useful as there were always different teaching methods. He knew that first you had to lay the foundation using the blue tower method, and only then use more advanced teaching methods. But he shouldn't forget about Dantian, because its importance couldn't be underestimated. Taking a deep breath, the guy closed his eyes and tried to focus on his own power, which was splashing inside him. The hero knew that he could gather mana using the circle, but this was only a training method for using magic. To use martial arts, he had to improve his dantian at every opportunity. He felt the energy around him. It reminded him of a smoothly flowing river whose waves calmly washed the shore. Reflecting on the nuances of the Blue Tower, learned thanks to Mammon's treasures, the young man began to control his breathing. However, he could barely feel the energy coming from his lungs, and this was a little stressful. Despite this, our hero decided to try to carefully reach out to the energy that was locked deep inside him. He was curious to know if it was something that would remain inside him forever. He reached for this power with his hand and wanted to know if it would join him. After all, there weren't many energies that could allow this, and not all of them gave such privileges. But those who gave their permission were forever rooted in our hero's heart and were the ones who showed him the way. The system notification announced that the first monocircle had been successfully created thanks to the Blue Tower's training method. Now that the circle had been created, it was possible to collect and use magic, its level affecting the speed and power of the magical energy. The system considered that the boy had accomplished a remarkable feat, so it gave him 1,000 points as a reward. This attracted the attention of the new constellations. The three sisters with their backs turned were extremely surprised. The Heavenly Mother exclaimed in admiration, and the All-Knowing became interested. Several deities from the goddess of magic Hecate to Isis and Brahma found it simply amazing. However, Mammon and Beelzebub were already on his side, and even though the boy was not their apostle, these deities were superior in rank to the constellations that had just appeared. The hungry prince was extremely saddened by the fact that many guests had appeared, and the bowed raven frowned and took out a treasure from the vault. The young man was distracted from these thoughts by a sharp sound that came from behind the bushes and grew louder and louder. The next message surprised our hero a little. It reported that the bowed raven had blocked all messages from lower-ranking constellations. Blocking communication was a very serious interference with the system and required enormous effort, which indicated that the deity who did it was quite high-ranking. The guy assumed that the blocked constellations were simply furious at such insolence. The hungry prince, however, felt relieved at the absence of guests, while the bowed raven calmly observed what was happening. When the stream of messages subsided, the young man decided that he needed to return to his mana training. Despite its low effectiveness, he wanted to use the Blue Tower training method, because Si-Woon clearly felt that this skill clearly strengthened the mana circle. Closing his eyes, he focused on his inner voice and what was happening inside him, trying to abstract himself from everything else. As he plunged into the depths of his consciousness, a stranger approached him and began to call him insistently, saying that it was impossible to fall asleep while sitting. The stranger began to tug at his shoulder and order him to get up immediately, because there were only 12 minutes left before the new wave of monsters arrived. Hearing the noise, Se-Woon finally opened his eyes, extremely dissatisfied that some stranger had disturbed him. The blonde guy smiled slyly and was clearly pleased that he had managed to wake up this weirdo, who seemed strange to him. Laughing, the guy said he thought Se-Woon was dead because he hadn't moved for an hour. But our hero didn't share his amusement and dryly asked why he had been disturbed. The young man's composure surprised the blonde man, who reminded him that they were all in the same situation, so it would be better to stick together. His name was Park Jung-pil, and Se-Woon remembered that this man was the one who tormented the weak and forced the stronger ones to steal food before the regression. This scoundrel was convinced that adults should die so that younger people could survive. He killed ruthlessly and literally walked over people's heads to achieve his vile goals. And now this guy wanted to form an alliance with our hero. Si-Woon thought that perhaps this was because the situation had changed fundamentally. Initially, the blonde guy was the kind of person who lived by the principle of the strong against the weak and the weak against the strong. Now, with a sly smile, he claimed that he just wanted to be friends, because Si-Woon seemed to have no close friends at all. But it was difficult for the guy to believe in this man's good intentions, because he still remembered the hard times he had to go through because of Jung-pil, who even dragged him into the forest as a scout. But thanks to that, he understood the power of the guiding crystal, so only the result of that incident mattered. Now Si-Woon decided to act differently, so he asked an unexpected question about how fast his interlocutor could run. The other man didn't understand why he was suddenly asked such a question, but instead of explaining, he was simply patted on the shoulder. Then Si-Woon said that the skill of running fast would be very useful to the guy when he acted as bait, and these words frightened the blonde man. At that moment, a message came in that the third wave of monster attacks was beginning, so people would once again have to prove their ability to survive. Of course, they were very scared again, but now they looked more composed and confident about what to do. Finally, they heard the terrifying footsteps of the monsters and realized that trouble was rapidly approaching. So A once again took on the role of leader and fearlessly ordered everyone to get ready. In her opinion, no one would be hurt if they stuck to the plan. This time their opponents were enraged monkeys, which in addition to sharp fangs and powerful paws, also possessed homemade weapons. Surprisingly, the humans did not lose their composure. They boldly stepped forward, fighting off their opponents with sticks. But despite the fact that they put in a lot of effort, it was not easy to fight. And the logical question arose, how to deal with these creatures? Assessing the situation, So A realized that if things continued this way, their order could be destroyed, and it was necessary to urgently come up with a way to change the course of events. The battle was terrible, resembling a bloody massacre, but none of its participants were going to retreat. Sewon realized that they needed to take more serious action if they wanted to defeat the giant killer monkeys. So, handing his new acquaintance a banana, our hero sent him to work as bait, even though the blonde guy doubted that it was a good idea. When the boy started making excuses, Sewon simply kicked him to dispel any doubts about the correctness of these actions. After hitting his face on the ground, Jean-Pil no longer had any questions. He was angry, but he understood that there was no other option. Although the monkeys made the choice for him, because they turned their attention to the noise and began to turn their heads toward the boys. Jean-Pil realized this the moment he heard the wild pounding of many feet moving in his direction. When he looked up, he found that the monkeys were already standing right next to him, their eerie eyes wide open and staring at him. The only solution he could see was to run, move his legs as fast as possible, and hope that it would save his life. But no one was going to let him go just like that. The animals rushed after him, wanting to get themselves a hearty meal. Watching all this, Sewon could only smile. He thought the guy would get hit at least a few times, but the blonde turned out to be much quicker than anyone could have imagined. Soon, Park Jong-pil began to cry pitifully and ask our hero for help, because he could no longer run away from the monsters. He simply had no strength left. Taking pity on the boy, Sewon said he could come to him, and he didn't need to be told twice, already running, hoping for salvation. The young man decided it was time to activate a new combat skill that allowed him to use the power of fire. He asked Jong-pil to move out of the way, but Jong-pil did not immediately understand the meaning of this request, as he was overcome with panic. Opening the Vault of Greed, the young man realized that he needed to act immediately and use his power. The fire burned so naturally in his hands that it seemed as if this power had always been inside the hero. And now he had simply unlocked his full potential. The spell was called Fireball and was the signature move of the Red Tower, its destructive power directly dependent on the amount of mana infused. Looking at the pure energy that literally pulsated in his hands, Sewon thought for the first time about the destructive power he possessed. He concentrated and launched the fireball directly at the place where the monkeys were. The power was so unbridled and powerful that it could burn everything around it. Jean-Pil ran even faster than before, and the enraged monkeys were even more ferocious, now angry that someone was trying to burn them. But then another fireball started moving straight towards the monsters, so the blonde man could only hope that his new acquaintance's plan would work. A sharp flash of light blinded him for a moment, and he began to wonder if this was the end, or if his long-awaited salvation had finally arrived. Then there was an explosion that instantly snapped him out of his stupor, and now the guy was running in the other direction, praying for salvation from the fire that could turn him to ashes. Turning around, the blonde man asked in surprise, "Did Sewon really use such impressive magical power?" Other players watched what was happening, unable to believe the reality of it all, as it resembled the plot of a science fiction novel. People tried to understand whether they could also discover such abilities in themselves. Sewon decided not to interfere in the battle anymore, because then he would deprive others of the opportunity to gain experience. In any case, he understood perfectly well that he could earn points in other places where he would have no competition. Activating his power, our hero began to devour the brown monkey. It looked disgusting, but this action was simply necessary. Thanks to this, he got enough nutrients to improve his performance. The hungry prince was very pleased that the boy had prepared the prey so well. He was distracted from his thoughts by Park Jong-pil, who began to swear that he would serve his savior for the rest of his life. Sewon didn't know if he could trust the blonde man, but now he didn't seem as cruel as he had been in the past. So he decided to give him a chance and told Jong-pil that he could continue to help him. The boy said that if his savior needed anything, He would be happy to help, but Siwon didn't need anything at the moment, so he ordered his ally to eat bananas because he would have to run a lot. Meanwhile, other monsters began to appear, and now, along with the monkeys, wild boars also posed a threat. For some reason, the animals were in no hurry to attack the people. They paid no attention to them at all and dug in the ground instead of attacking their enemies. The animals' behavior seemed extremely strange, as they were clearly trying to find something. But when they sensed someone approaching, they instantly stopped digging, raised their heads, and began to growl loudly. The sounds were so unpleasant and frightening that even the birds were scared and decided to leave the area. It took Seoeon only a couple of minutes to deal with the monsters. They didn't even have time to get their bearings before they were dead. After that, his level was immediately raised. The young man was surprised because usually this happened after the fifth wave. Perhaps the power of authority had helped this time. This time, the third wave was completed fairly quickly, so all participants received 50 points. Everything indicated that the main quest was also over. Our hero was surprised because he thought it would take much more than 10 minutes, which indicated that people had become more decisive. When the personal contribution ratings were displayed, it became clear that the second and third places had changed. The difference between the players was small, and the reason for this could have been the availability of normal weapons for Soe. Thinking about this, the young man noticed that the last boar had finally approached him. He had been waiting for him because he planned to devour his body. This was no ordinary boar, but a boss monster called the Gravedigger. Opening the repository of greed, the guy decided it was worth trying out some new ability on it. He chose an ability called Sharpness. This magic had been developed in the colorless tower, and mana was used to increase the sharpness of weapons. Our hero couldn't wait to get this whole mess over with because there wasn't much time left. The huge creature rushed straight at the guy, and judging by its size, it was clear that it had the advantage. But you'd have to be a real fool to underestimate the abilities of Seoeon, who boldly swung his sword. One thrust was enough to deliver a precise blow with a sharp blade that easily cut through the thick skin. All actions were performed so precisely and correctly that after one strike, a system notification appeared stating that the victory belonged to the young man. The creature screamed loudly. It did not expect that some human would be able to defeat it so easily. Notifications informed him that his personal merits had been increased and that he now had a giant boar's fang in his arsenal. Holding this unique item in their hands, it was simply impossible not to admire it. It was clear that, unlike the gray wolf skin, which resembled a cloak, this item was purely material. Obviously, it couldn't be used without processing, so the best solution was to keep it with them for a while. But there was something else that caught the hero's attention. A bright light shining nearby, its rays shining directly into his eyes. The beam burst out of the ground and turned into a real pillar of light that was both awe-inspiring and frightening at the same time. Soon, the system informed him that the young man had at his disposal the tool of a forgotten hero, which helped to control the sword. The boy immediately guessed that this was what the boars were trying to dig up, an ancient relic associated with the forgotten hero. The only way to learn more about this item was to use it and unlock its potential. Meanwhile, the players tried to deal with the aftermath of the third wave of the monster attack, carrying away the wounded and helping those in need. Trees had been cut down in a certain place, perhaps to set up camp. The location did look quite suitable. Touching one of the stumps, the young man activated the forgotten hero's tool and pulled out a sword. Opening the vault of greed, the boy also extracted a secret that was only given to those who began to forge in the Black Rock Gnome tribe. After examining his sword, Seoeon realized that he had to organize sword maintenance before the new wave. Touching the rusty blade, our hero thought about how he had never sharpened swords before the regression, but this activity seemed very impressive and quite interesting to him. It seemed to allow him to better feel his weapon. An elderly man watched his work, convinced that there were hardly any blacksmiths left who could sharpen swords without using a polishing machine. Noticing him, Seoeon asked if the man knew anything about this craft, and the old man proudly replied that he had been making a living from iron for several decades. After examining the whetstone, the gentleman concluded that it was in excellent condition and asked where the young man had found such a high-quality item. The young man said he had found it by accident. Getting to work, the man said that even though the sword was old and rusty, it had perfect balance and minimal damage to the blade. Watching the master at work, the young man couldn't help but wonder if there had been such a person in the camp before, because he got the impression that this was no ordinary blacksmith. Seeing his reflection in the blade of the sword, The old man finally stopped and said that he had not been so focused in a long time. Looking at his weapon, our hero could not believe his eyes, for it seemed that he was holding a completely different sword in his hands. It even felt different, as if a layer of rust had been holding back the true power and potential of this object. Now the sword of the forgotten hero, who had disappeared long ago, had regained its former glory, all thanks to the skillful craftsmanship of the blacksmith. The old man cheerfully said that although the sword felt simple, it was the most sensitive of all those he had ever dealt with. After that, our hero asked the gentleman to also take care of the fang of a giant boar and the skin of a gray wolf, as with the right treatment, they could be very useful. The system notified that the soldier with the golden crown had shown interest in a player named Go Chung-sok. Seeing this name on the blue screen, our hero literally froze in place, because now he knew for sure that this was no ordinary blacksmith. The soldier with the golden crown himself, one of the 72 lords of the 7 deadly sins, was interested in him. He was the 28th and was known as Duke Bareth. This deity was incredibly powerful and deservedly held such a high position among the others. There were those who considered him an ordinary fanatic who liked to appear in public on his impressive scarlet horse, but Bareth was skilled in alchemy and was able to turn metals into gold. His skill with iron could only be compared to that of Hephaestus, who lived on Mount Olympus. But there was one huge difference between them. Hephaestus valued balance, while Bareth was focused on destruction itself. So the weapons he created were coveted even by the gods. When Mr. Chang-sok saw this message, he was completely confused and couldn't understand what it all meant. Se-woon said that the constellation had taken an interest in the old man, but this explanation only raised more questions for Mr. Chang. Then the young man explained that constellations were the names given to divine beings who were transcendent and lived at the top of the tower. Now Chung-soka was interested in why they were interested in him and how his new acquaintance knew all this. Smiling, the young man shared that he was receiving attention from another constellation. Still, the man didn't understand what to do. Se-woon comforted him and told him that he should just behave as he had before. The young man shared that the constellations were not only harmless, but could even be useful, as their attention gave certain privileges. He gave the example of his ability to control fire and said that everyone could do something similar. Smiling, the old man said that it all sounded very tempting and he would like to try it. Reaching out his hand, the young man said that in that case, he would very much like to work together. Responding to the handshake, Chang-sok said that this alliance was much better than fighting alone with only a wooden stick. A faint smile lit up the young man's face. He was glad that he now had such a talented person by his side, because with him around, he would have less to worry about in terms of equipment. The system reported that there were 3 hours and 21 minutes left until the 4th wave of monsters. The repository of greed was opened again, and a skill of 3 talents was extracted from it. It was a method of observing everything in space. Focusing on the power within himself, our hero began to immerse himself in the magical energy that this skill provided. Since he had created a mana circle, his next step was to become a Dantian. The main thing was not to lose his determination. The mana circle was created in his heart, and right now the guy could feel it. The power, like a living organism, was emerging inside him. Dantian was the name given to what opened up in the lower abdomen. In order for this flow of energy to open, it had to be directed and moved independently, without expecting or demanding anything. Soon news came that the young man had successfully opened his Dantian with the help of the 3 talents skill. Opening his eyes, our hero was simply amazed, for it seemed to him that he had awakened after a long sleep and was finally able to unlock his true power. The opening of the Dantian allowed him to control his internal energy, which increased the effectiveness of all martial arts. After catching his breath, the guy finally came to his senses and realized that there was only an hour left before the next wave of monsters. Opening his eyes, the hero noticed someone standing in front of him, watching him closely. It was Mr. Chang-sok, who had finished cleaning the weapon and was handing it back to its owner. The blade literally shone in the sun, so well polished was it. Taking the sword, Se-woon examined it and nodded approvingly, saying that the work had been done much faster than he could have expected. Chung-sik was clearly tired, and he shared that he would like to find some materials for polishing. Our hero decided to look through his belongings. In his arsenal was a gray wolf cloak, which skilled craftsmen had processed so carefully that it retained its original strength. The item was truly unique, but whether it could help with polishing was a big question. Now the inventory also included a dagger made from a fang, the blade of which had been sharpened and shaped using a special grinding method that allowed it to reveal its full power. The craftsman who made it from the material provided by Seon asked if he liked the final result, and the guy was not just satisfied, he was delighted. The new dagger was truly impressive, as it was a D-level item, and without any additional tools as expected, it was worthy of Barrett's attention. From the leftover leather, Chang Sok made an excellent sheath that held the weapon perfectly. Looking at the master's work, the young man said that he preferred him to take care of the equipment in the camp instead of participating in the battle. Chang Sok did not mind using his skills for the greater good. The system announced that there were only 57 minutes left until the fourth wave of monster attacks. It was obvious that the next wave would be even more difficult, so soon calls to begin preparations for battle were heard in the camp. So A warned the players that, according to Seon, this wave would be much more dangerous than all the previous ones. People were visibly nervous, although they tried to reassure themselves that they were now strong and well-trained enough. So A didn't like this very much. She noticed that everyone had become too relaxed because they had suffered minimal casualties, and this made her anxious. She was distracted from these thoughts by a sharp sound, which indicated that someone had landed nearby after jumping. Sure enough, Hanchul decided to make a more dramatic entrance than usual, so after his jump and punch, cracks appeared in the ground. He glanced at the people attentively and said that no one should panic, his eyes burning with pure confidence in what he said. The players quickly calculated this and were surprised, because they did not understand how this guy could be 100% convinced that everything would end well. So A warned that there was only 1 minute left before the monsters appeared, which meant that soon they would have to show their strength and prove that they were worthy of continuing to live. These words didn't really resonate with the guy, but he understood that Soa was just trying to stir people up and make them fight for their lives. Looking at him with her beautiful brown eyes, the girl thanked Han Choryul for deciding to help her organize the players. He didn't respond because he didn't think he deserved any thanks, since he was just doing what he had to do. Soon, everyone saw a system notification that the fourth wave of the monster invasion had begun, and they had to prove their worth again. The creatures did not keep them waiting. Less than a minute later, a loud, threatening growl could be heard. Huge paws with sharp claws began to emerge from the shadows of the trees, sending a chill down the spine. When they saw the wolves, the people relaxed at first, thinking that it would be easy for them, since they had already fought these monsters before. However, this time, something was different. As the creatures approached, it became clear that they were simply enormous, much larger than ordinary wolves. This sudden realization made the players back away, but no one was ready to drop their weapons and surrender yet, as they all understood that their lives depended on it. John Pill stood next to our hero and panicked, wanting to run away when he realized what giants they were dealing with. In the past, Sewon was the same, always afraid and almost trembling with panic when faced with huge beasts, which filled him with real terror. But So-Ah and Hanchul were completely different. They were brave and courageous, the kind of people who lead others without the slightest hesitation. Without taking his eyes off them, Sewon ordered the blonde man to stop talking immediately and start running as fast as his legs would carry him. When the blonde clearly showed his dissatisfaction, our hero looked at him sternly and asked if he had any complaints about his orders. The blonde man recoiled and remained silent, realizing that sometimes people can be scarier than monsters. And knowing Sewon's strength, it was better to do as he wanted. Starting his run, John Pill shouted that he was very unhappy, but these words meant nothing because he was already following orders. The wolves immediately noticed the movement and of course did not ignore it, because they were already eager to feast on fresh flesh. Crying in fear, he tried to run as fast as he could, because it was clear that his survival depended on it. The monsters got so close that he could hear their jaws snapping as they tried to grab his leg or arm. When there were too many creatures, Seo-Woon finally decided to intervene, so he activated his firepower and took aim. He directed a pillar of flame right where the largest number of enraged beasts had gathered, trying to devour the blonde man. Under attack from our hero, the monsters burned, whimpering pitifully. The hungry prince was pleased with his well-cooked meal, so he was in a cheerful mood. Some of the wolves managed to escape the fire, but they were all extremely angry and frightened, and their bodies were covered with burn wounds. Taking out his cleansed sword, the young man grinned and said that the time had come for retribution, as they say, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Opening the vault of greed, The boy took out the Art of the Bloody Wolf sword, created by a man who had broken with the outside world to fight the wolf packs. An ancient power filled his body, hinting that he was now ready to fight such strong opponents who greatly exceeded him in size. He was already a fairly confident guy, but now his self-belief grew even stronger, and he entered the battle without any fear. The wolves were also eager to fight, so the first victims of the young man's sword were not long in coming. He used a special skill of the Bloody Wolf sword art called the first form of the claw. Se-un's eyes burned with determination. He was determined to destroy all creatures that posed any threat to him or the other players. He was pleased that his dantian was now open, which meant that his martial arts would become even stronger. Taking advantage of this, he increased his physical abilities using his internal energy. However, his opponents were not intimidated. On the contrary, they became even more aggressive and were now so angry that it was frightening to even look at their faces. The system reported that the first form of his ability had been increased, which was made possible by his internal energy. Now our hero was an absolute force, burning with such a powerful fire inside him that it could burn everything in its path. Without hesitation, he directed his energy at his opponents, who clearly did not expect to encounter anything like this and were simply discouraged. Soon their blood splattered our hero's clothes. There was no pity inside him, only pure calculation. He wanted to know how long this energy charge would last. John Pill was so shocked by what was happening that his brain's defensive reaction made him laugh out loud and ask if this was really a human being in front of him and not some movie hero. In response, the guy said that the blonde guy should stop joking around, then activated his power and absorbed what was left of the gray wolf. The nutrients he gained increased his strength and agility by several points, and the hungry prince opened his mouth wide to get his share of the meal. After that, he did the same thing with some other dead animals to get more nutrients. Seeing how strangely everyone else was looking at him, John Pill ironically asked if he could stop helping with things like this. But the battle was not over yet, and many people continued to tremble with fear and make new attempts to protect themselves from a terrible death. After such a hot surprise from Se-un, the wolves were even more enraged and attacked people with even greater enthusiasm, trying to bite through the carotid artery right away. The others also continued to fight. Han Chol confidently swung his fists and fought off the creatures, doing quite well. Despite her obvious fatigue, So-ah also continued to fight, swinging her sword and trying to inflict fatal wounds on the unfortunate creatures that came within her reach. Assessing his allies, Se-un concluded that it was difficult for Kang Han Chul to cope with the speed of the wolves. He couldn't keep up with their nimble movements. So-ah, on the other hand, performed very well in battle. Yes, she was exhausted, but she demonstrated quite good fighting technique. Her stubbornness, determination, and courage made one admire this girl, who seemed to have an experienced warrior inside her, one that she could only reveal in such circumstances. She did not fight, but literally danced to the song hummed by her blade, which mercilessly pierced the bodies of monsters. The system reported that the constellation called the Crown Spider was watching Yu So-a's sword skills with interest. This curiosity was quite understandable, as the girl was showing impressive results for someone who had never held a sword before. The Crown Spider was the name given to Baal himself, a high-ranking demon among the 72 highest-ranking demons, a master swordsman and commander of the demonic legions. Therefore, it was only natural that such a creature would take an interest in a young and very talented warrior. Baal clearly wanted to assess her potential, so he began to watch her closely. He literally followed her every breath, every movement of her sword, and the slightest change in her body position. To be honest, it was really interesting to watch, because with each new attack, the girl revealed herself more and more, showing her courage and ability to adapt to the situation. The air around her was as if electrified, all because of her strength, which was bursting to get out. The speed of her sword swings was simply incomparable, showing a level that was decent for experienced warriors. Even though she was holding only one sword, it seemed as if she was striking with several blades at once. The wounds on her victims' bodies appeared with incredible speed, and she resembled a Valkyrie worthy of legends. So Se-un was also interested in watching this situation unfold. He was curious to see if Baal would consider this girl worthy of his power. She struck another wolf, and did it so skillfully and quickly that at first it was not even clear when she had managed to inflict the wound. Meanwhile, So-a had already moved on to the next furry beast, which was no luckier than its predecessor. Stepping aside, the girl decided to assess the results of her work and catch her breath, because despite her talent, she was still human and could get tired. People cheered her on and urged her not to stop, because she had a great chance to finish off another wolf right now. Even the crowned spider raised its front legs in delight and watched everything with curiosity. Sun realized that Bao was pleased with what he saw. He clearly liked the girl and was determined to become her patron. Soon, the system announced that the fourth wave of adaptation had been successfully completed. All participants received 100 points each again, and the calculation of personal contributions began. Looking at So-Ah, who was standing next to a huge number of dead wolves, it was safe to say that she was in the top 3. The rankings showed that she was in second place after Se-Woon, and Kang Han-chul was in third. So-Ah was surprised but very pleased with her results, as she now had a total of 900 points. However, the battle had exhausted her body so much that she began to fall, her legs feeling like cotton wool and unable to support her body. Se-Woon was nearby and managed to catch her, preventing her from hitting her head on the rocks. Her limp body rested in his arms. Looking at her beautiful face, the boy smiled and thought that she had done an amazing job. The others were also in bad shape. This time there were many wounded, and everyone wondered if there was not a single doctor among them who could help. There was a doctor, but he said he couldn't do anything because he didn't have the right tools with him, and a superficial examination was unlikely to help. The players looked at him with displeasure, clearly condemning him for deciding to do nothing instead of helping in any way he could. Carefully laying the girl on the ground, Se-Woon got to his feet. He was also angry at the man because the doctor, who had sworn to help people, had not lifted a finger. Hundreds of curses raced through his head, but that wouldn't help now. You can't force someone to be better than they really are. When our hero approached the victims, they angrily asked what he was trying to do, accusing him of not helping them much in the battle. But instead of answering, the young man pushed aside those who were blocking his way and continued to approach the wounded. Opening the vault of greed, he decided that there must be something there that could help heal the wounded. Soon his hand lit up with a bright greenish light. It seemed that the vault had indeed provided him with the necessary ability, and now he could help. As it turned out, he now possessed the healing beam, a basic spell from the White Tower that helped eliminate ailments. The greenish light touched the skin of the first victim, and to his surprise, his wounds began to heal before his very eyes. The victim opened his eyes wide and couldn't believe that his body had begun to regenerate so quickly. The silence was broken by a girl who asked our newly minted healer to help the others as well. Since this power could not be used too often, the young man decided that he would only help those who were in critical condition. When he was done, the young man decided that he had done more than enough. There were no fatalities, and the seriously injured would now be able to recover quickly without magical intervention. But his rest by the tree was interrupted again. Noticing an imposing shadow above him, Se-Woon raised his head and looked disapprovingly at the intruder. It was Han-chul, and for some reason he looked extremely angry, as if he was barely holding back his rage. Sensing that something was wrong, our hero looked closely at the guy and asked if something bad had happened, since he was in such a bad mood. The only response was a contemptuous look from Han-chul, which raised many questions about where such sudden hostility had come from. Then the guy said something that alarmed and surprised Se-Woon. He asked the hero to fight him, but then, remembering the old days, the young man smiled and said to himself that he was dealing with a typical Kang Han-chul. He knew that if he wanted to talk to this guy, he had to break his spirit first, because otherwise he simply wouldn't listen to him, so he agreed to this adventure. His current opponent specified that Se-Woon had to take up arms, use magic, and show him no mercy. When our hero said with a smirk that he would not spare anyone, the guy tensed up, as if only now did he realize what he had gotten himself into. Se-Woon smiled even more broadly and said that if his friend wanted him to take up arms, he would first have to defeat him with his bare hands. Clenching his fists in anger, Han-chul was forced to agree to these terms, even though they humiliated him and made him doubt his strength. He attacked first, quickly and suddenly, hoping to take advantage of the element of surprise and catch his enemy off guard. However, his plan was unsuccessful, as Se-Quan was expecting something like this, which helped him react in time and dodge the attack. This turn of events made Han-chul even angrier. But thanks to this, Se-Woon was able to understand that his opponent's strikes were strong, but there were gaps in his defense. So it would be a sin not to take advantage of them. Noticing the open areas, our hero took aim and directed his power there. The first blow landed on the leg, But unfortunately for our hero, it did not knock his enemy down. It caused some discomfort, but did not take him out of the game. Now Si-woon took his opponent more seriously. He saw his technique and was impressed by it. Meanwhile, Han Chol decided to attack again, his gaze full of anger, but also cold calculation as he figured out his next move. Lancing forward, he tried to put all his strength into his strike, and the move was really good. So good that Si-woon lost his balance for a moment and had to retreat a little to protect himself. The young man knew that he would never be able to defeat Han Chol with his bare hands, so he had to come up with some other strategy. The only option was to open the Vault of Greed and choose a skill that could be useful in this situation. He was offered one of the basic martial arts called Tai Chi, developed in the southern schools of China. Now that Si-woon had mastered it, he didn't have to worry about his opponent being stronger because his combat skills were far superior. The brown-eyed daredevil had no idea what he was getting himself into. So without a second thought, he rushed into battle, intending to launch another attack. However, his fist was easily stopped by Si-woon's open palm, who was now able to surprise him with a new technique. Han Chol was simply amazed. He had put so much force into the blow that he could have knocked anyone off their feet, but this kid stopped him as if his efforts were worthless. Our hero didn't just push his enemy away. He literally slammed him into a tree with his strength, knocking all the air out of the poor guy's lungs. After that blow, even the tree was smoking. It was hard to imagine how poor Han Chol felt, who now clearly regretted getting into the fight, but he was so stubborn that he would never admit it even to himself. So the brown-eyed man got to his feet and declared that it was not over yet. Finding the strength within himself, he attacked again, rushing into battle as if he were an immortal god of vengeance. His persistence was striking and commanded respect. Our hero clearly realized that in terms of pure strength, his opponent was one step ahead. But that was not all that could lead to victory. For example, the secret of Tai Chi was not in brute force, but in learning to control the surrounding energy at will. An attack based solely on strength was not entirely successful, because everything in this world required balance. So Si-woon decided to show his opponent how else to fight and win. The powerful blow landed squarely on Han Choryul's shoulder. He did not expect such sharp pain, so he seemed slightly disoriented. His attack only hurt him, as it threw him back into the tree and knocked the air out of his lungs. Now the tree was cracking and threatening to fall. When its trunk finally broke in half, Han Chol barely managed to crawl to a safe distance, which allowed him to avoid being crushed. He was so shocked by what was happening that he couldn't say a word, because it was clear that he was just lucky to remain intact and relatively unharmed. Si-woon slowly approached him, and at that moment it became clear that the brown-eyed daredevil had lost, even though he had fought with dignity. To cheer up his opponent, our hero patted him on the shoulder, as if to let him know that he had seen his strength and appreciated his potential. Han Choryul's shoulder was badly injured, and his former opponent decided to heal the young man so that his arm could continue to function normally. Si-woon asked him not to rush because he had already proven that he was strong enough, and now his body needed to heal. This behavior greatly surprised the defeated young man because he did not think that the person he had been fighting just a few minutes ago would help him. Moreover, Si-woon offered him a helping hand and suggested sparring twice a day to improve his skills. It was a really good offer that would help both guys improve their fighting skills. For a few seconds, Han Chol just stood there silently, unsure whether to accept the offer, as he felt there must be a catch somewhere. But then he decided that he needed to take advantage of every opportunity that fate gave him. So he shook hands with his former opponent, who now seemed to be becoming his friend. He liked to think that now he had someone to train with, but he didn't show it and hid his emotions behind a stern face. Han Kolum became interested in the constellation called Old Man on a Crocodile, which was watching the brown-eyed warrior intently. Even if the strong young man felt some kind of attention on himself, he preferred not to dwell on it and move on. Si-woon, however, was very interested in this, because the Old Man on the Crocodile was a second-rank demon, otherwise known as Duke Agares. The fifth wave of the monster invasion was not long in coming, and soon the system announced its beginning. This time, people were very serious and combative. Now they understood more clearly that their lives directly depended on their ability to fight. Si-woon also noticed that the players' attitude toward the battle had changed significantly, and they all wondered what kind of creatures would attack this time. The answer was not long in coming, as soon as the deafening sound of many hooves could be heard. This time, It was wild boars that had gathered to test the people's ability to survive. But they were not like the ones they had encountered before. These were black and larger. So A took on the role of leader and ordered the guys to grip their weapons tightly so that they could fight these creatures with dignity. Sensing danger, John Pill immediately jumped up to our hero, politely stating that he was ready to help and asking what they were dealing with. Looking at his blonde friend, the young man said that this time he was not going to make him run and thus attract the attention of the monsters. Watching the others fight, Sewung thought about how he had had to hold back until now in order to match the skill level of everyone else. But seeing the heights the other players had reached, he realized he no longer wanted to do that, especially since each of them had to earn points for their contribution. Only when the boar ran up to So A as close as possible did she realize how huge it was, exceeding even the size of the wolves that had attacked them last time. Surprisingly, the girl quickly pulled herself together and did not lose her composure at all. She jumped up sharply and made a precise strike with her sword. Sewun watched her and couldn't help but rejoice that the beauty was becoming stronger and more resilient with each new wave. Now he was interested in how Han Chul was doing. One of the monsters was rushing towards the brown-eyed warrior, a huge boar fiercely shaking its head, showing off its huge sharp fangs. But Han Chul was no coward either, so he was already waiting for the best moment to attack this strong beast. He had a plan in his head that could well be called insane. He wanted to grab the enemy by the fangs and throw it over himself. Waiting for the right moment, he got down to business. One could doubt his strength as much as one wanted, but he really was able to lift the boar above himself, which was already impressive. Watching all this, Sewun was stunned to realize that his friend had just used the Tai Chi technique to carry out his plan. He guessed that the guy had made a contract with the Gars, and now his strength had increased many times over. At this rate, he wouldn't have to intervene in the fight, which surprised John Pill very much. But when the blonde realized that he wouldn't have to take any risks this time, he was very happy and said that he would follow his mentor to the ends of the earth. At that moment, he did not know that Sewun was going to climb a high rocky mountain. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to say those words. The mountain was so high that the clouds obscured its summit, making it seem as if it pierced the sky itself. With an awkward laugh, the blonde boy said that he would gladly stay below and guard the camp while his mentor was away. Sewun had no intention of taking Jongpil with him, even though he was amused by the boy's reaction. He wanted solitude after all the noise of battle. Among the trees, he noticed many monkeys watching his every move intently with their malicious, burning eyes. Of course, these creatures also decided to attack. It would have been strange if they hadn't. As soon as our hero saw them, he immediately realized that trouble was coming. So he was ready for the attack and blocked the blow in time, killing the monkey. The system reported that his internal energy had enhanced the effect of his Blood Wolf Fang ability. However, killing the monkey did not please the hungry prince. It was not enough for him, and he demanded more because he wanted to have a real feast. Rolling his eyes, Seon thought that communicating with this constellation reminded him eerily of caring for a child, but he promised to make sure his patron was fed. The guy was sure he wouldn't leave his pet hungry because something tastier than some monkeys was waiting for them at the top of the mountain. So he moved toward the mountain without hesitation. Before his regression, it would never have occurred to him to explore it. After all, everything was different now. He had the Vault of Greed, and with it, he didn't have to worry about not having enough strength. Opening the treasure trove of skills, our hero extracted the spirit of the Balatan rock macaque from it. It was the spirit of the supreme predator that lived among the rocky mountains and cliffs of Balatan. A real fire burned inside the boy, and now he was 100% sure that he would conquer this mountain without any particular difficulty. Climbing up was not easy. Every muscle in the young man's body was strained, but he did not retreat because the goal was much more important than the effort required. As he continued to climb, our hero thought only about what he would encounter at the very top of this terrifying mountain. At one point, despair overwhelmed Seyun. He didn't know where to put his hands because it was becoming increasingly difficult to find handholds, and he was struggling to cope with the strong wind that could knock him off. He also felt that his monkey instincts were beginning to take over. Looking down, he realized that if it weren't for this strength, his body would have fallen long ago. This gave him strength, and he began to climb further, ignoring the message that the hungry prince was interested in, where food could be found at such a height. Seeing a sturdy branch, the boy was very happy because finally he had the opportunity to pull himself up properly. At first, he did not pay attention to the monkey sitting in the tree. He only looked at them when they let out a surprised squeal. The animals were clearly shocked that an outsider had invaded their territory, and their cries showed their extreme dissatisfaction. At first, one might have thought that the monkeys were simply frightened, because they could not have expected someone to climb so high. But then one of them threw a stone at the young man. The young man's hand slipped, and he cursed silently. It wasn't easy for him to climb up in the first place, and now the stone had prevented him from grabbing the branch. He lost his grip and his body fell rapidly, nullifying all his efforts to reach the top. Fortunately, Siwon remembered in time that he had a dagger made from a boar's tusk that could be used in this situation. Our hero plunged the knife directly into the rock, and his fall finally stopped, all thanks to the fact that he now had a foothold. After catching his breath, the guy realized that one attempt to climb the mountain was not enough, but he was quite ready to try again. However, to achieve his goal, he would have to overcome many more obstacles. Looking around, the young man noticed a cave in the mountain and guessed that it was the same passage that the monkeys used to move around the mountain. Activating his fire magic, Seon decided to see what his next move would lead to. Smiling, he asked himself whether he should look for the treasure hidden in the bowels of the mountain. When the monkeys realized that their enemy was still alive, they were simply stunned and truly frightened. And the explosion that thundered in the next second drove them into hysterics. The scorched, smoking carcasses of the monkeys fell from the cliff and flew down. Ironically, these were the very ones who had thrown stones at Seon. Having safely reached the top, the boy realized that he was absolutely right. As expected, this cave was connected to the summit after all. Si-woon felt a real sense of pleasure when his feet finally stepped fully onto a solid, stable surface. He also finally had the opportunity to look around and see the area in detail. A new group of monsters did not keep him waiting. They soon began to slide towards Si-woon, sensing an unfamiliar smell. However, this monkey was different from the ones the guy had encountered before. It was white and significantly larger than normal. The creature opened its fanged mouth and let out a piercing screech, the sound so terrible that it made him want to cover his ears. Surprisingly, Seon was glad to meet this creature, because it was obvious that it was the leader he was looking for. But unfortunately, it was still a monkey, not the Sun Wukong he wanted to meet. For some reason, the constellation known as the Great Sage, equal to the heavens, came to mind, and there was reason to believe that this tower was designed to imitate it. Of course, this specimen was not very similar to the Great Constellation, but there was clearly something in common between them. The creature attacked first, pouncing on the boy so fiercely that he barely had time to raise his sword to defend himself. Smiling, the hero said that now it was like the real battle he had been dreaming of all the time while climbing up. With every second, it became more and more difficult to defend himself because the monkey was incredibly fast. There were moments when our invincible Si-woon missed his strikes and got hit in the face, which hurt him and made him even angrier. For a monster boss that appeared during the training period, the monkey possessed truly impressive weapon skills. The guy realized that if he continued to only defend himself without going on the offensive, he would find himself in a very disadvantageous position. And very soon he realized that he was right, because the creature was feeling more and more confident, and now it was difficult to stop it. Putting his hand on the hilt of his dagger, Seon thought only about how to turn the tide so that he could get close to his enemy's throat. It was clear that he had to attack in such a way as to minimize the damage he received, so he had to move extremely quickly. Finally, the young man was able to get closer and now had the opportunity to engage in a closer confrontation with the enemy. He even managed to grab his opponent's weapon, which gave him a certain sense of control. He pulled the stick toward himself and tried to wrest it from the monster's hands, but it was clutching it too tightly. These actions angered the monkey so much that it was beside itself with rage, saliva even dripping from its mouth. It was really difficult to take the weapon away, and at one point, Si-woon decided to give up, but then he changed his mind and continued to pull it toward him. And it was the right decision, because in the end, he managed to achieve his goal, take the enemy's weapon away, and send it flying. After that, he was finally able to stop for a second and catch his breath to assess the situation and think about what to do next. The iron rod he had taken from the monkey was much heavier than he could have imagined. However, the respite was short-lived, as the creature soon regained consciousness and began baring its fangs and trying to attack. Even without its weapon, which it obviously wanted back, it looked threatening and imposing, emanating powerful waves of dark energy. In order not to slip up and be completely confident in his abilities, our hero decided to open the Vault of Greed. He took out the dog-beating staff technique, which was designed to scare away animals that threatened beggars. So now his skill with the staff had increased, and the guy could fight his former owner. The monkey noticed changes in how his opponent stood and held the staff. His body position indicated that he now knew how to handle the weapon. Noticing the fear in the monster's eyes, our hero smiled smugly. He already knew that he would do everything to win, and now his opponent finally understood this too. The whole mountain seemed to come alive because of what was happening at its summit. The monkey was not going to give up. It was painful and difficult, but it stubbornly fought back and tried to counterattack. All this was in vain, because soon the guy delivered the final blow, after which the system finally announced that he had defeated the monster boss. The hero's level was raised, his points increased, and he also received the Monkey Mountain Nutstone. Looking at this stone, Seo-woon immediately thought that he could give it to the old man Changsuk so that he could decide if it was of any use. After that, he activated his power and began to devour the remains of the monster, apologizing to the constellation for keeping it waiting. After absorbing its nutrients, the system notified him that his agility and intelligence stats had increased. Gaining 10 stats at once was an excellent result, and it became clear that at this rate, he could reach unprecedented heights. Having finished with this task, the guy decided that it was worth doing something else, because new monsters would not be long in coming. But before descending the mountain, Seo-woon decided to satisfy his curiosity and see what the monkey was guarding. Grabbing the rock with his hand, he reached up and decided to uncover this mystery for himself. Now he was standing at a narrow passageway that needed to be widened a little to allow him to squeeze through. The system announced that Seo-woon had found a hidden dungeon, which was the training ground of a forgotten hero. Smiling, the boy thought it was hard to believe that he had found a dungeon in the very first chapter of his training. Finding this place meant that he could gain much more experience than on ordinary battlefields, and completing it would give him rewards. And for the first person to complete it, the reward could be multiplied several times over. Taking a confident step forward, the young man decided that there was no point in delaying if he had decided to go all the way. The repository of greed was opened again, and a new ability was found and successfully extracted. His new skill was called Night Allies, which allowed its owner to see everything even in pitch darkness. Now he could calmly move forward without fear that the enemy would catch him off guard, jumping out from some dark corner. The atmosphere in the cave was creepy, to say the least, with bats everywhere, watching his every move with their red eyes. Fighting off the animals that flew right into his face, Seo-woon realized that he had been descending steadily since the entrance. The cave had been drilled into the mountain, which meant that with every step he took, he was getting closer to the bottom. All that remained was to guess what awaited our hero at the very bottom of this cave. Soon the guy stopped to look around and noticed a huge column that went far up. Around this column were many swords stuck in the ground, and the walls and floor were torn apart by marks from sharp objects. The sight was terrifying. It seemed that a huge number of battles had taken place here, and not all of them had ended well. Seo-woon realized that this place was rightly called the training ground. The young man's gaze was fixed on the multitude of swords. It seemed that each of them could tell its own story about the path their previous owner had taken. The young man's attention was drawn to a strange hole, which seemed to have been created for a sword to be inserted into it. That's exactly what Seo-woon decided to do. He didn't know if his idea would work, but he understood clearly that he would have to complete a series of quests, so the young man took the sword of a forgotten hero out of its sheath. To dispel any doubts, he took a running start and aimed, holding the sword in front of him. The blade hit the right spot perfectly, and the hole lit up with a bright light as if approving of this action. After that, the system immediately announced that the player had earned the right to challenge the forgotten hero. The light grew brighter and brighter, and at one point, Seo-woon thought it might blind him, and then he would hardly be able to pass through this dungeon. Behind the hero, he heard a strange sound. He didn't turn his head, but even without doing so, he could clearly sense someone else's persistent presence. It was the ghost of a warrior, apparently the very forgotten hero that the system had so often spoken of. Turning his head sharply, our hero thought with fear, could it be that everything started so quickly? He was clearly a little confused, but this confusion did not prevent him from starting to think about a plan of action that would be a good solution in the circumstances. It was time to take out his sword and finally begin what Seo-woon had come to this dungeon for. The system warned that the trial had begun and only the broken sword could be used in it. Magic was also prohibited. But Sewon wasn't too bothered by the fact that he couldn't use his usual equipment and magical powers. He was informed that the duel with the forgotten hero would begin as soon as he picked up the broken sword. The young man's hands gripped the sword's hilt tightly, indicating that he accepted the fight and was ready to face the consequences of his decision. The forgotten hero immediately froze in place, as if sensing that someone was calling him back to the world of the living. The next moment, the ghost lunged forward, his movement smooth but very precise, hinting that this character could pose a serious threat. Sewon did not expect such a fast attack, so he barely managed to react in time, and only by a miracle was he able to raise his sword in time to block the blow. The forgotten hero's eyes sparkled with joy and anticipation. It had been a long time since anyone had challenged him. The battle began, so intense that Sewon began to wonder how he would be able to defeat such a strong opponent without using magical power. By nature, our hero was very curious, so he asked if other people had come here before him and become rivals of the ghost. Looking closely at the young man, the forgotten hero said that a long time ago, a man had come to his abode. The young man immediately concluded that his predecessor had failed, since the warrior's ghost was still here. Instead of answering, the hero attacked Sewon and made such a lunge that it was extremely difficult for him to parry. The swords clanged loudly as they struck each other, and it seemed that the force of the blows was so great that cracks might appear on the blades. Sewon was not mistaken. What he feared had happened. At some point, his weapon was split in two, the blade broke, and could no longer protect its temporary owner. This greatly amused the forgotten hero. It seemed he knew this would happen, but the expression on his opponent's face made him feel satisfied. The blows did not stop. They became faster and more intense, forcing the young man to retreat. It became more and more difficult to parry the blows, and with each step backward, the young man approached the place where the swords lay, and he had to be careful not to stumble upon them. His opponent's caution encouraged the warrior to attack more aggressively, giving the young man no chance to counterattack. His fighting technique was unique. Sewon had never seen anyone so skilled with a weapon, literally feeling it as part of his body. In turn, the ghost assessed the young man's abilities as normal, but in his opinion, the young man lacked speed of movement. They were too slow. Sewon was surprised when he heard his opponent say that he clearly had experience, but his body couldn't keep up with him and slowed him down. Throwing the broken sword aside, the young man realized that the enemy had come to this conclusion after they had crossed swords only a few times. Picking up a new blade from the ground, the boy asked if the ghost was going to let him pass his test. The forgotten hero froze for a moment, then asked with a smirk if his opponent had finally noticed that his attacks used the energy of the sword. Now the picture became clearer, and Sewon finally understood why no one had been able to pass this test. It was simply impossible to pass, as finding this place was almost impossible. Staring intently at the young man, the forgotten hero coldly stated that if he couldn't even pass this test, it would be better for him to remain in this cave forever. After these words, the ghost launched another attack, which seemed even more ferocious than all the previous ones. Another centimeter and the hero's blade could have cut through Seyun's skin and taken his life. The young man had to use all his agility to avoid the sword blows that could have wounded him. The ghost didn't like this very much and asked how long the boy was going to keep dodging. The warrior was not a monster and did not intend to continue attacking in the same pattern. Sewon knew that his opponent was right, because with ordinary monsters, it was enough to understand how they attacked. But with the forgotten hero, everything was different. If he continued to dodge, there was a chance he would suffer serious damage. If he couldn't dodge and couldn't block the blows, then there wasn't much choice. He had to think of another plan of action. So he had to open the Vault of Greed and take out the Taiji sword. Now that the powerful weapon was in the young man's hands, he realized that he had a much better chance of winning. After all, this weapon was imbued with the basic sword technique of the Wooden sect, which spoke of its great power. It was time to counterattack. The ghost did not expect this, so he was disoriented and unpleasantly surprised. But he quickly picked up the new pace of the battle and began to adapt to it, making increasingly powerful and rapid attacks. Sewon was completely focused on this battle. He had never felt as skilled a warrior as he did now. The ghost noticed this too, and now the guy's movements became faster and smoother, as if he finally felt comfortable in battle. The guy definitely made a good move, but the forgotten warrior thought it wasn't enough. So he got as close to our hero as possible and decided that he would finally be able to defeat him. It wasn't that simple, though. Siwon anticipated his opponent's move and took steps to turn the situation to his advantage. To do this, he used the Blood Wolf technique, which would definitely knock the enemy off balance. And so it happened. The ghost was completely immobilized as a result of this attack, but this effect would not last long. The walls of this cave had seen many battles, but this one was unlike any other. No one who had ever entered here could fight the forgotten hero for so long. The warrior himself understood that he had encountered an impressive person who had mastered the most complex combat techniques. He was surprised that the young man was able to predict his moves, which was simply impossible without vast experience. The ghost began to think that the young man was hiding his strength from him because he saw no signs that Seon had learned the technique of the soft sword. Our hero could barely keep himself from laughing because he had just opened the treasure vault and gained this power literally a few minutes ago. Of course, it might have looked like he was hiding his power, so now the logical question arose as to how the test would end. The Forgotten Warrior said that his opponent would most likely pass this test, since he was one of the few who had managed to disarm him. So, with such potential, he could well win this battle. These words, which were in fact an acknowledgement of his strength, greatly surprised the young man. Meanwhile, the ghost continued to say that he doubted that anyone was capable of taking his sword away from him. Siwon suggested that this must be the very power that the forgotten hero had been guarding all this time. So, without hesitation, he inserted the sword into the new glowing hole and waited to see how it would all end. But when he pulled the weapon toward him to remove it from the slot, he encountered difficulties as if the steel were stuck there. The hero approached him from behind and, instead of attacking, ordered the young man to be patient and wait, because soon the sword would recognize him as its master. Smiling, Seon thought that some treasures are worth waiting for a little longer, because then they are valued even more. When the sword slowly began to yield to him, the young man happily thought that now he would surely have a sword of at least A rank. It wasn't going fast, but luckily our hero was one of those who knew how to wait patiently for his moment. Looking at the drops of sweat dripping onto the ground from the strain, he remembered that in his previous life, he had reached the 92nd floor of the tower without any talent. But soon it wasn't just sweat dripping. Seon felt a metallic taste in his mouth and realized that his chin was wet with blood. The tension grew with every passing second, and the sword remained in a strange crevice that glowed brighter and brighter. Not knowing how long this torment would continue, Siwon made a decision within himself that he would stand until the very end, until his strength left his body. As soon as he thought about it and made up his mind, the blade began to leave the opening, so that soon the young man had a unique weapon with a beautiful hilt in his hands. Before him was the true form of the forgotten hero's sword, a weapon that could be the stuff of legends. The hero himself smiled sadly and said that the young man was still struggling with the blade, but soon the unique weapon would accept him as its new master. After that, the ghost said that in the future, he hoped the young man would show him something even greater. Then he disappeared, literally dissolving into thin air. The system notified that Siwon had perfectly completed the hidden dungeon called the Training Ground of the Forgotten Hero. His level was raised thanks to his feat, and as a reward, he received a lot of personal merit points and, of course, the sword itself. When the constellation Bent Raven found out about this, it literally flew up from its place. Meanwhile, a battle raged below, with the fanged monkeys wanting to devour as many people as possible. The sixth wave began, which meant that people had to prove once again that they had the right to exist. So A was one of those who coped perfectly with this task. She was the kind of person who thought about others even in the most difficult situations. So she ordered her comrades to keep their formation and not forget that their advantage lay in unity. Hanchal only heard her words with half an ear. He was so absorbed in the battle that he didn't want to be distracted by anything. He increasingly felt that he was beginning to get used to a new way of life that forced him to prove his right to exist every time. Having finished with one monster, the guy stepped aside a little to assess the situation and understand how much more effort was needed. He noticed that So-A had quietly approached him and was looking intently at his face, as if trying to understand what he was thinking. Finally, she spoke, and the first thing that came out of her mouth was her concern that Siwon had not been seen for a long time, and she was afraid that something might have happened to him. Hanchul did not respond. He was almost 100% sure that nothing terrible had happened to this resilient boy. But the girl wouldn't let up. She said she was very worried and wanted to go look for him, suggesting that the brown-eyed boy go with her. Closing his eyes in irritation, he said that there was no need for that. So-ah's eyes flashed with anger. She couldn't understand how the guy could be so emotionless that he didn't care about anyone or worry about anything. Han Hul just shrugged and said that Se-woon wasn't so weak that they needed to waste their nerves worrying about him. The beauty wanted to continue her indignant speech, but something caught her attention and made her stop mid-sentence. It was a system notification showing the players' ratings. Seeing Se-woon's score, the girl thought that he must have been doing something they couldn't even imagine. She felt relieved and realized that they should continue to hold back the waves of monsters until Se-woon returned. Meanwhile, for the first time in a long time, our hero was finally able to catch his breath after everything that had happened to him. He was sore all over from the strain, and his arms were covered in veins from the tremendous effort he had put into pulling out the sword. He lay on the cold floor of the cave and looked at his new weapon, unable to believe that the ghost had disappeared as soon as the weapon was in his hands. All his internal energy and mana were completely depleted, so he had to exert tremendous effort to get up. He really wanted to test the sword's characteristics, but the young man understood that he first needed to fill his dantian. Sitting in the lotus position and placing his hands on his knees, the young man immersed himself in the depths of his power, and the energy around him began to glow with a bluish light. At some point, he felt a strong inner restlessness, as if something was preventing him from fully diving into himself. The strange sensation in his body became more and more insistent, and our hero wondered fearfully what it all meant. He realized that there was something behind him that was affecting him with its energy, so he turned his head and looked carefully. To his great surprise, literally a meter away from him was a huge pillar of light that seemed to be pulling him in with its power. Now it became clear that the reward for passing through the dungeon was not only the sword. The Vault of Greed opened, and the young man gained access to the Circle of Dark Mana, which was only passed on to direct disciples in the Black Tower. It was the most powerful cardio workout imaginable. The technique of the heart was so secret that it was passed down exclusively from generation to generation among the clan of magicians. Smiling, the young man decided that in that case, he would drain Lelin until he was completely dry. A bluish mist filled with power began to seep into the young man's body, filling him with its might. The system reported that the hero had successfully passed the 6th, 7th, and 8th waves of monster attacks. This information greatly surprised Se-woon, because he could not have imagined that he had spent so much time in the cave. It seemed to him that he had been there for only a short time. But it turned out that a whole day and a half had passed since he left the camp. The guy was very happy that his comrades had managed to hold out so well without him. Soon, the final test of the first chapter of training awaited them. The 10th wave was just around the corner, and it was sure to bring even more monsters. Given his current exhausted state, our hero realized that for some time, he would have to earn a living while staying in the camp. The system reported that Se-woon had accumulated half of the jade of internal energy in his dantian, so all the martial arts he used would have increased effectiveness and destructive power. Also, thanks to the Black Tower's training method, he was able to form a mana circle, and the power of his magic increased significantly. Looking at his hands, which were literally sparkling with magic, the guy understood perfectly well that increasing his power so much in just 2 days was simply incredible. But what was even more incredible was that he was now the proud owner of a sword that could cut through rock, named Durandal. The system characterized it as a weapon used by legendary heroes, but its potential was sealed because it did not fully realize the power of its owner. Looking at this unique artifact, the boy couldn't believe that he had actually found it in the first chapter of his training. Even before his regression, there were only rumors about the existence of this sword, but no one had ever managed to find it. One could only guess at its true power, because even with its potential sealed, it was incredibly powerful. While he was thinking that his abilities might not be enough to remove the seal, the system warned that a new wave of monsters would arrive in 24 minutes. So the young man would have to hurry if he wanted to finally try out his new sword in battle. Without hesitation, he ran to the cave exit to make it down before the real disaster struck. Who would have thought that monsters would be such punctual creatures? They arrived exactly 24 minutes later and began attacking people. They were so ferocious that it was much more difficult to fight them off than in the past, and people couldn't help but wonder what awaited them next. Everyone was incredibly scared, but the guys did not forget that they had to keep order, otherwise everything would go wrong. However, this was extremely difficult to do, so soon the first casualties appeared, and there was no time to take care of them properly. At this time, the monkeys continued to advance, snapping their teeth menacingly and not giving the people a second to catch their breath. So A understood that if things continued like this, they would have no chance of victory because the forces were incomparable. Not only were there many more monsters, but they also displayed an incredible level of strength in their attacks. This did not scare the girl. She fearlessly went straight into the thick of things to attack and kill as many enemies as possible. She noticed a message from the system telling her that the crowned spider thought her movements lacked grace and that she needed to correct her posture. It was surprising that the constellation decided to intervene right now, but perhaps it was necessary because starting from the 7th chapter, the monsters had become stronger. Fighting off another monkey, she wondered if they would be able to survive, because this time there were many more wounded than before. At one point, the hand holding the blade began to hurt badly, as if it had been seized by a sharp cramp that prevented the wrist from functioning properly. At that very moment, the ground shook, someone very strong landed, and the soil cracked. It was none other than Han Chol. The guy wanted to get rid of the monsters so badly that he was ready to use any methods and techniques. The old man on a crocodile constellation was quite a spectacular sight, and the crowned spider bared its fangs, hinting that the guy should not interfere. So A was very glad that they had come to her aid, because she understood perfectly well that if she made even one wrong move, she could die. She was given a chance to catch her breath, but the girl couldn't relax because she kept thinking about the wounded, whom no one could help. Sensing her thoughts, Hunchol said that if she fell while protecting them, the entire camp would be destroyed. She understood that he was right, but he was also seriously injured, so they were in trouble. Just as Sowa thought that if Sewon didn't come, they might die, she immediately heard a strange cry coming from nearby. It was John Pil, who was running with several bananas in his hands, shouting that they were all at their limit and everything could be destroyed in an instant. He was running so fast that he neglected to pay attention, and because of this, his foot caught on a rock. The fall was hard, and only the higher powers knew if the blonde man would be able to escape the monsters that were following him. They opened their hungry mouths to sink their teeth into tender human flesh, and only a miracle could stop them. The blonde man himself understood that his chances were minimal, so he covered his face with his hand and did not even try to hide the tears that ran down his cheeks in fear. Suddenly, there was a bright flash that seemed to electrocute the creatures. They screamed and froze in place, then began to writhe in pain. So A's eyes widened when she read the message that the crowned spider was bowing its head before the demon god. Hancho Ryu received a similar notification and was just as surprised as his emotional girlfriend. Soon the flash faded, and one could see the charred bodies of the monkeys, which stank strongly of burnt flesh and fur. It was all the work of Se-woon, who arrived just in time and made a rather spectacular appearance that impressed everyone, even the constellations. The guy's appearance delighted Jeon Pil the most, who had already said goodbye to life 10 times and now seemed to have risen from the dead. He felt so calm at the sight of Se-woon, who radiated stoic calm and strength directed against his enemies. Opening the Vault of Greed, our hero drew the necessary strength from it and decided that there was no time to waste. He used a skill called Chain Lightning and struck all the monkeys within a radius of several meters. Assessing the situation, the young man realized that everything was much more dangerous than he had thought. Yes, the guys were holding up well, but if he had arrived a little later, they could have been seriously injured. But what was the point in thinking about that now? At the moment, everyone was safe and sound, and that was all that mattered. Suddenly, the system reported that the constellation of the Jolly Donkey Head was laughing and pointing at Park Chung-pil. It seemed that the blonde's cheerful disposition had not gone unnoticed, and he too had been chosen as a favorite. It was strange that he had attracted attention so late. Meanwhile, the other players couldn't comprehend what they had seen. It was hard for them to believe that Siwoon had actually used magic. Looking at our hero, they began to call him the Blood Wolf, because his strength and bravery were no different from those of a powerful beast. Hearing this nickname, the boy was a little embarrassed. He didn't understand why they were comparing him to someone they had killed during the first monster invasions. Clearing his throat, Jeon Pil stepped forward, acting as if he wanted to make a speech. Winking at Siwoon, he asked if he liked the nickname he had come up with, but the answer was a moment of silence. Laughing awkwardly, the guy said that he decided to play on associations, because the hero's sword gave off the scent of blood, and he himself always wore a wolfskin cloak. For the player, the title was as important as the name, because that's how others would refer to him, so Seo Woo simply wanted to eliminate the bothersome blonde. He mentally promised himself that he would be the one to give the title to Jong-pil, but these thoughts were interrupted by the announcement of the end of the ninth wave. At the end of this massacre, each participant received 200 experience points. Looking at the rankings, it became clear that everything was stable there, with Sewon in first place, So-ae in second, and Kang Han-chul in third. By the way, the guys immediately ran up to the young man. It was clear that the girl was worried, but her companion showed no emotion. Despite saying that she was nervous, So-ae's eyes expressed dissatisfaction, as if she was annoyed that the guy had made her nervous. Not wanting to explain anything, our hero said that he would tell them everything a little later, and that now they should all focus on taking care of the camp and the injured. Realizing that he was blatantly avoiding the conversation, the girl glared at him and muttered that she would definitely demand the full story. Smiling at Soa's persistence, he realized that he didn't even want to argue with her, because for now she was the unofficial leader of the camp. Han-chul approached Sewon and muttered that the girl had become much stronger than she had been before. Meeting Si-woon's gaze, the brown-eyed warrior suggested they meet at the old broken tree. At first, the young man did not understand what his comrade meant, but then he guessed that he was hinting at a duel, which they had not had in a long time. Just then, Jong-pil appeared next to him. It seemed that this annoying blonde was following him everywhere. But he could still be useful, so Si-woon ordered him to immediately report on the situation because he was interested in how things were going in the camp. The talkative young man said that after our hero left for the mountain, they successfully passed the 6th wave of the monster invasion. However, starting with the 7th wave, there were certain problems. Listening carefully to the boy, Si-woon wondered if he had always had this talent. In the past, the blonde boy clung to Kang Han-chul and caused a lot of trouble, but now he surprised everyone with his good memory and briefing skills. Everything pointed to the fact that he was indeed worthy of interest from the 6th-ranked demon lord, who was called Valifor. While Sewon was pondering this, he didn't pay much attention to the story, his attention only drawn to the mention of the twins who had set up wooden barricades. It was an extremely interesting way to restrain monsters, one that could only have been devised by those with a good level of intelligence. But he couldn't remember there being any twins among them. Deciding to think about it later, Si-woon went to the broken tree where he was supposed to meet Han Cho-reum. There were 2 red-haired girls arguing that the fortifications needed to be built stronger. Their opinions differed, as the second girl was sure that they might not finish in time before the war started. Jong-pil approached them, called them by their names, Han Arium and Han Da-won, and asked what the girls were doing and why they hadn't greeted Sewon. Seeing the twins, hundreds of questions immediately popped into the young man's head about where they came from. But then he remembered how impressed he was with how diligently they fought off the monsters. It seemed that our hero was simply inattentive and did not think that there were 2 redheads, not one. Now both girls were standing right in front of him and couldn't take their enthusiastic eyes off him. They couldn't believe that the Blood Wolf himself was standing in front of them. Hearing this nickname, Seon recoiled. He couldn't get used to being called that. Closing his eyes, he caught himself thinking that he wanted to strangle the blonde man with his own hands for coming up with this title for him. Approaching the girls, Sewon told them that they had done a wonderful job. He learned that they had been able to buy weapons because Soa had shown them how. Smiling, the leader said that it would be very useful during the next monster invasions, and the red-haired girls said that they needed more wood to prepare for the next wave. Sewon didn't even know if he should tell them that wooden barricades wouldn't be much help during the 10th wave. The guy paid attention to the girls for one simple reason. The constellations Black Kintuk and Black Raven had paid attention to them. These unique twin crows had chosen these girls for a reason, and one could only guess what had interested them. The creatures were demons of the 38th and 39th ranks, called Halfas and Malfas, each of whom had the ability to build and fortify. Combined, these 2 abilities would be very useful in battle. When the hero said that he would deal with the tree himself, the girls' eyes lit up, and it was clear that they were very happy that someone was paying attention to them. They shouted that Bloody Wolf was the best, and the guy smiled, but thought to himself that he didn't want to be called that. For several minutes, they walked silently along the path into the forest, which was surprisingly picturesque. At one point, the young man stopped and took his sword out of its sheath, which beautifully reflected the golden rays of sunlight. Peeking out from behind Cheon-pil's back, the girls asked in surprise if Sewon was going to chop down a tree with his unrivaled sword, which could become dull. Without turning his head, the young man said that everything would be fine and that he could definitely manage without an axe. Swinging his blade, he ran towards the tree he had chosen, his movement suggesting that the plant had no chance. His incredibly powerful blow struck the tree sharply and without the slightest hesitation. One blow was enough to split the tree trunk almost in half. Everyone was simply delighted. The guys admired the strength of their leader and were proud to be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with him. Only Sewon himself was not very satisfied with his work, but he understood that in his current state, this was the limit without using his inner energy. Looking at his eyes reflected in the blade of the sword, the boy told himself that he held Durandal, the sword that could cut through rock, and that he needed to be patient to unlock its potential. After all, if the master's strength was insufficient, he would not be able to cut even a tree, let alone a stone, so Sewon would have to go a long way. Opening the Vault of Greed, the hero decided to use the skills that were available to him at the moment. He drew on the ability of the Taishan 18-strike sword, a martial art known for its large and powerful physique. It was the best option, allowing him to cut down a tree with a single blow, so it was worth trying it out in practice. Without thinking twice, the guy struck a single, clear, sweeping blow that showed all his strength and power. The tree shook, and a clear-cut line appeared on it, which was so thin and delicate that it was barely noticeable. But this barely noticeable line produced an amazing result, and soon the trunk swayed and fell to the ground. The crash was so loud that even the birds flew away in different directions to avoid being hurt by the force of the blow. This delighted the young man's companions, as it was the first time they had seen anyone fell a tree with just 2 blows. The system announced that thanks to internal energy, the second skill of the Taishan sword was strengthened several times over. Our hero could literally feel the new power filling every cell of his body and making his blood boil. He struck another blow, this time more powerful, and waited to see what would happen. Everyone was pleasantly surprised when they saw that one strike had knocked down 2 more trees that could be used to build barricades. The power was astonishing, and no one present could deny it, for no one had ever seen anything like it before. Sewon looked skeptically at what he had done, indifferent, because he knew that there was always room for improvement. Without looking at the twin girls, our hero said that they didn't need to worry about transporting the wood, because Jean Pil would take care of it. When he asked in surprise if he was going to carry it all himself, the young man smiled and said that this was exactly what his right-hand man would do. While the blonde stood there wondering how to deal with all this, the constellation that had taken an interest in them couldn't stop laughing. A few hours later, it was the middle of the night. It was quiet and warm, which was a welcome relief. But for some, it was not so peaceful and not at all conducive to rest. Jean Pil was carrying wood and complaining that his strength was running out. When the boy fell and almost crushed himself with the wood, Sewon said irritably that he was whining too much. Despite our hero joking that the blonde guy should carry everything himself, the fool had already delivered 3 logs. Sewon had already considered leaving this work to Jean Pil, but then decided to take pity on him and ask for help from Han Shoryul, who was incredibly strong. Having dealt with the twins' problems, Sewon decided that he no longer needed to stay at the camp and had to move on. But his attention was drawn to a man who, for some reason, went over to the injured players and sat down near them. Moans of pain could be heard from that place. People were suffering and in agony. Someone was screaming that they couldn't feel their arm at all, and someone else could barely find the strength to breathe. The girl said anxiously that she would help everyone she could, but first she would examine the seriously injured. This was Lee Hanil, a healer with whom our hero had communicated more than once. She was brave and very self-sacrificing, always at the forefront of treating patients. She had a unique talent for healing and could treat patients without using any instruments. She was watched over by the constellation of the bloodied lion, which growled softly and licked up the blood around the girl. So Sewon immediately understood that this amazing healer had been chosen by the great demon Morbas, who occupied the 5th place. Morbas was a great commander of hell who was capable of both causing illness and healing. Seeing how hard the girl worked, the young man concluded that she had not yet fully mastered the power of the constellation. So he suggested that they divide the roles. Sewon wanted to treat patients with severe external wounds, and she would treat those with internal wounds. The young man believed that with the power of Morbas, this would be more effective. Hearing these words, the girl was surprised, not understanding where he had learned this information. Deciding not to ask unnecessary questions, she got up and silently went to treat those with serious internal injuries. Meanwhile, our hero took advantage of his solitude and opened the Vault of Greed. He extracted a skill from it that allowed him to heal other people, as such a skill was found in his modest arsenal. Using his new ability, he began to closely monitor how the wounds on the victim's body began to heal. Hanyul was very surprised. She knew that the guy had been impressive before, but now his skills had improved significantly. Siwon said that it was a natural development of his power, but in reality, he had used a second-level spell, which is why it was so powerful. However, our hero said that his companion would soon become a real pro who would heal better than him. After all, the constellation she had contracted with was so powerful that soon everyone would be amazed by her abilities. The bloodied lion was flattered by such praise, and the bowed raven thought that the description perfectly suited the Lord of Hell. One could only imagine the power this creature possessed, since even other constellations bowed their heads before him and showed him respect. While the guys were treating the wounded, it got completely dark outside. They healed most of the victims, and Se-Wung decided to attend to other matters, saying that if the girl needed his help, he would gladly fulfill any request. Walking along the path, the hero pondered Han Yul's contract with Morbus. It turned out that the structure of the camp was much stronger than he had expected. He couldn't have imagined that everything had changed so much while he was on Rocky Mountain. People had clearly progressed in their skills. He was curious to know who would be the next to sign a contract with the constellation, and then he noticed an old man named Chang Sok, who was making weapons. Approaching closer, the young man greeted the elderly gentleman, who looked up from his work. The young man quickly realized that the equipment used by So-Wei and Han Chol had been made by this skilled craftsman, and the quality was excellent, as if it had been custom-made. Noticing Se-Wun's new sword, the old man's eyes lit up, and he became interested in where he had gotten such a magnificent weapon, as Chang Sok had never seen anything like it before. The man thought that the young man had simply disappeared, absorbed in his own affairs, but as it turned out, he had returned this legendary masterpiece of a sword. When Se-Wun asked the old man to be more careful, because he could burn a hole in the blade with his gaze, Jung Suk hid his smile and said that his blade didn't even need to be sharpened. But at that moment, the boy was not interested in the sword. He asked the gentleman to look at something else. After these words, he handed the old man a stone, which at first glance seemed to be an ordinary cobblestone of no value. The constellation that caught the old man's eye was called the Soldier with the Golden Crown, and it considered the material to be suitable, while Chang Seok said that they were looking at a unique ore. As our hero expected, the master immediately recognized the material, which was called Fundu Stone, obtained for defeating the monkey boss on the Rocky Mountain. It was the best that could be obtained at this stage, so the young man hoped that this ore could be used to make armor. The old man agreed to try, especially since he had already made weapons for everyone in the camp. However, it was very important for the master to finish before the next wave of monsters arrived, so the young man asked if that was possible. Glancing at the system window, the man noticed that the next battle would be in 22 hours, which gave him some leeway, but Chang Sok asked if there was a good reason to rush. He didn't want to talk too much, so he said a concise yes and didn't give any explanations. He wanted to give his all in the next wave, so training with Han Shoal was not superfluous. It was hard not to notice that both guys had changed a lot. Their strength was growing rapidly, so now their fights had become even more heated. Se-Wun noticed that his opponent had mastered the art of Taiji quite well, despite never having been taught. Han Shou-Ryul had an aptitude for learning through his body, but according to Se-Wun, this did not fully maximize his strengths, and these words surprised the young man. He took a step toward his opponent and decided to demonstrate what he meant. Summoning his strength, our hero decided to put it into his strike, which was to be very demonstrative for Han Shou-Ryul. Han Shou-Ryul was ready for a strong attack, so he took a fighting stance and began to calculate the best trajectory for his strike. The repository of greed was opened again, which meant that our hero was ready to surprise with new skills. He decided to use the Chinju Yan Fist, a family martial art that specialized in hand-to-hand combat. The Chinju clan was known for its use of necromancy techniques. Despite the enemy's impeccable strength, Han Chol did not give in and swung, preparing to block a powerful blow. Magical light shone around Se-Wun as he attacked the one he so desperately wanted to pull out of the ordinary and teach something greater. Han Cheol understood that this battle would be a good lesson for him, so he went into battle without unnecessary fear. His brown eyes clearly showed his determination and thirst for maximum experience that would help him fight monsters. Thanks to the energy that had accumulated inside Se-Wun, His fist technique was strengthened several times over. When the blow landed, poor Han Chol flew backwards, unable to even move or do anything to defend himself. So-ah watched the scene intently, covering her mouth in surprise to keep from screaming in shock, as the battle between the boys was impressive. When Han Chol came to his senses a little after the blow, he noticed that his hands were shaking violently. This blow had clearly thrown him off balance, so now he needed to pull himself together and take action. Even Se-woon did not expect it to be so powerful. His hand was literally smoking from the force that had just been unleashed. Looking closely at his opponent, our hero said that this was how he would be able to unlock his full potential. Se-woon promised that as soon as Han Cho-ryul's form was complete, he would teach him some mental combat techniques. But now there were other things to do, and our hero already had some ideas about what exactly those things were. He called over his faithful companion, Jong-pil, who immediately came running, ready to carry out his master's orders. As it turned out, the blonde had put all his affairs on hold just to answer Se-woon's call. Now it was clear that the dispute with Han Chol would have to be postponed, because it was time to deal with other matters. The young man did not like the fact that the battle with him was not a priority, so he looked threateningly at the one who had drawn all the attention to himself. Catching the threatening gaze, Jong-pil became embarrassed, and his face broke out in a cold sweat from nervousness. He even decided to apologize just in case. Se-woon said that Han Chol could use the blonde guy however he wanted, and poor Cholpin tried to convince the guys that he had a lot of other things to do. But he couldn't get away because the brown-eyed guy grabbed him by the collar and said he wouldn't hold back. The blonde-haired boy shouted and said that he didn't want to be a punching bag. He clearly didn't like the idea of helping someone who couldn't even be bothered to remember his name. The constellation that had chosen the blonde as its favorite rolled on the floor with laughter, watching the situation unfold. It wasn't long before another duel began, causing swords to clash and steel to ring. This time, Se-woon decided to fight So-ah, who was showing incredible results and acting as if she had been wielding a sword since birth. Her style was completely different from Han Chol's. The girl clearly knew how to make the most of her strengths. Dodging her attacks, the young man concluded that there was almost nothing to criticize about her form, but there were still moments that confused him. So he said that his opponent's technique was very good, but the power she put into her strikes was insufficient. Her method of fighting was very good when she was facing a bunch of weak monsters, but when it came to a single strong opponent, speed and technique alone were not enough. The constellation that had chosen her as its favorite nodded in agreement, as it also believed that she needed to develop her strength. The girl couldn't say anything in her defense, because she also realized that she was lacking something, but she didn't quite understand how to fix it. Se-woon said that every time he left the camp, he encountered boss monsters that were much stronger than the ordinary creatures that appeared during the waves. After analyzing what she heard, So-a immediately realized that the reason he had become so strong was because of his battles with these very monsters. The guy had every reason to believe that during the next battle with the monsters, a boss might appear. And this was not just a prediction, he clearly remembered it from his past life. It was a fact, but unfortunately he couldn't tell the guys about it directly, so he had to hint at it, letting them decide for themselves whether to believe it or not. Regardless of the decision the girl made, Se-woon was absolutely sure that she would lead the camp well. Smiling, the beauty said that she would do her best to achieve order and harmonious work among the people in the camp under her sensitive leadership. Soon, a notification came that there were only 5 minutes left until the last wave of monsters in this training chapter. Chong Sok had just finished making armor for Se-woon, and now the young man was examining his new equipment with satisfaction and was very pleased with it. The armor was made of red wolf leather with monkey hazelnut stone inlays, increasing attack power and instilling fear in opponents. So it clearly exceeded all of Se-woon's expectations, who thought that the master would make something simpler for him. He clearly did not think that thanks to Jong Sok, he would receive an S-rank item, but considering that the old man was steeped in Burita's techniques, it was quite understandable. Approaching the master, our hero asked him to hide in the smithy because it would be better that way. They couldn't lose such a valuable asset. The man really wanted to see the moment when his masterpiece would shine, especially since he was sure that the boy could handle the monsters, so he had nothing to fear. Smiling at the old man's courage, our hero said that in that case, he should stay behind everyone else to be at a safe distance. Time ran out, and the system announced that the 10th wave of monsters had begun, which was the final wave in the adaptation period. Soon, heavy footsteps could be heard, and it became apparent that the approaching monster had huge clawed paws. This time, the people were dealing with incredibly large and terrifying red wolves, which made them want to run as far away as possible just by looking at them. But that wasn't all, as it turned out that they would also have to face rabid monkeys that were eager to attack their enemies. At first, the guys felt relieved when they realized that they would have to fight monsters they had already encountered, and some even rushed into battle. But when the boars appeared, everyone began to wonder if there were too many monsters that wanted them dead. So A decided to cheer up her comrades, saying that they should not be afraid of those they had already defeated, and ordered them to remain calm and line up around the barricades. But even this stress-resistant girl was frightened by what she saw, because the sight was, to put it mildly, terrifying. Before them stood a wolf that was larger than any animal they had ever seen before. It seemed unreal. This creature was called Red Fang, and its real name was Keneal. Everyone opened their mouths in horror and began to scream that the monster boss himself was before them. But that was not all. From the opposite side ran an equally large boar called Redhorn, or Pag. In addition to these two, a third boss appeared, called Red Claw, or Yashak. Looking at the huge number of monsters, the people's confidence gradually faded, because they did not feel strong enough to cope with all this. It seemed pointless to resist such a large number of enemies, and death began to seem more and more like a relief. The players were in despair, asking their leader what to do, but So A herself did not know what was best. For the first time in a long time, she felt weak and truly helpless, because she saw no way out of their situation. Her hands trembled with fear, and she remembered Seon's words about her blows lacking power. Now everything seemed even more critical to her, because she had begun to doubt her own abilities. But she was not alone in these circumstances. Sewon had decided to give his all in this battle for a reason. He clearly did not want to lose people in this battle. Thanks to his intense cardio training, the guy's technique had gotten stronger, so his first opponent was soon screaming in pain. His strike was precise and hit exactly where it needed to, the sword cutting through tough flesh and causing the boss to bleed profusely. The red wolves who watched this slaughter were extremely frightened by what they saw of the enemy's strength, and the effect of the armor and cloak that Sewon wore only reinforced this effect. Without turning his head, he addressed So-A and Han Choril, telling them not to interfere in his battle. He wanted to test his strength and show everyone what he was capable of, and he also wanted to avoid the casualties that could result if people got involved in the fight. The boys were surprised and even a little upset, because they also wanted to contribute to the victory and were preparing to fight back. But Siwoo didn't care. He activated his power and made it clear that he was not going to listen to any objections. Now was not the time for them. The Black Tower's skill helped strengthen the chain lightning technique. When the power struck the wolf, it howled once more and began to convulse, seemingly about to breathe its last breath. Looking at the monster that had previously seemed so terrifying to him, the one who exterminated people without much effort, the guy asked himself only one question. He wondered if this creature had always been so weak and vulnerable, because now Sewon fearlessly directed his magic at it without thinking that he himself might suffer. It seemed that it was not the beast that had become weaker, but our hero who now possessed a power that had to be reckoned with. The guy's behavior angered Keneal, the Red Fang, so much that he went into berserk mode. The beast was so enraged that the ground around him was literally burning. He was an elemental force, a fire that could burn everything in its path. Noticing the monster's behavior, memories flashed through the young man's mind, and he remembered that before the regression, a similar attack had destroyed the camp with just one blow. Now everything was different. Sewon knew all the monster's moves and skills, which meant he had the advantage. The creature desperately snapped its teeth and tried to reach its prey, but at the moment, all was in vain. The boy knew how to make the enemy's jaws close on his sword instead of his neck. He used the enemy's momentum against it, which helped him conserve his own energy. Remembering the past, Sewon clearly understood the wolf's behavior in battle and knew how to repel its attacks. He had to act quickly and decisively, but our hero coped perfectly with the task at hand and knew that he would soon be the victor. His body moved so fast that it looked like a shadow moving around the boss. But it was not a shadow, but a warrior who knew exactly what to do. So he jumped on the enemy without hesitation and pierced his head with his sword. The system announced that Red Fang had been defeated, and for winning alone, he was awarded extra points and the legendary Fang of Canilla. It felt a little strange to Sewon to realize that he had just defeated the one who had previously evoked animalistic fear within him. Activating his power, he absorbed the fang and the very essence of this monster, thereby increasing his stats. The fear among the monsters grew so much that they began to retreat, feeling an incredible threat. The beasts were disoriented by the death of their leader. People saw the most ferocious creatures running away, and to be honest, were quietly glad that Siwon was on their side and not against them. Deciding that the guys could take care of the frightened wolves themselves, our hero decided it was time to deal with the next boss. It was a creature that could only be defeated with a tremendous amount of effort, both physical and magical. The huge boar ran straight at the people, sensing their fear and feeding on it, feeling like the true master of their lives. But Han Chul was already waiting for him, having decided to disobey Sewon and engage in a battle with the boss that he might not win. At first, Sewon was angry, but then he smiled at his comrade's courage, for he was ready to face this giant creature head-on, using only his strength. Pag, also known as Redhorn, used the power of an earthquake to intimidate and disorient his opponents. But this had no effect on Han Chul, who was already rushing at the enemy, swinging his fists. His courage amazed everyone who saw him. His fist struck with such force that it caused the ground to crack and rocks to crumble. As it turned out, Han Chul managed to neutralize the earthquake with his blow, adapting well to the power of the Agaras constellation, which had taken an interest in him. Approaching the brave man, our hero asked him if he remembered the first technique of Chinju Yon's fist, to which he replied that he could only handle the first form. Putting his hand on the hilt of his sword, Sewon said that in that case, the brown-eyed man could follow him. Swinging his arm, the guy decided to take action and attack the enemy, as he had just gotten close enough to him. This action greatly angered the boar, and it was in pain, so it began to shake its head desperately to get rid of the unpleasant sensations. Sewon's magical power was already at its peak, and his internal energy enhanced the Kanzi fist technique, making him even more powerful. His fist slammed into the enemy's body with all his might. The beast screamed and tried to escape, but to no avail. One of its fangs was damaged so badly that it fell out, and while the monster was disoriented, the guy struck again. The brown-eyed daredevil's work impressed the old man on the crocodile constellation, so it willingly gave its warrior the power of earthquake. This immediately strengthened Han Chul, who was already prepared to do anything to achieve victory. The guy felt a surge of strength and energy inside him, which gave him new resources for attacking, and he couldn't help but take advantage of it. So soon the creature screamed again. This time the pain became even more all-consuming, and it was clear how much it was suffering. Soon another boss fell to the ground and was completely defeated by those he considered much weaker than himself. The system reported that the Redhorn, Pag, had fallen, and the guys were moving toward victory faster and faster. Han Chul was in shock. He himself did not expect to have such power within him. He was surprised and even a little scared. Standing in front of the defeated enemy's body, the boy read with surprise the messages that his personal achievements had increased, and that Pag's heart was now in his inventory. Looking at his hands, he wondered if this was what the real power that now lived inside him looked like. Smiling, Sewon said that this was the true power that Han Chul possessed, and now he had to fully reveal it in order to learn how to use it without the constellation. Now the brown-eyed man understood that his future was in his hands, and that it was up to him alone whether he could achieve more. Meanwhile, Siwon absorbed Paga and absorbed its nutrients, increasing his personal characteristics. So the Hungry Prince constellation happily feasted on the tender meat. After that, the guy turned and looked at his companion, who had already defeated another bull. At first, he wanted to ask if he could handle the rest of the monsters, but the answer was obvious. He liked that he now had someone he could rely on, which gave Sewon more freedom. But the trial was not over yet, so they had to move on and look for the final boss, whose destruction would guarantee victory. Meanwhile, So-A tried to calm the people, who were in a panic when they realized the power of the creatures they had to face. The girl fought desperately against the monkeys, shouting that the wounded should immediately retreat behind the barricade. Looking at the young beauty who was playing the role of leader so wonderfully, our hero thought that she was even better than he could have imagined, perhaps revealing her talent along with the power of the constellation. He was distracted from these thoughts by Jean-Pil, who grabbed a bunch of bananas and attracted the monster's attention by running around in circles, shouting loudly. At first, Sewon didn't believe that his blonde friend had done this of his own accord, But when he turned his head, he was convinced that he had understood correctly. Now John Pill was moving even faster and more confidently, seeming to enjoy being useful and enthusiastically doing what he thought was necessary. The donkey head constellation was simply delighted with the guy's actions, literally rolling on the ground with laughter. Our hero wondered why the blonde man had suddenly decided to run around and annoy all the monkeys, since he had previously been reluctant to do such work. It soon became clear that he was not just running, but testing the vigilance of his opponents and looking for those from whom he could take weapons. Finding gaps in the defenses of some individuals, he took what they used as weapons. It seemed that Jean Pill had mastered the skill of thievery, an ability given to him by the demon Velafor, and could now easily steal the Red Monkey's equipment. In any case, this was very good for the whole camp, as such actions greatly distracted the enemies. At one point, another monkey ran forward. It was larger than the others, and its body was protected by shining armor. The monster was able to destroy the barricade. Seeing this, Soe shouted that she would deal with this creature herself. She was about to rush into battle, but Sewon stopped her abruptly. The girl was surprised by his presence and asked why he was there and what had happened to the other places. The guy said that he had already taken care of everything else, so she could relax and focus on destroying this guy. Soe's eyes lit up. She clearly wanted to start fighting the monsters. As a true warrior, she couldn't wait to dive into battle. But she wasn't alone. The monkey also felt a thirst for blood and wanted to destroy its future victims as soon as possible. The guys ran towards the enemy, feeling a rush of adrenaline inside them, pushing them to move even faster. Soe struck first, and it was an impressive blow. But the boss was not the strongest among his kind for nothing, as he was able to repel the attack and remain unharmed. For someone wielding two swords, the monster with a shield was a formidable opponent. But as Sewon noticed, she was handling the challenge quite well. Sewon preferred not to interfere for the time being. He watched the beauty and couldn't help but notice how her strength and skills had increased. It was impossible not to enjoy Soe's movements. It seemed as if the sword was an extension of her arm, for she wielded it so precisely that one could only admire her. However, there were moments that slightly marred the picture, such as problems with her feet. If you look closely, you could see that she seemed to lack a point of support. And then there was her speed, because her legs simply couldn't keep up with her skill. Our hero immediately noticed this and asked the young lady to follow in his footsteps. She was surprised that he wanted her to do it now, but the guy believed that the fastest way to learn was in real combat. Opening the repository of greed, the young man extracted a skill called Camilla's Double Sword Mastery. This skill was unique, literally one of only 5 in existence, allowing him to move his feet as fast as possible. It seemed as if the legs became so light that they moved like a leaf caught in a hurricane. Se-un could only hope that the girl would be able to keep up with his pace, because it was more difficult than it might seem at first glance. As expected, So-ah opened her mouth in surprise, unable to believe that anyone was capable of such movements, because it was impossible to catch his feet as they moved. Meanwhile, Sewon did not stop. It seemed that he was only gaining speed to deliver a powerful blow that could kill the enemy. Taking up a comfortable position, our hero did not hesitate and immediately launched an attack that took his opponent by surprise. His blow was aimed at several places at once, which literally paralyzed the monkey on the spot. After landing, the boy assessed the result of his actions and realized that he had done quite well. All this time, So-a was closely watching every subtle movement of her comrade, trying to remember everything so she could repeat it later. Without thinking twice, she rushed into battle. She was scared, but it was incredibly interesting to see if she could move in exactly the same way. The guy didn't wait for her to get closer to them. He delivered one blow after another, showing no mercy to the monster that hoped to kill them all. When Soe joined him, he smiled and said that she was doing very well. Ignoring the praise, the young warrior said that they should move even faster. She was right, they really needed to hurry, because the boss was in an extremely vicious state and was clearly going to attack with even greater enthusiasm. However, his aggression clouded his mind a little and caused him to lose his vigilance, so the enemy managed to wound his body. Feeling intense pain, the creature screamed so loudly that its shriek could be heard on the other side of the forest. The shield fell from the monkey's clutching hands, and now she stood completely defenseless and wounded. Her enemies could not help but take advantage of her weakness. Noticing the boss's weakness, our heroes immediately rushed forward to strike and finally win this battle. Their blows rained down on the monster with such force that it couldn't even resist. It seemed to be in the process of accepting that death was breathing down its neck. The guys worked so quickly and precisely that one could only marvel at their excellent work, which was done without a single mistake. Soon, what they had been striving for happened. The system announced that the renowned monster, Red Claw Yashak, had been defeated. The guys' personal merits were increased, and they also got Yashak's sword. After the other monkeys learned that their boss had been defeated, they began to look at each other in fear and back away, intimidated by what might happen next. Soe couldn't believe that they had actually managed to do it, because it showed how strong and dangerous they had become. The players were notified that they had successfully passed the 10th wave of adaptation and completed the first chapter of training. Looking at these messages, the girl felt relieved, but at the same time, she understood that more difficult trials awaited them. Han Chal thought much the same, preferring to remain vigilant even when everyone else thought it was safe to relax. The red-haired sisters laughed and cried with happiness, wanting to shout that the damn war was finally over and they had emerged victorious. Only Se-woon understood that it was still too early to celebrate, because real troubles awaited them further on, and it would only be a matter of time. System windows appeared in front of the players' faces, and what they saw there made them very happy. Everyone carefully studied the information, not wanting to miss even the smallest detail. At one point, Soe couldn't believe what she was reading, so she decided to ask Se-woon if she had understood everything correctly. He closed his eyes wearily and said quietly that everything was exactly as written on the screen. Now the second chapter of training began. The players had to reach their destination by traveling across the plains, and they were given 168 hours to do so. When people heard that they had to leave this place, they were indignant and said that they had barely gotten used to it. CO1 knew that the first chapter was designed to help the players adapt to survival in the wild, and they had done a brilliant job of it. It was only natural that the players felt uncomfortable about leaving the environment they had adapted to, so their leader tried to calm them down. The red-haired girls were the most optimistic of all, so they immediately thought that they would be able to find a village and settle there. They began to cheerfully discuss how, as soon as they found a place that resembled traces of civilization, they would immediately take a bath, and even monsters would not be able to stop them. Their smiles and obvious self-confidence helped the others feel more comfortable, because it seemed that nothing terrible had happened. The others began to agree with them and say that if they had dealt with all the monsters, then nothing else would be a problem for them. Seo-un was even a little surprised that the twins were able to cheer up the desperate players so quickly, which definitely played into his hands. These two girls were the embodiment of optimism. They could warm even those who were used to living in gloomy darkness with their light. They were like rays of light that helped to quell the panic that was growing in people's hearts. The aftermath of the 10th wave was quickly dealt with, the wounded were helped, and the destruction was minimized. But in some places, you could still see a huge number of dead monsters, whose bodies were doomed to rest in this place forever. People had already gotten used to living in such conditions, using the meat of the slain animals for food and giving the skins to Changsok. There was a lot of work to be done, given the number of monsters caught, but thanks to coordinated efforts, everything was quickly completed. Looking around, our hero realized that before the regression, there were not as many survivors as there were now, which made him happy, but also pointed to a great responsibility. At that time, the atmosphere in the camp was much worse than it was now, so they left the camp unplanned. Now they also had to set off, but for some reason the guy noticed the red-haired twins, who were clearly thinking about and discussing something important. It was not difficult to guess that they clearly did not want to leave the barricade they had built, even though they behaved very bravely in front of everyone. So, Siwon decided to approach them to discuss leaving the camp. But when they saw the one nicknamed the Blood Wolf, the girls immediately stopped talking. The guy disliked this nickname so much that he could barely contain his anger towards Jean-Pil when he heard it. He wanted to punish the blonde guy who decided to call him that. This title was not just a nickname, because when a player's achievements reached a certain mark, the system recognized him as part of the legend. That was what a real title was. It had a direct impact on the player's path and was incredibly significant. Some players tried to create their own legend for the title, but almost no one succeeded in this endeavor. On the contrary, they received shameful titles that they wanted to hide. So now Seo-woon came to the conclusion that his nickname wasn't so bad after all. He was distracted from these thoughts by one of the red-haired twins, who was interested in what had made the guy approach them and interrupt their conversation. For a moment, the young man was at a loss and seemed completely unsure of how to answer the question. He raised his finger and seemed to ask for a second. Looking around, Siwon quietly gave thanks for the moment when their optimism had helped calm the people in the camp. It had been worth it. These words surprised the girls so much that they didn't even know how to respond. For a few moments, they just stared at the person who had spoken them. But then they exchanged glances and smiled sweetly, realizing that they had been literally thanked for being who they were. Smiling, the girls decided to joke, saying that they did it in gratitude for Siwon helping them cut down the trees from which the barricades were built. Suddenly, our hero felt a sharp wave of fatigue, so he decided to end the conversation. But before doing so, he asked if the sisters needed any help. While one of them was deep in thought, the other blurted out that she had something on her mind, so she might as well say it now. When it started to get dark, the sisters decided to take the guy to the other end of the camp to show him something. There in an open area lay some bags that looked quite creepy. At first, the guy couldn't even guess what they were for. Then he suggested that they could be used to store corpses, to which the red-haired girl replied that they were sleeping bags made from monster skins. Siwon couldn't imagine that the camp members slept in them because he kept his distance from everyone else and therefore didn't know many of the intricacies of life in this society. But he also understood that if he let people get too close to him, he would cease to be objective. Turning to the sisters, the hero asked why they were showing him all this. The girls explained that the bags were not all of their inventory, as they would have to carry equipment, emergency rations, and many other small items. They considered making a cart because it was impossible to carry everything on their backs, but they all understood perfectly well that if they pulled a cart, it would slow them down considerably. After thinking for a moment, the young man suggested that the girls build a cart. They were surprised and asked how they would be able to pull it. Smiling broadly, the guy said that he had thought of a way that could help them in this difficult task. Thinking it over, Siwon realized that there were only two ways to carry out his plan. The first was to tame the monster, but there were no living creatures left. So the only option left was the second one, and in order to bring it to life, he had to open the Vault of Greed. From it, he took an ability called Awakening of the Undead, so one could only guess what our hero would do next. It wasn't hard to guess. He used a spell from the necromancers of the Black Tower, which infused mana into bones and resurrected the dead. So very soon, skeletons of monsters appeared before the guy, ready to serve his will and fulfill his wishes. Un himself was surprised by the power of this ability, so he had to make an effort to order the dead creatures to stand on their bony legs. They immediately obeyed his will and rose, making strange sounds. These dead creatures were very obedient. Noticing these otherworldly creatures, people were very frightened because they had never seen anything like this before and thought that new monsters had awakened. What was especially frightening was that the eyes of the dead burned with an eerie otherworldly fire that terrified everyone around them. Un stood in front of the one he had managed to awaken and could not believe that his powers were truly capable of this. It was something fantastic. He turned to his companions and told them not to worry, because these creatures were under his control and posed no danger. Everyone was surprised by So-A's request, who showed such courage that she asked to touch the dead creature to prove that it was safe to be near it. It was scary, but the girl gritted her teeth and moved closer, carefully touching the monster. Her hand was shaking, but when nothing happened and the creature did not attack her, she felt relieved. Now she moved her hand more freely over the smooth bones, convincing herself and others that they were in no danger. The twins jumped up to her and began to chirp excitedly about how these animals resembled pets, and now they would have someone to take care of. Now the three of them touched the smooth bones and marveled at how amazing these creatures were. The skeletons obeyed only the commands of their master, so all their movements were at Seon's will. As the whole camp watched the girls pet the monsters, the mood clearly improved, and now there was no tension in the air. Finally, night fell, and for the first time in a long time, Siwon was able to truly relax. Only now did he realize how tired he was, both physically and mentally. He rested in the sleeping bag that the sisters had made, and it was hard not to notice that their work was simply amazing. Before closing his eyes, the young man saw a message saying that the hungry prince was satisfied with the hearty dinner that Siwon had prepared for him. The boy thought to himself that now the constellation would have to refrain a little since he had eaten so well. His head was filled with hundreds of thoughts about the past and the losses they had suffered, But he had to leave that behind and move on, starting the second chapter of his training. He needed to focus on what lay ahead, so turning on his side, Sewon decided to take advantage of this moment of peace and rest properly. He understood that if he missed this chance that fate had given him, it would be almost impossible to return. No sooner had the boy closed his eyes and begun to fall asleep than he was awakened by a light feather that landed right on his head. It was a small greeting from the bow and crow, who had decided to point out his favorite. After that, the boy saw the image of a strange creature staring at him. Everything seemed so strange that one might think it was a dream. But no, soon the creature pointed to our hero's sword and began to eagerly call him to action. For a while, Seo-woon couldn't understand what was going on, until the system informed him that the constellation wanted him to sacrifice his sword. Also, the bowed raven warned that if he disobeyed, he would be denied access to the treasure vault. Now the constellation waited to see what the one he had chosen would do, because a lot depended on his decision. Meeting the strange creature's gaze, Seo-woon defiantly said that it could try to take away what belonged to him. Using Mammon's power, the guy realized something very important, and it was this that helped him get out of the situation. He used to think that the vault was something the constellation allowed him to use out of curiosity, but that was not the case at all, and these words made Raven tremble with irritation. After all, he didn't want Seon to guess that the power he used was separate from his real vault. But the guy already knew that very well. No, he hadn't deprived him of access to the repository. It was just that, at the moment, Raven himself couldn't reach all that power. It turned out that the power possessed by our hero came from Mammon's repository before the regression, so now the physical form of the repository was lost, and only its inner power remained. So Mammon's current threats posed no danger, and realizing that Seon knew everything, Raven spread his wings menacingly. However, our hero clarified that he understood perfectly well that angering the constellation would be digging his own grave, so he did not say that he would not give him what he wanted. The sword Durandal was the most powerful weapon the guy had at the moment, so he offered to cooperate in order to create a copy of it. This proposal was not made without reason. Seon knew that Mammon had the ability to copy objects, and most of the treasures in his vault were replicas. The bowed raven nodded approvingly, thinking that it wouldn't be so bad to add another copy to his outstanding collection. But our hero was not stupid, so he wanted something in return. He looked into the constellation's eyes and politely asked him to grant access to his true treasury, which was currently inaccessible to Seon. The bowed raven frowned, his face instantly becoming so frightening that it sent shivers down one's spine. The guy was persistent. He understood that with his current abilities, he could only borrow the power of the treasures. Realizing the essence of his disadvantageous position, the raven began to look around awkwardly, clearly angry that some person was asking him for access to the treasures that were right at the entrance. The constellation thought about what exactly was at the very beginning of his treasury and whether he could allow Seon to use it. In the past, the young man had already been there and knew how it was arranged. Mammon kept all the rarest and most valuable items in the deepest part of his dungeon, which meant that the lowest grade treasures were at the entrance. Our hero's offer was accepted because if a copy of Durandal was at stake, the deal was very good indeed. The creature quickly realized this, and his eyes lit up with a sly gleam that hinted at possible trouble. Our hero understood this too, so he decided that he needed to protect himself with a contract. He slashed his arm with his sword, making it clear that blood would seal their agreement. The raven did the same, and drops of his blood began to drip onto the sword, indicating that he fully accepted the offer. Thus, the contract was concluded, and Sewon finally gained access to part of Mammon's vault. Contracts signed in blood were the most reliable, so Raven also got what he wanted. Seo-yoon gave what was required of him, and could only hope that he would get more and come out ahead after this agreement. But the determination in his eyes showed that he did not regret what he had done in the slightest. After all, he had the opportunity to get what he wanted so badly, so the price didn't matter. Finally, Mammon's vault was open, and now all that remained was to guess what could be found there. The first thing Seon saw were numerous shelves filled with all sorts of stuff. Various jars of liquid sparkled and shimmered in the golden light of the lamps. As expected, it was quite difficult to find equipment, as most of the items at the entrance were just consumables. At one point, his gaze fell on a flask of elven forest dew, a potion imbued with the energy of the world tree. Without thinking twice, our hero grabbed the bottle and quickly drank its contents, ignoring the fact that Raven was staring at him. After drinking it, The guy thought that it wouldn't be superfluous, and his mood improved dramatically when he felt a surge of energy in his body. The system reported that the bowed raven had opened the vault, as agreed, but the owner warned that he would not forgive reckless use. Siwon noticed that although the proposal for Durandal had been accepted, his partner still looked extremely concerned. This brought a slight smile to his face because deep down, the guy was very pleased that such a powerful being feared him. Finally, the guy promised that he would not abuse his power and would only use it in cases of extreme necessity. In the morning, the camp was bustling with activity. The girls managed to quickly build sturdy wooden carts on which to transport equipment. However, the red-haired craftswomen kept arguing about whose product was better, while So-A watched them with a smile, knowing that they were equally good. Our hero began to ask if he could help in any way, but something caught his attention so much that he couldn't hide his surprise. A young man in a white coat was hovering around his lively pets, running his hands over their smooth bones and behaving as if he were studying the creature. This strange scientist was completely unfamiliar, and Seo-eun immediately became wary that he did not remember him from his past life. He assumed that this man had died before his regression, so his memory had simply erased this character. When our hero approached the stranger, he raised his head sharply and apologized for his inattention, because looking at the creatures, his thoughts were completely absorbed by them. Trying to restrain his obvious interest, Seo-eun asked if there was something wrong with the animals. The scientist became embarrassed and said that he was simply fascinated by something so unusual. These words made the young man even more wary. Everything about this man seemed strange, and perhaps even dangerous to him. The young man with glasses was genuinely amazed that even in a world where magic existed, someone could stand without ligaments, tendons, or muscles. He wondered if the black mist could be what connected bones. This phrase greatly surprised Seon, because it seemed that this young man could see mana, and perhaps he even understood related issues. There was also a possibility that the scientist had a talent for dark magic, which made him a very valuable asset. Embarrassed again, the brunette said that his interest was nothing more than a professional habit, and Seo-eun immediately asked if he was a doctor. Smiling, the stranger muttered that he had not yet become one, but was only receiving a master's degree in anatomy, after which his name, Baek-hyun, was revealed. Upon hearing this information, our hero immediately began to analyze and think about where his anatomy skills could be applied. As if sensing these thoughts, Baek-hyun said that, unfortunately, his knowledge was not very useful in this world, as it did not help much with healing or strength. These words made Seo-eun think that this man might know how to use mana and integrate his anatomical knowledge into it. He suddenly wanted to talk to the guy, so he asked him to stay a little longer because this strange scientist had good potential. Despite Baek-hyun's excuses, our hero insisted that he stay, and this sounded especially convincing after he put his hand on the hilt of the blade. Seo-eun abruptly pulled it out of its sheath and drew a straight line on the ground. When Baek-hyun noticed that a strange magic circle had formed around him, he asked in surprise what it all meant. The repository of greed was opened, and the black magic stone, which the magicians of the Black Tower used as a medium, was removed from it. Seo-eun held it tightly in his hands and understood that he had to do what he had planned, because later it might be too late, and the potential of this scientist was too obvious. When the stone touched the ground, it trembled as if it were alive, sinking deeper and deeper into the soil on its own. At some point, the dark surface of the mineral began to take on purple hues, which surrounded it with a strange haze that had powerful energy. Bae-hen immediately noticed that this haze was the same mist he had seen inside the skeleton. After these words, Seon's hand rested on his shoulder. Our hero warned that it might hurt a little now, so it would be better to grit his teeth and endure it. The scientist did not understand anything, as was evident from his eyes. The young man knew perfectly well that the Black Tower's teaching methods included not only creating one's own circle, but also the method of forcibly creating another person's circle. So that's what he decided to do. Yes, such an action caused the scientist incredible pain, but in fact, it was worth it. When his test subject came to his senses a little, Seon warned him that it would be better to keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, his heart might simply not be able to withstand the strain. Baek-hyun clenched his teeth, though it was unclear whether it was from tension or anger. But he clearly did not look very friendly, and he was not yet filled with gratitude towards his new acquaintance. Seo-eun's hands remained on the test subject's shoulders, electric shocks running through them as if they were small lightning bolts. Despite this, the scientist visibly relaxed and allowed his body to resist the pressure. He was uncomfortable, but it was no longer as painful as before. Such a quick reaction showed that the boy definitely had talent, and it would be a real crime not to reveal it. His heart literally beat in time with the force that now hovered in the air, calling on the boy to open himself to this energy and let it flow through his veins. Suddenly, the pain intensified sharply, and Baek Hen screamed. It felt as if someone had squeezed his heart tightly with their palm, and the sensation was, to put it mildly, unpleasant. Anyone with insufficient willpower would have lost consciousness long ago. But the seemingly weak scientist showed remarkable composure. When he was finally able to open his eyes, he saw a dazzlingly bright light that seemed capable of burning everything around him, but the rays only pleasantly warmed his body. The light faded, and Sewon finally exhaled and said with a smile that the boy was a good lad for enduring such pain. Baek Hyun slowly began to come to his senses, the fear in his heart turning into panic, and at one point, it seemed to him that he was simply suffocating from the power that filled him from within. But then he calmed down in an instant. His body became light and now literally hovered above the magic stone, which was located right in the magic circle. Watching the whole process, Seon thought that everything was going even better than he could have imagined, as the scientist very quickly absorbed the mana from the high-grade black stone. Opening his eyes this time, Baek Hen felt fatigue in his body. The pain was gone, replaced by a sense of exhaustion. Fixing his gaze on the young man, our hero thanked him for his hard work, which not everyone could have accomplished. Moving closer to the body of his revived monster, he noticed that every bone was saturated with a purple haze, which was actually mana. Baek Hen looked at his hands and decided to do what came to mind. The idea was unexpected but very interesting. As soon as he brought his hand close to the bones, the purple glow became even brighter, as if it was reaching out to him, letting him know that there was a response to his call. This light filled the bones of the dead animal, and at one point it seemed as if it had breathed life into this creature that had left the world of the living. The scientist behaved like an experienced puppeteer, raising his hands and directing the bones where he thought they should go, with just a couple of light movements. It soon became clear that he was reconstructing the skeleton from an anatomical point of view, fastening the joints with mana and creating muscles. It was slower than Seon's method, but it was much stronger and more reliable. Our hero assumed that this was why the wizards of the Black Tower were examining the corpses. Baek Hen's eyes suddenly changed color and took on a strange purple hue. He stared intently at the dead beast, then told it to rise. The fallen monster's body immediately responded to this command, instantly rising on its bony legs, demonstrating its readiness to obey orders. For a moment, it seemed as if the creature had come back to life, a spark of intelligence flashing in its eyes. But it was only capable of obeying those who had power over its mana. What happened so greatly impressed the scientist that he watched everything with his mouth open, finding it difficult to believe that something like this was actually happening. The young man's power attracted the attention of a constellation named Horse, who trampled death and watched the events with interest. Even he was curious to know where the amazing power of the young man, who was just beginning to reveal his talents, would lead. Sun knew that this constellation was Samigan himself, the fourth-ranked demon lord who possessed necromancy and spiritual arts. It was clear that the constellation could not help but be interested in a person who possessed abilities similar to his own. Moreover, this was the first mage of this camp, so in fact Khan witnessed the birth of a necromancer. However, the young man was seriously frightened by the news that the demon lord was seriously interested in him, and the mere thought of it gave him the creeps. Se-woon, on the other hand, was extremely calm because he knew that if Samanin entered the game, he would no longer need to help Baekhyun. He was very happy that even if he had to leave the camp, someone would continue to make skeletons and the work would not stand still. After some time, Baekhyun realized how much Se-woon had helped him, so he finally expressed his gratitude. It turned out that the scientist was very upset because he felt like he was of no use to the camp. Our hero began to convince him that there was no need to worry about this, because if he managed to attract Samigan's attention, then his potential was high. Smiling, Baekhyun said that he had found a talent in this strange and cruel world that he could not find on Earth, so now he was ready to work hard to develop this power. This attitude greatly impressed Se-woon, but he was still wondering whether he should voice what was on his mind. But to test the young man, he decided to give him a task. The young man was very surprised and began to worry whether he would be able to complete it, and then asked what exactly Se-woon wanted. Instead of answering, our hero opened the vault of greed and took out what he needed. An image of a huge beast that resembled a lion but had some distinctive features, such as wings, longer fangs, and horns, popped into his head. It turned out that he had taken out the corpse of a manticore, a monster with the body of a lion, the fangs of a boar, the horns of a bull, the wings of a bat, and the tail of a scorpion. When the body of this creature appeared out of nowhere and fell right at Baekhyun's feet, the boy was, of course, seriously frightened. Si-woon suggested that the scientists try to raise this dead creature to its feet by the end of the training, and then it would be possible to judge his skill. The boy understood that it would not be easy to make the chimera move. That was exactly how it was, which is why our hero chose this particular creature. The task was not an easy one, but he was betting on this scientist and was confident that he would succeed. The manticore was a rare monster that could only be found on the 40th floor of the Black Tower. If raised, it could become the most powerful force in the camp. While other bone claws trampled the green grass, everyone who witnessed this was greatly surprised. The second chapter of training began, in which they had to reach their destination by traveling across the plains, and they were given just over 151 hours to do so. The people set off on their journey, not knowing when monsters might appear, so it was decided to take turns watching in all directions. Meanwhile, the red-haired sisters continued to argue about whose carriage was faster, as it was important to each of them to be recognized as the best craftsman. Seo-una was already getting annoyed by their constant arguments, because they were both equally good, but he remained silent, because the girls were useful and were growing well in their skills. Meanwhile, Baekhyun studied necromancy under the careful guidance of Samigan. The constellation was amazed by his contractor's extensive knowledge and taught him the basics of black magic. All that remained was to hope that everything would go smoothly from then on and that there would be no monster ambushes on this plane. Despite his successes, our hero was not in the best of spirits. The problem was that he could not remember where exactly the monsters would appear. At such moments, he felt uncomfortable and uncertain because he couldn't come up with a strategy. Deciding that sitting and blaming himself was a bad decision, our hero called over Jean-Pil, who arrived in a minute. He asked his blonde friend to walk around the neighborhood to scout the area and check if there were any monsters hiding nearby. Seo Woo wanted the boy to go a little further ahead, to which he replied with incomprehension, saying that they had already observed the situation from the front. Pointing his finger into the distance, our hero said that the blonde boy should go even further, about a few kilometers, and scout the area there. This order so upset Jong-pil that he reminded him that even though he had fast legs, he was still a human being who could not cover such a distance too quickly. Siwon himself understood that the young man would have to run for several hours without stopping to carry out his order. But that was assuming he had only 2 legs. With these thoughts in mind, he began rummaging through his bag, trying to find something that would help speed up his loyal comrade. Pulling out a large bone, our hero proudly declared that this item should help solve their problem. After that, he focused on his power and began to direct it into the bones. A purple light shone around him, and the bones smoothly flew upward. Soon, these bones formed a complete skeleton of some creature that was ready to fulfill any whim of its master. The eyes of the raised monster lit up, indicating that it was functional. So when Sewon ordered it to rise, it did so without any complaint or resistance. Seeing such an exotic pet, Jong-pil happily asked if it was a gift for him. Rolling his eyes, Sewon replied that it depended on whether he could handle the monster. The fair-haired boy was simply delighted and even promised to name the creature Volcara in honor of the one who had helped him get back on his feet. Without hesitation, the brave boy jumped onto his new pet and set off on his journey, now realizing that he could quickly cover even enormous distances. Volcara rushed so fast that at first Jong-pil was even a little scared, because he did not expect that a pile of bones was capable of such a thing. Watching the boy's silhouette recede into the distance, our hero thought that this venture would either be beneficial or turn into a real nightmare. It was also unclear why the talent of a hunter had awakened in a person like his blonde friend. Jong-pil was truly enjoying this trip. He felt very carefree despite being entrusted with an extremely important task. He was grinning from ear to ear when he ordered Volcara to run even faster, and when she obeyed his command, his inner child literally squealed with joy. It all reminded him of the times before he ended up in this strange universe filled with various dangers. Living on Earth, the guy used to brag about his car, and now he had the same feelings. Smiling, the blonde once again thought that following his brother was the right decision. At one point, John Pill's face contorted with fear, and the donkey-headed scoundrel tried his best to hold back his laughter at what was about to happen. The blonde managed to drive around the obstacle and nothing happened, so he told the constellation that it should stop mocking him. In response, the scoundrel finally decided to show the boy his true form, and as he expected, it threw the young man off balance, as he clearly did not expect to see anything like that. At some point, the monster suddenly froze in place. At first, Cheon Pil didn't understand what was going on, but after listening carefully, he realized that the clearing was too quiet, as if everything had frozen in anticipation of something terrible. Seeing the reason for the stillness around him, the blonde man screamed loudly and abruptly used the skill Hasty Escape. He also tried to hide from those who were waiting for him nearby, hoping to taste human flesh. The monster stood stubbornly in place and did not intend to move anywhere, which frightened Chong Pil even more, because a feeling of hopelessness began to grow inside him, especially when he saw green-skinned creatures whose bodies resembled humans approaching him. There were so many goblins that the blonde man simply couldn't understand how he could possibly fight them off. His former cheerfulness vanished in an instant, replaced by anxiety and an all-consuming animal fear of the inevitable. Fighting was pointless, so Cheon Pil used very hasty escape and mentally prayed that Volchar would finally move and take him as far away from the goblins as possible. This made the donkey-headed scoundrel laugh loudly and roll on the ground, clutching his stomach. Unfortunately, the goblins had no intention of letting the boy go. They rushed in pursuit and ran faster than anyone could have imagined, apparently eager to get a bite to eat. Chong Pilyu had never been so scared in his life. It seemed to him that the monsters were about to catch up with him, and he would have to say goodbye to his wonderful life. Fighting back tears, the young man comforted himself with the thought that if he could get to Si-Woon, he would protect him and take care of these creatures. He ran so fast that after a while he began to make out the outlines of the camp and the carts moving towards him. He made it. He reached his comrades. Si-Woon was the first to notice his blonde friend returning to the camp. He was still a decent distance away, but even now you could sense his intense panic. Only a blind person could fail to notice it, for the blonde man's face was literally contorted with fear, and he was screaming so loudly that it sounded like someone had turned on a siren. Seeing this, our hero was naturally surprised, but the only thing he could say to his friend was to ask him to duck down as quickly as possible. Fortunately, John Pil somehow managed to read his lips and understand what was required of him. As soon as the boy did what he had to do, Si-Woon activated his magical power and summoned an all-consuming flame that was supposed to destroy all his enemies. Noticing that the flames were rushing straight at him, the blonde boy screamed even louder and asked if anyone really thought this would help him and not kill him before the goblins did. He didn't even expect the magic to work so precisely and not touch him, while his enemies would gradually turn to ash. Brushing his hands off, the boy smiled contentedly and said that there was no better method for fighting numerous enemies than good old fire. When So-A realized what was happening, she immediately ordered her people to hide behind the carts so as not to become accidental victims of the carnage. Han Chol watched the events unfold closely and thought about the best methods to use to not only win, but also to improve his skills. At one point, they all noticed that something resembling arrows was flying straight at them, so they had to find cover urgently. The red-haired sisters managed to quickly hide behind a cart, as ordered. They were very frightened by the unexpected attack and did not immediately understand what was happening. Looking around, our hero realized that no one was hurt. Then he called So-A and Han Choryol over and asked them to follow him. Looking back, the girl immediately complied with the request, because she understood that Si-Woon could come up with some kind of reasonable strategy. Han Chol was less pleased with being told what to do, but despite this, he did what was required of him. Opening the repository of greed, the guy decided it was time to get some suitable skill from there. In his arsenal, he had a wide shield that could cover the guys with a kind of cocoon and protect them from enemy arrows, which couldn't break through the defense. But even seeing that the humans had set up defenses, the goblins did not stop trying to attack them and break through to the other players. Our hero was not the kind of person who would just stand and wait to be attacked. He followed the principles of the Black Tower and strengthened the power of chain lightning. Han Chol, in turn, also decided to try out his new power, so he used a skill called Open War. Following them, So-A also showed her power activating her magical power and using a skill called First Leg of the Tarantula. All these powers combined had a very good effect, throwing back the vile green monsters and not allowing them to even approach the barrier. The guys who were ready to go into battle froze abruptly, unable to believe that the people walking beside them possessed such incredible abilities. But they quickly came to their senses and decided that now was not the time to be surprised, because they had to help the others. They couldn't just take everything upon themselves. This enthusiasm quickly spread to other members of the camp, who began to rush into battle and destroy the enemies. After a while, the goblins realized that they were in serious danger, and that it was coming from people they had considered nothing more than minor annoyances. Even Seo-woon noticed that the camp members had become more active in battle, each fighting and wanting to protect themselves and others. But the humans had another advantage in the form of a revived monster that was now helping to destroy the goblins. All this was possible thanks to the efforts of Baek-hyun, who was already straining himself, and one could only imagine what would happen when the manticore appeared. Noticing the huge monster, which was literally a skeleton, the green-skinned creatures were seriously frightened and began to run away, forgetting why they had come. Less than half an hour later, all the members of the battle saw the long-awaited message that the goblin ambush had failed. So A was incredibly pleased that the monsters had left them alone. The guys wanted to give chase, but she was against it because it was dangerous without regrouping. Carefully observing the enemies, Siwoon realized that if they had decided to flee, it meant they had somewhere to run to, which meant they had some kind of base, so perhaps there was a hidden treasure. Calling the girl over, our hero told her that she should supervise the regrouping and that they didn't need to worry about him. When So-ae asked where he was going, the boy smiled and said he wanted to go and follow those goblins. But before leaving, he noticed his loyal friend, Jung-pil, who, to put it mildly, was not feeling very well and could barely stand on his feet. The blonde noticed that someone was handing him a bottle with a strange greenish liquid that shimmered in the sun. It was Se-woon, who praised his friend for doing an excellent job and said he could now count on a well-deserved reward. The fact that he was given a potion that helped restore his strength made the guy so happy that he was once again convinced that he could always count on Se-woon and his help. After that, the guy set off, trying to keep his distance from the goblins and hide in the shadows of the trees so that they would not find him. He followed them for a long time and realized that their base must be somewhere deep in the forest. Judging by the size of the group that had attacked them earlier, it could be concluded that there were at least 1,000 goblins at the base. Se-woon hid and began to think about what to do. Should he just attack first and try to burn down the forest to lure out all the creatures? Looking at the white birds circling peacefully above the forest, the young man realized that he didn't really want to do that. But these creatures had to be killed somehow, which meant that even the most unpleasant solutions could be used, which could well harm not only the monsters. It seemed that the green-skinned creatures suspected something because they began to behave more cautiously and looked around more often, watching for those who might be following them. As it happened, at some point, the monster's intuition helped them discover who was following them and literally breathing down their necks. However, she did not save the life of the one who was closest to Seon. The poor fellow was the first to die, and no one could help him. Noticing that someone had killed his comrade, one of the goblins became seriously frightened. At that moment, a man's voice rang out from behind, calling on the monster to calm down because he would soon see the deceased. After these words, he instantly jumped on the goblin from behind and pierced him with his sword. The goblin did not even have time to growl, only letting out his last breath. For his attack, Seon used the hidden technique of Kurkle, which gave him a certain degree of invisibility, once used by the legendary killer who instilled fear in people's hearts. Now fear was also present within the goblins, who fell one after another at the hands of our hero. The guy looked around carefully to understand how many enemies he was dealing with, because it was necessary to understand how to proceed. After that, he decided to change his location so that it would not be so easy to reveal him. The answer was not long in coming, and soon he understood everything he wanted to know, because loud noises from the forest were getting closer and closer. The source of these sounds was, of course, goblins, who were moving in a fairly large group and were armed to the teeth. Our hero hid among the trees and the enemies were unable to locate him. He decided that at this stage, the role of an observer would be the most appropriate. After all, while these monsters were busy searching for the killer, he was able to find a hidden dungeon called the Village of Cunning Goblins. The system reported that this was an outstanding achievement, which earned the guy a whopping 2,000 points as a reward. After examining the village, Se-wung was surprised to note that the goblins had set up their living space very well. Everything was done intelligently, and the luxurious hut probably belonged to the chief. Somewhere on the territory there must have been a warehouse. The goblins must have been in a panic because a large number of their kin had died. But there was one gruesome discovery in the village that sent a chill down his spine. In the very center of it stood a cage from which came the sounds of human screams and pleas for help. The captives cried desperately and prayed for higher powers to send them salvation. But in reality, almost no one believed that it was possible to escape from this cage. Noticing this scene, Seo-un immediately assumed that these unfortunate people's training had begun right here. He felt very sorry for these poor people, but he understood that saving them would be suicide, because if he made even one wrong move, they would all be wiped off the face of the earth. The entrance to the main hut was, of course, guarded by a goblin warrior who took his post with great responsibility and looked around attentively. However, no matter how attentive he was, it did not help him notice the shadow that was moving imperceptibly and getting closer and closer to him. The monster realized too late that something was wrong, and when it became obvious, he opened his mouth in horror, hoping to shout to his brothers, but it didn't help. Our hero acted lightning fast, killing the creature so quickly that it didn't even have time to squeak, let alone call for help. After that, the guy devoured the monster's body, but the hungry prince was dissatisfied because it lacked both taste and quantity. The young man asked the constellation to be patient, because this action provided him with the perfect cover, even though it didn't seem too obvious. Soon the guy noticed something that made his eyes sparkle with greed, and hope appeared in them that the situation might turn out to be more favorable. It turned out that he had stumbled upon a warehouse where a large variety of weapons were stored, including axes, spears, bows and arrows, and of course, various types of armor. Upon entering, our hero realized that there were many decent weapons that could be put to good use. But the hungry prince was disappointed that there was no food to be found. Activating his power, the boy finally decided to open Mammon's vault. He took out a small bag and said with a smile that he wanted to take absolutely everything. He seemed confident that all the weapons would fit inside it. He was right to think so, because he took out a bag with a space that could hold as much as a small warehouse. It was quite difficult to obtain weapons of such quality during training, so he had to take advantage of this opportunity. As he began to put the weapons inside, our hero realized that this storage space was a mini version of Mammon's treasure vault, and it was even bigger than he had expected. The crouching raven frowned discontentedly upon hearing this comparison, but Seon hastened to add that the bag was only a poor version of his storage space. Soon the boy's attention was drawn to a strange wooden chest that seemed out of place among the weapons, and he immediately became interested in what was inside. Opening the wooden box, Se-wun discovered beautiful glowing balls inside, which were mana stones. They looked like very large pearls that shimmered in the sun, and the find was incredibly useful. Turning the stone in his hands, the boy realized that a brilliant plan was beginning to form in his head, one that would help him deal with the goblins. Meanwhile, one of the chief goblins decided to teach his unlucky soldiers a lesson for failing to eliminate the threat and proving themselves useless. This was the goblin chieftain, whose name was Kokongak, and he was extremely angry that his servants had still not been able to find the intruder. For this, he decided to punish the useless monsters who were unable to carry out his orders and ensure peace and safety in the village. The beaten creatures quickly ran to the exit to avoid getting even more bruises, and the chief shouted after them that they should bring the boy to him, and he also demanded some kind of person for dinner. Anticipating a hearty snack, the chief thought only that his subordinates had gotten completely out of hand and their level could no longer guarantee safety. His thoughts were confirmed by a male voice coming from right behind the chief goblin's back. It was Se-un, who had once again gone unnoticed. Genuine fear was reflected in the chief's eyes because, until that moment, no one had ever been able to enter his dwelling unnoticed. But that had changed because Se-un had not only gotten inside, he had complete freedom of action in relation to the chief, and he intended to take full advantage of it. So, without hesitation, our hero attacked. His speed and agility were impressive and left his opponent no chance of survival. The enemy's sword wounded the goblin right in the neck, releasing a huge amount of bloody spray, which caused the monster to freeze in fear. Stepping aside to avoid getting dirty, Seon said that he had no time to explain his actions to the enemy. The goblin was interested in only one thing: how some kid could get so close to him without being noticed. It seemed impossible to him. In turn, our hero asked if he was really standing in front of a famous monster, because the leader's reflexes were pretty quick. Grinning in response, the chief goblin realized that the man standing before him was extremely dangerous, as he had cut his throat without hesitation. So instead of engaging in combat, the chief began to scream like a small child, trying to attract the attention of his guards and call them to his aid. Snapping his fingers, Seowon smiled slyly and said that it was too late and that it was unlikely that anyone would come here to save the leader. This information not only frightened the goblin, it threw him into a state of panic and deprived him of the ability to think clearly. And when everything around him began to explode, the leader decided that nothing in this world could save him anymore, and he was not far from the truth. The village turned into a living hell, filled with all-consuming fire that spared no one. When the leader saw this through a broken window, he couldn't hold back a scream of horror, because it was difficult to accept what had happened to his village. Seon was helped in carrying out his plan by mana stones, which were literally or saturated with mana and could be used in various ways. One of the most powerful ways was to turn them into bombs, and our hero took advantage of this property. He enchanted the stones and placed them throughout the village, which led to total destruction. Listening to this story, the chief could only grit his teeth in anger. He considered his village impregnable, but some boy was able to destroy it. Anger overwhelmed the monster, so he mindlessly rushed at the man, hoping to kill him and take revenge for destroying the place he had built his entire life. Seo-un had expected such an attack, so he reacted quickly and parried the blow, managing to wound his opponent again and draw blood. But the goblin was not going to give up. It was not for nothing that they say a cornered beast is the most dangerous, because the monster attacked with such force that our hero could not help but be amazed. Soon the fight came to an end, and Chief Ko Kong-nak fell to the ground, his life ending right in the room from which he ruled his domain. Since the young man managed to defeat the famous monster, his personal merit points increased significantly. The system also reported that, in addition to this, he had received Ko Kong-nak's spiked bat, only it was more fragile than one might think. Smiling, the young man remembered that according to the rules, he had to defeat 1,000 goblins at the main gate of the dungeon. The fire helped him a lot, so soon the system sent a message that our hero had flawlessly completed the hidden dungeon called the Village of Cunning Goblins. Thanks to this, an outstanding achievement was obtained, and as a reward for it, many personal merit points were credited to Seon's account. Anticipating a hearty and delicious meal, the hungry prince looked at the young man with bright, sparkling eyes full of hope and expectation. Not wanting to keep the constellation waiting too long, the young man devoured the monster's bodies, increasing his agility and intelligence by several points. The system also informed the hero that a small amount of internal energy and mana had been absorbed into the dantian in the circle. The hungry prince was very pleased with what was happening. He looked at the well-prepared huge dish and wanted more. Seon realized that the well-cooked dish referred to the entire village, which the constellation hinted at devouring. There were more than 1,000 goblins, and the young man understood that if he used his gluttony power on each of them, it would never end. Taking pity on the young man who was racking his brains over what to do, the hungry prince strengthened his gluttony and raised it by one level. Now his gluttony allowed him to devour many corpses at once and get more nutrients for it. Seonu really liked the fact that he could absorb nutrients in larger quantities. This option was just perfect for him. So now with his new power, he easily devoured the entire village of cunning goblins and fed his insatiable master. When the fangs of gluttony descended on the village, chaos ensued, for Seon could not have imagined that he would ever witness such power. It seemed as if the huge mouth was devouring what was left of the still-burning village, everything disappearing, buildings, corpses, even the trees that grew around the perimeter. Our hero could only watch all this with his mouth open and think how lucky he was to be on the same team as the hungry prince, because he did not want to become enemies with such a creature. But despite his fear, the young man was attracted to this power, and at times he forgot what a powerful creature he was dealing with, because sometimes it behaved like a hungry child. In the end, the guy devoured more than 2,000 goblins, and his personal characteristics increased by 10 points. In addition, a huge amount of internal energy and mana was absorbed, and Seon felt as if a real fire was burning inside him. Power literally flowed out of him. It was everywhere, inside his body, flowing through his veins along with his blood and filling every cell of his body. Soon, the system reported that the hero had successfully created the third circle of mana using the Black Tower's training methods. This allowed the young man to use third-level magic, and the Black Tower's methods also increased Seon's destructive power. The guy couldn't help but be pleased with the fact that they were only in the second chapter of training, and he was already in the third circle. In addition, he set a tower record and accomplished an impressive feat, for which he received an additional 100,000 points. This stunned the young man. He did not expect his achievements to be valued so highly. Now, numerous constellations associated with magic began to take an interest in him, and the Bode Ravens severed ties with the lower-level constellations. The system reported that the constellation, which was called the Fifth Day, was looking at Seon with a beautiful smile. Opening his mouth in surprise, our hero tried to wrap his head around the fact that this was Freya, the goddess of love and beauty, meaning that he had already received attention from the highest constellation. Usually, such characters only appeared at the end of training and bestowed their attention only on the most highly skilled players. The only thing that was unclear was how the goddess could have joined his company, which already consisted of 2 demons. Suddenly, a message came that Raven had declared that he would not tolerate anyone showing interest in his possessions, but the Fifth Day simply ignored it. This made Raven's feathers quiver with anger, but Freya did not seem concerned, which was good because the boy had no intention of offending the goddess. He understood that in order to prevent the coming war of demons, he needed to befriend the divine beings. The guy was pulled out of his thoughts by the screams of people who had broken free from their prisons and were now free. The rescued people began to approach our hero and thank him for his help, asking him how he managed to deal with the goblins. The people cried and said that they had already accepted the fact that they would die in these cages, but now they had been freed and would never forget the young man's kindness. Seo-on felt awkward hearing these words because he hadn't really cared about the prisoners, but now he began to think about what to do with them and whether to take them with him. Our hero had not planned to save anyone. It had happened by accident, so he did not feel particularly responsible. While he was thinking about this, the rescued man watched him intently and muttered through clenched teeth that he knew what the young man was thinking. He said that none of them were going to hold back the guy who had already done too much for them, and that it wasn't a problem for them to get to their destination on their own. It immediately became clear that this man had taken on the role of leader, so there was no need to worry that this group of people would scatter like a flock of frightened sheep. The self-proclaimed leader looked like a reliable person who inspired confidence in those around him. Seo-won assumed that these were the survivors from the first chapter of training, and he still had no intention of protecting them. However, he said that if people still wanted to follow him, they would have to be more determined than ever. These words made the leader's eyes light up with hope because apparently he wanted to join Sechwoon. In the end, they all set off together. They had to walk for 3 days without stopping to catch up with the rest of the camp. The wagon with equipment and provisions rolled steadily forward, leaving behind the forest and everyone who might be in it. Hunchul carefully made sure that everything was calm in the camp and that no one disturbed the order. Everyone had to do their job. In addition, he worked hard. So A even asked him to take a break, because pulling the cart alone was, to put it mildly, not very easy. The young man said he didn't need help, because this was just training that the old man on the crocodile had arranged for him. Despite these words, it was clear that the young man was making a tremendous effort to stay on his feet. Deciding to distract her friend a little, So A asked if he thought Si-woon would be able to handle the goblins. Nodding his head, the brown-eyed man said that the boy was not weak to begin with and would return even stronger than he was. The girl's eyes reflected sincere admiration. Si-woon already seemed very strong to her, and she didn't understand how that strength could increase even more. Meanwhile, Jung-pil mounted his pet and raced through the forest. For the first time, he was so serious. When So-an noticed the expression on the boy's face, she was frightened, for it expressed concern, fatigue, and genuine anxiety. Finally, the poor guy was able to get up from the resurrected monster, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, he threw up. Healer Han Yul immediately noticed this. She urged people not to panic and said that she would examine the boy right away. She touched his head with her hand, and a soft light burst from her palm, enveloping the patient. It did not burn, but gave off a soothing warmth. A few seconds later, the doctor recoiled from the poor boy in horror, and announced fearfully that John Pil-yu was so ill because his body had been poisoned. These words shocked So-ae. She couldn't understand how this was possible and assumed that it was the work of goblins. But Han-il reported that there were no injuries on the boy's body, which meant that he had inhaled something. But when she smelled the odor coming from the victim, everything fell into place, and the girl was horrified by her own thoughts. Han-il reacted quickly and immediately ordered everyone to wet a cloth and cover their mouths and noses with it, saying that there was poison in the air. These words seriously frightened everyone who heard her order, because no one could have imagined that the situation was so serious. Unfortunately, the doctor's words were soon confirmed. Some people who decided not to obey her began to suffer from severe suffocation, and after a while, foam began to come out of their mouths. The system sent a notification that the bloodied lion was announcing that it was time to make a choice, because there were too many patients. After reading this, Han-il was horrified. She thought she had finally become a real healer, and now she was being forced to choose who would live and who would die. Clutching her trembling hands anxiously, the girl began to think about how much she wanted the man who had once helped the wounded to be with her now. Suddenly, the vault of greed opened, which meant that Si-woon had found a way to help in this situation. A skill called breeze was used, so the girls immediately froze in place when they felt the touch of a light breeze. This spell was used in the Green Tower. It was not very useful in battle and was more often used in everyday life. The red-haired sisters were the first to realize that it was thanks to this wind that it became easier to breathe, which meant that the poisonous fog was dissipating. Continuing to control the breeze, Si-woon quietly said that he could not have imagined that these toxins would spread so far. When the other members of the camp saw the young man, they began to shout excitedly that their leader had finally returned and would now solve all their problems. Even John Pil joyfully raised his head and gave a thumbs up, showing how happy he was that his friend had returned, who could have saved him from suffocating to death. Opening the Vault of Greed once more, our hero took out the antidote, a detoxification spell from the White Tower, which was supposed to neutralize the poison. Although treating poisons was Marbus's specialty, the young man decided it would be much faster if he helped. When he finished helping John Pil, he noticed the joyful voice of So-am, who kept talking about how he had finally returned. He arrived earlier than expected only because Han Chol had left clues that helped him find the group of players. Looking behind the young man, So-a cautiously asked who Si-woon had brought with him, as there was a whole crowd of strangers standing behind him. After this question, the leader of the strangers stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself as Il-jung. The man explained that Si-woon had saved their lives, and now they wanted to follow their savior and join his clan. It was clear that the young man himself was not very happy about all this. He probably understood perfectly well that new people meant new responsibilities. So-a, on the other hand, was more welcoming, surprising everyone, especially Il-jung by extending her hand. She smiled broadly and said she was happy to welcome those who were willing to work hard for the common good, because such people were always valued. The leader of the newcomers was so surprised by this warm welcome that he decided to ask again if they were really being accepted into the camp. Nodding her head, the girl said that if Si-woon had decided to accept them, then they were welcome members of their group, after which she asked the guys to bring clothes for the new arrivals. Everyone began to bustle about and look for clothes made of skins, which had been made in advance and now came in handy. While the others were bustling about, So-a approached our hero and expressed sincere surprise that he had brought people here. He replied that they were strong enough to be useful. After that, the players saw a system notification informing them that they had successfully overcome the poisonous fog challenge and earned 1,000 points each. They continued to complete one task after another, with the poisonous fog test followed by a balance test. After that, the players successfully completed the acid swamp test. Then Han Chol distinguished himself by successfully tracking down a pack of red bears, after which they were all neutralized, and everyone who participated in the trial received 2,000 points. Rewinding all these successful missions in his head, our hero thought only about how, before he returned, he had to risk his life to go through all this. But now everything had changed dramatically. Not only did no one die, but the guys were getting stronger with each battle. Thanks to this, Seon had the opportunity to explore hidden dungeons at any opportunity. Thanks to the guiding crystal, the guy learned their location even before the regression. But even if he found the dungeons, he couldn't conquer them because he didn't have enough strength, but now he could easily handle it on his own. The hungry prince also benefited as his gluttony attacked entire villages and satisfied his insatiable appetite. The mouth of this constellation was so huge that sometimes even Se-woon was horrified by it, wondering how his patron had not yet devoured the entire world. When they destroyed the insect incubator, the hungry prince praised the taste of these creatures' fluids, saying that he liked their bursting texture. Se-woon understood that if things continued as they were, they would reach the fourth circle faster than planned. All these thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice, which put our hero in a state of shock. It was John Pill, who for reasons completely unknown, decided to look for our hero and somehow managed to find him, despite Se-woon's desire to remain undetected. The blonde guy said that he had been scouting and found traces of his good friend, as much as the young man didn't want to admit it, but John Pill had a talent for surveillance. Now the guys were companions, and when the blonde asked if Se-woon had any other plans, he replied that it was time to return to the others. When the system decided to display the rankings again, Jung Pil said that his friend was simply amazing for having accumulated such a huge number of points. The guy said nothing, but thought to himself that it would be strange not to take first place, using all the treasures he had found in Mammon's vault. However, there were some truly exceptional players in the tower, some of whom had become completely different from the very beginning, or had received the power of a powerful constellation from the start. Therefore, it was too early to relax, because there could always be someone stronger than you. Distracted from these thoughts, the hero said that they needed to return as soon as possible, after which Jean Pil offered him a ride on his white wolf. He was now better at controlling the animal, so they had to get to the others as soon as possible. Time passed quite quickly, so the guys managed to pass another test of the Forest of Screams. So A praised the players and said that they needed to take a break to reorganize, and they also needed to check on those who might be injured. She also couldn't help but note the efforts of Il-jung, who had performed very well in this trial. The man said that it was all thanks to the attentiveness of the others. Standing aside, Zawun noticed that the expressions on people's faces had improved significantly, and he assumed that this was due to their increased skills and self-confidence. At one point, his peace was disturbed by someone who approached too quietly and, despite his imposing size, behaved extremely quietly. It was Han Chul, who, with an awkward and slightly irritated expression on his face, said that he would like to ask our hero for a sparring match. Behind him stood So-ah, and closing his eyes, Se-woon thought that teaching someone with such potential would be a pleasure, but now was not the time. The brown-eyed Hulk didn't like this answer so much that he asked indignantly why. The answer was simple. Our hero assumed that they had almost reached their destination. Soon, the system confirmed this thought and reported that the players had indeed reached their destination. This meant that the second chapter of training had been completed, and the players received their well-deserved points. And because the journey had been completed much faster than expected, the system awarded everyone extra points. The players were surprised and delighted that the journey had not been as difficult as they had expected. Only Se-woon was concerned that apparently there would be no more system notifications about ranks, which meant that they were not the first to visit these places. There must be people somewhere who went straight to their destination and didn't collect any ballast along the way. The system notification informed them that additional bonuses awaited them and that they would be able to strengthen their positions. A short time passed and the system announced the start of the third chapter, called Collision. None of the players understood what this meant. Everyone started asking So-A what to do in this situation, but the girl had no idea what to do. She wanted to think everything through calmly, but she was not given the chance to do so. Her eyes widened when a piercing screech sounded, which did not bode well. It was made by some strange birds that looked extremely frightening, their eyes prophesying death, and their sharp beaks and claws only confirming this assumption. But they weren't the only threat. Strange monsters resembling gnomes from children's fairy tales were moving towards our guys, only they were far from kind. But the surprises did not end there. Huge wolves with eyes glowing with hellish flames began to emerge from the forest thicket. When poor John Pill saw all these creatures, he screamed in fear. Of course, he didn't want to face such monsters, but fate was cruel. So cruel that it allowed the creatures to surround our heroes on all sides, leaving them no chance to escape, so that they were like hunted animals. It was at this moment that the one who could save them in this seemingly hopeless situation arrived. Seo-an looked as if he already knew exactly what to do, and how to deal with the numerous monsters that had set a trap for them. His hands glowed when the guy finally summoned his magical energy, which instantly responded to his call, this time using ice magic. The energy was so strong that it literally overflowed from within the boy, his eyes burning with a strange fire, indicating that he had immersed himself in the depths of his magic. Stretching out his hand, he directed a frosty wave at his enemies. It was an attacking ice magic from the Blue Tower, which struck his enemies with cold and ice shards. Under the influence of the Black Tower technique, this power was enhanced and its impact became more destructive. Seunu felt as if the ice spikes were an extension of his own body, so easily and naturally did he control them. And anyone could see how strongly the magic obeyed him. It was safe to say that they were facing a powerful mage who controlled his energy. However, this did not deter the enemies much. The monsters rushed forward at such a speed that it was clear they were not afraid of humans and were confident in their strength. This continued until the first bird was hit. As soon as the ice magic touched its body, it let out a piercing scream. The one who was truly happy was the hungry prince, who was already anticipating a new, refreshing meal. Seeing how his enemies were suffering, Seo Wung decided that they had dealt with them very quickly and that they could advance even further during that time. Therefore, he decided not to stop and to continue fighting the creatures, who for some reason had decided that humans were weak beings who could not defend themselves. It became really cold around him, of course, because the magic of ice was raging around him, which did not warm him at all. Soon, most of the enemies were finished off. They simply froze so much that their bodies could be destroyed with a single movement, which completely shattered them like a figurine. So A watched the guy's every move closely, and at some point she even got scared because she realized that there was a terrifyingly strong person next to her. But while the monster beasts were finished, the invasion of the little gnomes was not over yet. It seemed that there were even more of them than there had been initially. Chongpil was the first to encounter them, but he didn't panic and came up with a good plan. He decided that in order to deal with the monsters, he first needed to gather them together. When they were all gathered together, Sewun intercepted them and successfully directed his magical power at them, freezing them in place. Seeing the frozen little people fall to the ground, our hero concluded that they had practically finished with this invasion. He understood that they were doing quite well, which meant that if they continued at this pace, they would be able to go quite far. The essence of the third chapter of training was survival, and only half of the players who reached the destination were able to pass it. In other words, confrontation between the squads was inevitable. It could be especially problematic near the starting point, which could well turn into a battlefield where many different squads would clash. Therefore, the guys needed to strengthen their positions in advance and get closer to the center. The system announced a new level, and when a bird flew across the sky, it notified them that the hungry prince was already drooling, having spotted his next delicacy. The bird was surprisingly large and behaved rather strangely, as if it was trying to spy on what people were doing. The eagle's eyes sparkled and stared so intently at what was happening that one might think the bird was really trying to understand the intentions of others. It was indeed spying and passing on information to whoever had sent it, someone who was watching the boys through the eyes of their feathered friend. Accompanying this strange spy was a constellation called the goat playing a cacophony, which nodded in agreement and expressed its anger. Holding a musical instrument resembling a flute in his hands, the fair-haired stranger said that he now understood that these people truly deserved the attention of the gods. The goat playing cacophony was eager to immediately perform a terrifying melody for them, one that expressed confusion. That's exactly what his ward did, except he didn't understand why his master was so angry at these people, who seemed to have done nothing to provoke his wrath. He began to play surrounded by monsters, and the melody, which caused a strange feeling of despair in humans, was insanely liked by these creatures. It seemed to calm their restless souls. But that was only at first glance. In reality, after a few minutes, the monsters' eyes lit up with hellfire. They heard the call of the music and knew what God wanted from them. Meanwhile, our heroes had been fighting their way through monsters for 2 whole days and were about halfway to their goal. They had to fight so often that it seemed pointless to hide their weapons. So A had become so skilled with her sword that she finally began to enjoy the battle. And the crowned spider listened with delight to the sound of blades cutting through the air. Not only she, but others had also improved their skills, and Sewun couldn't help but notice, especially since the time had almost come. Opening the Vault of Greed, the young man took out a pair of kobold ears, which belonged to monsters with developed hearing and a sense of smell that lived in the mines. This allowed him to hear the sounds of approaching enemies, and judging by the footsteps, there were quite a few of them. This was confirmed by Jean Pil, who apparently was on reconnaissance again, and upon seeing the monsters, returned to where he came from in tears and hysterics. His fear was not unfounded, as he was being pursued by a whole horde of creatures that were so huge that fear overwhelmed any other emotions. Realizing the complexity of the situation, Sewon wondered what was going on, because objectively, there were too many monsters, and it seemed as if someone had summoned them on purpose. He was not far from the truth, which became clear when our hero heard the faint sounds of a flute. They were barely audible, but it was impossible not to recognize them. Only one question spun around in his head. Where did Pan's flute come from, and who decided to use it against them? But all these thoughts did not help poor Chong Pil, who could not hold back his cry as he fled from his enemies on his dead monster. Activating his magical power, our hero finally decided to help his loyal comrade, who had almost lost his voice. His icy arrows quickly struck the creatures that were relentlessly approaching the blonde man, and now they could no longer harm him. Turning around, Jean Pil screamed even louder, because only now did he see the number of enemies who had almost caught him, and he realized that if it weren't for Sewon, he would have been dead long ago. Our hero gritted his teeth in anger, as the situation was taking a turn that he did not like at all. He didn't even want to think about getting into a fight with this scoundrel for the second time. The first time was more than enough for him. He was referring to Pan, the goat, who played a cacophony. Before his rebirth, he was the first heavenly being to take an interest in him while Sewon was trying to survive. He had to obey all the deity's orders, literally groveling before him, and in return he received absolutely nothing. For Pan, Sewon was just entertainment, which he turned away from as soon as he lost interest. It was unfair, but it taught our hero a good lesson. Now the young man couldn't understand why this cruel deity had taken an interest in him at this particular moment, and in such a way, especially since they had never had any contact in this life. Even a system notification informing him that the bowed enemy had blocked all messages from lower-ranked constellations did not distract the young man from these thoughts. After reading the message, the young man finally began to guess what was going on, even though it was not at all obvious. Mammon had probably hurt Pan's pride by blocking notifications from people like him, so now the deity had decided to take revenge in this way. The anger inside the guy grew at an incredible speed, which helped him summon magical power faster than usual. Pan's servants quickly regretted responding to his call, because experiencing the power of Sewon's anger firsthand was, to put it mildly, not very pleasant. But even the death of most of the monsters did not calm the guy down. He understood that in order to protect himself and others, he needed to find the source of the problem and deal with it. However, he was unsure whether he could leave the others alone, as he had doubts about whether they would be able to cope. As if hearing these thoughts, Han Chul decided to demonstrate his power by using a skill called Fierce Beginning of Battle. He looked intently at Sewon and promised to defend him in his absence. His words were so confident that there was no doubt about their truthfulness. At one point, our hero even got scared because it seemed to him that his thoughts had been read and the question that was spinning in his head had been answered. But he was even more surprised when So-A joined the conversation and said that not only was Han Chul strong and ready to defend the camp. After these words, the girl, without hesitation, activated a skill called Second Tarantula Claw. There was such a powerful fire burning in her eyes that it seemed insane to oppose her. She was a force of nature, a force that could not be ignored. Revealing the part of herself that was capable of burning everything to the ground, the girl calmed down and said that Sewon could set off on his journey and do what he had planned. Just then, Jeong Pil appeared, pointing to his faithful but not quite alive companion and saying that Sewon could sit on him. To be honest, our hero wasn't too keen on this idea, but he understood that it was the only way to get to his destination as quickly as possible. The blonde man began to talk about how he was a good driver in his past life, so he could be trusted to transport him. The only thing Jeong Pil asked was that his passenger warn him if he planned to use magic. So, putting aside unnecessary conversation, our heroes set off, hoping that this journey would bear fruit. Evening fell, and the forest began to look eerie, for it was impossible to predict what lurked in the shadows of the trees. Taking Pan's flute in his hands, the stranger touched it with his lips, preparing to play the melody that would summon the evil creatures once again. This time, the Minotaurs responded to the call, walking one after another as if spellbound by the song played by Pan's servant. Se-woon immediately understood what creatures they would have to face this time. There were only 5 minotaurs, but in terms of strength, they were similar to the famous monsters. The scoundrel who summoned them smiled broadly, his smile expressing nothing good, and asked in a nasty voice if Se-woon had decided to come early. This monster-like man said he thought the guy would want to play with his children a little before showing up in person. Looking at the one who could hardly be called a human being now, our hero concluded that he had abused the power of the constellation, and this had led to physical transformations. Such changes suggested that this character had sacrificed a significant part of his life force to control monsters on such a scale. The constellation goat, playing a cacophony, smiled slyly at Se-woon and shifted its gaze to someone standing behind the boy. After that, the strange player shouted that everything had become clear to him and that he would do what the gods so desperately wanted, after which he ordered his loyal followers to attack. The Minotaurs instantly came to life and really began to advance. It was even strange that such powerful creatures obeyed someone's orders. The young man understood that the whole crowd wanted to pounce on him, which meant he had to act before they got close. His ice magic obeyed him better with each use. So the young man was not even surprised that a moment later, his enemies were already frozen. But his triumph only provoked a burst of laughter from his enemy, who couldn't believe that anyone was capable of such a thing. Stomping his foot like a little child, Se-woon's opponent began to stomp loudly on the ground, which looked extremely strange. It turned out that he was calling a huge worm, which soon responded to the call and burst out of the bowels of the earth, nearly knocking Se-woon off his feet. To deal with this creature, it was necessary to open the Vault of Greed, because looking at the creature's mouth, it was obvious that it would not be easy to deal with it. Our hero activated a power called Earthquake and decided to see if it would help him in this situation. It was a basic spell of seismic magic from the Yellow Tower, sending a pulsation through the ground, engulfing his opponents. The power worked as intended, because soon the giant worm began to scream and convulse in severe pain. Seeing this, Goat, who was playing a cacophony, flew into a rage. He sincerely wished for Se-woon to be consumed by horror, and his minion planned to carry out this task. His lips touched the flute, and for the villain, the whole world around him lost its meaning. There was only him, his master, and the terrifying melody that sent shivers down his spine. The music had a strange effect on the Minotaurs. Their eyes began to burn, and their nostrils flared wide, trying to take in as much oxygen as possible. The music grew louder and louder, causing the monsters' bodies to twist as if they were going through withdrawal. They needed fresh blood, and they needed it immediately. The creatures began to enter berserk mode, a skill once used by the Red Fang Canil. It was unclear how to defeat creatures in such a state. Even Raven understood the complexity of the situation, as he had temporarily returned the borrowed weapon to the young man. The bowed Raven wanted this goat to be dealt with as soon as possible, so now Se-woon once again held the legendary sword in his hands. Smiling, the guy said that he would gladly use the weapon and do everything not to disappoint his patron. The first Minotaur was already approaching, swinging his huge fist, already anticipating how he would crush the weak human's skull. The young man reacted quickly, realizing that the sword of Taiji would help him fend off this attack, because by absorbing the enemy's strength, it would be possible to repel it. He was right, it really did help take one of his opponents out of action, thus preventing his attack. And when our hero repelled his force, he made the Minotaur attack his fellow tribesman, so that one monster's fist slammed into the other's face with full force. The Minotaurs clearly did not expect such a turn of events, so they did not know how to act and seemed as confused as possible. This gave Se-woon a wonderful opportunity to maneuver, and he easily attacked, choosing the most convenient position. One clear and powerful blow made the monsters scream in pain. They were completely confused and unable to defend themselves properly. Looking his opponent straight in the eye, the guy loudly and clearly declared that anyone who dared to stand in his way was finished. And the Minotaurs really believed it, because everything indicated that they were far from being in a leading position in this battle. It all ended when our hero decided to unleash a torrent of magical power on his enemies, which literally tore the creatures to pieces. This spectacle made Kozel's servant, who was playing a cacophony, open his mouth and just watch as his followers rapidly perished. Tears even flowed from the eyes of this insensitive creature. Apparently, the loss of his comrades had struck his heart, if it had remained inside his altered body, of course. Se-un could check this right now. He approached his enemy and touched his fragile neck with his impeccably sharp sword. Now everything was over for Pan. The goat, playing a cacophony, cried out in bewilderment, and the constellation angrily ordered his subject to stand up immediately. But he couldn't do it. Seeing his enemy's weakness, Raven demanded that he be killed immediately, and the sacred sword returned to him. Se-un understood that Pan's subject was already unconscious, but something still bothered him. Although he understood that he could not stop, he had to finish what he had started and finish off the scoundrel. All this seemed absurd to the young man. He even felt sorry to see that the deity had fallen so low as to decide to pick on a human being for the sake of revenge. The constellation was struck by the young man's audacity and did not understand if he was really addressing it. Se-un was not afraid to tell the deity that he had more pride than courage, because he still could not bring himself to go against the Demon King. The goat was shocked that a human dared to provoke him, but Se-un just smiled defiantly. His patron nodded approvingly. The bowing raven was glad to have found such a brave young man, so he advised him to go ahead if he dared. These words angered Kozel even more. His face flushed red, and he looked as if he was about to explode. Our hero believed that despite his lack of real power, Kozel bossed people around, relying on his father's protection, and he considered the constellation too petty. These words made the deity burn with rage. He was so angry that he wanted to burn the insufferable youngster to ashes. So he decided to treat his servant in the most cruel way possible and modify his body even more, thereby causing the poor guy unimaginable suffering. Now instead of legs, the boy had hooves, and his body was covered with wool. He had once wanted to be like his master, but now he regretted it because he was experiencing hellish torment. The system reported that the goat, playing a cacophony, was attempting to descend, as evidenced by lightning bolts that appeared out of nowhere. Se-un knew that during the descent, the constellation took control of its follower's body and could influence the events taking place in the tower. This was the only way to intervene in what was happening, as deities were generally forbidden from directly interfering in the affairs of the tower. The descent had many drawbacks. First, breaking the law lowered the constellation's rank, and second, it attracted the attention of the system. However, there was also a third most important reason why constellations tried not to resort to such actions. If some daredevil managed to defeat them in this form, they would receive a penalty from which they might not recover. Suddenly, the system announced that the goat, playing cacophony, had failed in his attempt to descend, thus losing part of his rank. Now the power that had been used for this process began to fade, and the poor minion's body was inexorably destroyed in the most disgusting way. The last thing that came out of the monster's mouth was that Se-un could not even count on forgiveness or mercy, but the guy wasn't going to ask for it. After looking closely at his opponent, he only asked who had forced him to descend in the middle of the day. Activating his gluttony power, Se-un did not hesitate and decided to please his patron with a hearty and delicious meal. The goat, who was still conscious, began to ask what his enemy was going to do, threatening that if he touched him, his father would not let it go. But Se-un didn't care about any of this. He just did what he thought was necessary and ignored the empty words of his dying enemy. The hungry prince was very happy to have such a brave protege who provided him with such high-quality snacks. Opening his mouth wide, he began to devour Kozel. And when Kozel realized what was happening, he began to scream desperately, but no one could help him now. Even on the verge of death, the goat wondered how an ordinary guy could possess the powers of two demon gods at once. The system reported that the constellation had lost its rank, and as a result of falling below the required rank, it had lost its privileges in the system. The hungry prince said that despite the strange taste of his dinner, it was very nutritious, so overall he was satisfied. Our hero was not sure that the prince would be able to absorb the rank of this constellation, but now he understood that the risk was justified. The bowing raven was extremely surprised that someone was able to fight the constellation during training and defeat it. It seemed that this was the first player who had managed to do so. However, one thing alarmed the young man. He noticed that for some reason, the absorption of characteristics had not worked. Thinking about it, he noticed that Pan's flute, which had been in the hands of the goat's minion playing a cacophony, was lying in the clearing. It was a rank B spiritual instrument that had inherited the barely perceptible power of a sacred relic and was imbued with the essence of Pan. The item gave unique abilities, such as controlling monsters, instilling fear in enemies and throwing them into a state of confusion. Taking the flute in his hands, the guy decided that it was all very interesting, because the rank of the item was the same as that of Durandal's sword. But there was one condition. Everything depended on the skill of the performer. Deciding that this flute would definitely come in handy one day, our hero began to familiarize himself with the system message, which said that he had successfully absorbed Pan's rank. The words about rank greatly alarmed the young man. He could not have imagined that such a thing was possible. It seemed to him that a higher rank could only be achieved through his own efforts. Soon other messages arrived stating that the absorption had raised his nutrient level and that Seun had now received the mark of a satyr. It was a divine mark possessed only by those chosen by the gods, a kind of symbol of power that now adorned the young man's hand. The mark was not simple. It allowed one to transcend human capabilities, which was exactly what Sewon had been striving for. Sewon had never even dared to hope that he could obtain something like this, and he was once again amazed at how powerful gluttony was. So if the guy could continue to devour other gods in the same way, there was hope that he would reach unprecedented heights. This mark also brought the guy closer to the divine essence, but its rank was unknown and its abilities were still sealed. The system also notified him that the absorption of the rank was in progress, so he had to wait for some time. The absorption speed should increase after the power of gluttony increased the amount of nutrients, or special conditions had to be met. This was not a problem, as Siwoon had already planned to use gluttony at any convenient opportunity, so what was originally an act of revenge against Pan turned into a pleasant bonus. It was time to return to camp and check how well the guys had done on their own. They hadn't succeeded yet, but they were trying their best. The battle was in full swing, and the people were doing well. No one was retreating, and everyone was trying to be useful. Although the mood among them was not very good, the guys were scared. It seemed to them that they were again fighting a wave of monsters, as during the first stage of training. Only now everything was different, and the players themselves noticed it. It was hard not to notice the fact that they had become much stronger than before. The only thing that hadn't changed was the sound of bone claws pounding on the ground. The resurrected monster was still working for the good of the people. It scattered monsters in different directions and roared fiercely. Such an imposing opponent could not help but cause the gnomes to flee in terror. Baekhyun worked on the skeleton all the time, filling it with mana so that nothing could knock it down. And he succeeded. The creature functioned well. Han Il, the healer, kept up with him, developing her magical power and learning to use a blood shield. Despite all this, the monsters continued to advance, their eyes burning with hatred and their sharp teeth and fangs clearly hinting at what would happen to those they touched. The gnomes also pulled themselves together and continued their attack, their fear seemingly evaporating as quickly as it had appeared. Honestly, it all looked as if the characters from Nightmares had finally made it into reality. Despite the situation, the people did not give in to panic. Hanyul closed her eyes to focus on her newfound ability. Now, thanks to Marbas, she could not only stop bleeding, but also cause it, which was very useful in this situation. The girl was very grateful to the constellation, but it didn't know how to react to this, so it coughed and turned away, growling that it didn't need any thanks. Meanwhile, the attentive John Pill began to hear some strange sounds, so unfamiliar that they hurt his ears. He immediately turned toward the sounds and wondered what or who was making them, because he had never heard anything like it before. Surprisingly, it was Se-woon who decided to play music and at the same time try out a new instrument to see how useful it could be in battle. It turned out that these sounds were capable of turning the monsters against each other, because one of the wolves rushed at his former ally. The gnomes reacted differently to these sounds, covering their little ears and screaming loudly as if the music was causing them physical pain. So A was surprised because it seemed to her that the monsters had suddenly become confused, and she could not have imagined that music could have such an effect on them. But despite her confusion, she smiled, because she knew that it was all Seowon's doing, and he would definitely do everything right. She was sure that the guy had come up with another brilliant plan that would help them get rid of the monsters. If we go back a couple of moments, we can see that our hero was rushing somewhere on a creature that looked like an ostrich. He used it to quickly get to where the members of the squad were, as he was very curious to see how they were doing. He hoped that everyone was alive and that no one was hurt so badly that they couldn't be helped. When he approached the scene of the carnage, he was surprised to see that the guys were actually doing very well and using all their skills. Sewon was afraid that his comrades would have problems in battle because there were quite a lot of monsters and the guys were still inexperienced, but it seemed that they were quite capable of coping on their own. Still, he didn't think his help would hurt, so he decided to intervene and at the same time see if his flute could help in the battle. So he took out his mythical B-rank instrument and decided it was worth trying to reveal his musical talent. Opening the Vault of Greed, our hero took out the melody of the Stormy Sea, the battle anthem of the Nag tribe, which the snake-like people used to suppress the will of their enemies. When the first note sounded, the guy felt as if he had plunged into the raging sea, but there were no waves, only gentle lapping nearby. He enjoyed playing the instrument so much that he felt as if he were entering a kind of trance. This grandiose anthem filled the allies with courage, while those who were considered enemies were filled with animal fear. So as soon as people heard the music, they began to behave more confidently and boldly, actively throwing themselves into battle. The enemies, on the other hand, screamed and did not know where to go. The sounds made them feel so bad that they wanted to deprive themselves of their hearing. This had a strong effect on the monsters. They were so disoriented that they began to attack each other. The gnomes, on the other hand, could not move. It seemed that the music had completely paralyzed them. The humans seized the moment and began attacking anyone who posed a threat to them. Despite the fact that the music confused them, the creatures did not stop fighting and seemed to attack even more fiercely. When Han Chol fought off one of the wolves, the system informed him that he had completed a sudden task called Retribution of the Spirit of Nature. Noticing this, Sewon smiled and thought that now Pan's plans would definitely never come to fruition. So our hero finally calmed down and decided to go to the other end of the clearing. There he noticed So-A, who had already noticed someone approaching her. The girl looked questioningly at the leader of the squad, but then she smiled broadly, as if she had only just realized who was standing in front of her. So-A ran up to him and happily announced that she was sure it was Si-Woon, who had helped them defeat the monsters by playing a strange melody on his flute. Our hero replied that the guys would have managed without him, when suddenly he realized that someone else was approaching them. Someone the guy clearly did not want to see right now. He put his arm out in time to prevent an unwanted hug from Jong-pil, who declared that he had always believed in his friend. Si-Woon disliked the blonde guy a little, all because before his regression, he had behaved like a real rat, so they couldn't find common ground. But now everything was different. Jong-pil even returned our hero's white wolf, which indicated that he had truly changed. The guy also returned another pet to him, one that had served him well on his journey. It turns out that the blonde even managed to give him a name. The Walking Dead was called Bayek Ran, and at least one person was happy about his return. However, Jong-pil was a little scared when he saw the pet, because its color had changed significantly. It hadn't been so red before. The monster's color had changed because Si-Woon had used the powers of the repository to return to the squad as quickly as possible. He had used the mane of a red hare, which allowed the beast to run incredibly fast. Such a scary, bloody color seriously frightened Jong-pil, and the only thing he heard was an apology for overworking the animal a little. But then the guy was surprisingly happy, because he had always liked the color red. Even his car was red, and now his pet was that color too. The color change wasn't the only problem. Si-Woon regretfully informed him that the monster might soon fall apart because he had overloaded it too much. Before Jong-pil had time to get upset, someone approached him, wanting to look at the monster and, if possible, use his powers to help. It was Baek-hyun, who had already been dubbed a skeleton specialist. He was really good at it, so the nickname was quite fitting. Taking the creature's paw in his hands, the scientist realized that its bones had become even stronger, despite the fact that it was really worn out. The problem was that there were no muscles, and the bones took the entire impact. Hearing this, Jong-pil began to praise his red ran, and the scientist confirmed his words, adding that the monster had an amazing bone and joint structure. Seo-woo was getting tired of listening to all this, so he approached So-ah and said that they could set off if everyone was ready. The guys were supposed to reach their destination in about a day, so many of them were eager to find out what awaited them next. It is worth noting that the carriage was simply amazing, it rode smoothly, and everything worked as it should. The sisters did a great job. However, not everyone was lucky enough to ride in the carriage like kings. As usual, Jong-pil was sent to do physical activity. Together with Seo-woon, they climbed a high mountain to survey the valley and see if they were moving in the right direction. Ahead, there were only huge rocks and no land. Soa approached the boys and asked if they should set up camp here. Sewon nodded affirmatively and said that it would be much easier for them to defend themselves with a cliff behind them. This cliff also separated the third stage of training, and our hero understood that no matter how skilled a player he was, he would not be able to overcome it. He knew that most of the players would clash with each other at the entrance to the zone, so once his guys set up camp, passing the third stage would be practically guaranteed. At least that's what Seo Woo wanted to believe, but no one could know for sure how it would actually turn out. After all, there had already been Pan's unexpected intervention, so who could guarantee that the other constellations, who harbored resentment towards Seo-un, would not do the same? They could order other camps to attack our guys, so A was unaware of the leader's thoughts, so she was extremely happy. She turned to the red-haired sisters and asked them to start setting up camp. The girls had nothing to do, and they were literally itching to start some kind of work that would show what they were capable of. One of the sisters noticed Sewon and called him over, asking him to help with the firewood because he had done such a great job last time. When he reluctantly agreed, the girls were overjoyed, as they really enjoyed the company of the squad leader. They were joined by Jung Pil and Han Chul. Soon the system announced that the third chapter was beginning, in which a clash was supposed to take place. The guys read the messages carefully, one after another, but what surprised them most was that during the clash, it was possible to earn all the achievements of the defeated player. The goal of this mission was simple. First, they had to survive, and then they could think about everything else. Our hero knew that right now, there must be a sea of blood behind the forest, because the clashes between players had already begun, and he still remembered how fierce they could be. Many did not understand why players attacked each other. In their fear, they lost their composure and became easy targets. Others, those who were more cruel and dispassionate, had no problem dealing with such naive victims. People begged for mercy, hoping that they would be spared, shouting that it had been extremely difficult to get here. These words only provoked those who had already tasted human blood, who had learned what it meant to kill with impunity. The screams echoed over the forest for a long time. It was all so terrifying that it seemed unreal, but it was reality. The most cruel survived, those who did not shy away from shedding the blood of their own kind. Good people are the first to die. Now this saying was believed even more. One of the guys moved more quietly and cautiously than the others, paying attention to even the slightest movement of leaves and the quietest sounds. The constellation that was his patron was called the sullen gray-haired old man. It exclaimed that the time had come to do what had been planned, and the guy asked if he would really receive the promised power. The old man became even angrier, asking why some person was making him repeat the same thing over and over. This little tantrum had an effect on the young man, so he smiled and said that he would start his work right away. His plan was to destroy the one who had caused trouble for many constellations and people, and as collateral damage, he planned to deal with his entire clan. The constellation hurried him and demanded that the dark-haired young man show everything he was capable of, wanting confirmation that he had chosen the right person. The brunette's veins bulged on his forehead with irritation. He remained silent, but he was outraged that some old man had decided that he now had a personal slave to boss around. At first, he obeyed only because this creature had given him the strength to survive in the most difficult moment. But now the old man was interfering in everything and giving orders about absolutely everything. Clenching his weapon, the guy barely restrained his anger. He decided that as soon as he was done with all this, he would definitely regain his strength and move as far away from the constellation as possible. Passing through the thick forest, the players discussed how their opponents had gone very deep, and it was unclear how they had made their way through the monsters. One of the group members noticed something important, as he caught the leader's attention and asked him to look where his hand was pointing. Everyone froze in anticipation. No one understood what was happening or how it was possible. They had stumbled upon an entire fortress built by other people, and it was simply amazing that someone had accomplished such a feat in such a short period of time. The brunette asked his constellation in horror what it all meant, but they just muttered that they had to attack anyway. This order angered the guy so much that he could barely hold his tongue. Everyone understood that their attack could end very badly. Raising his spear, the brunette tried to sound confident as he ordered his minions to hurry to the cliff, right where their enemies were. Noticing that his companions had gained a little more confidence in their abilities, he pressed even harder, saying that they would simply push their foolish enemies right off the cliff. But they couldn't even get close, because they ran into a barely noticeable barrier that protected the approaches to the enemy camp. The guys literally banged their heads against the wall, trying to move forward, but no one could advance even an inch. When they finally realized that an invisible wall was blocking their way, they stopped and wanted to figure out what was going on and how to overcome this obstacle. They examined the barrier, which was clearly woven from magic, and thought only about who could have created something like this. Of course, their opponents had already learned of the arrival of the unexpected guests and reacted quickly, sending their arrows at the villains. Opening the Vault of Greed, Seon decided that it was time to finally let these people feel the power of his wrath, so he constructed the magical circle of protection of Carmelder. It was an improvisation by one of the Black Tower's administrators, and this magic circle blocked a variety of attacks, even if it didn't last very long. Even the girls were surprised that their leader was capable of such a thing, and they watched with open mouths as the barrier appeared before their eyes. When the young ladies asked how he did it, the guy handed them 2 small balls and said that he had rummaged around in the Goblin Village and found something useful. He managed to use the mana stones in Carmelder's protective magic circle. Usually this spell didn't last long, but he made it last at least 5 minutes. So A was amazed by the guy's power and said that he was amazing at absolutely everything he did. The girl even joked that sometimes it seemed to her that Seon could see the future. Clearing his throat awkwardly, our hero said that they needed to order the attack quickly because his defense would not be able to hold out for long. So soon the girl began to give orders to prepare for the attack, and all members of the camp were on alert. They began to bring out the devices that the red-haired sisters had managed to build, and it was time to test them in battle. The girls were very clever, so they quickly realized that catapults would be the best weapon while under siege, so they built them. Now everyone understood how wise and correct this decision was, because it was much easier to deal with enemies this way. Even though the enemies were well armed, they couldn't do anything against the huge stones flying at them from above. And when explosive devices were used, the guys completely regretted following the brunette, who was sure that they had found easy prey. The red-haired sisters were delighted, incredibly happy that their devices were so useful for everyone's protection. Despite the girls' success and the danger that had not come any closer, Han Chol understood that a direct confrontation with these scoundrels was most likely inevitable. So he moved closer to the cliff, gripped his spear more firmly, and decided that he would do everything he could to hit the target. These thoughts helped him focus his anger on his weapon and throw it as accurately as possible. When the deadly weapon struck one of the enemies, the second one couldn't even look at his comrade. So horrific was the sight. Seeing Han Chol's success, our hero decided that this guy was like a catapult himself, so he realized that it was time to show his abilities. This time, he decided to use the power of the fireball, which had been increased in accordance with the magic of the Black Tower. So, after a few seconds, thanks to Sewon, a real fire broke out. But it was completely controlled by the guy, so it posed no threat to the camp. But he was deadly dangerous to his enemies, knocking them back with a powerful explosion. Despite this, the leader of the villains ordered them to break through the barrier at all costs. When our hero noticed that reinforcements had arrived for their enemies, he cursed quietly because things were not going well. Sun couldn't imagine that so many constellations had it in for Mammon, and for a moment he even became curious to know the reasons for such an attitude. But now was not the time for funny stories from the past. So the guy opened the Vault of Greed and extracted another ability from it. It was the Grad Empire's shooting technique, which every soldier serving this kingdom had been taught before, and it instilled true fear in enemies. The guy clearly understood that thanks to this technique, he would be able to achieve a great deal, which couldn't help but make him happy. So, grabbing his bow and quiver of arrows, our hero stood at the very edge of the fortress and aimed at the place where his enemies were gathering, whose patrons wanted to take revenge on Mammon. His weapon was filled with power and lit up with red fire. It seemed as if the deity himself had taken up the bow to defend his honor and protect those who were loyal to him. Seon released the bowstring and shot the arrow, which left a red trail of fire behind it. The boy knew that it would fly to where he was aiming. However, his opponent managed to jump out of the way just in time. It was pure luck, not the victim's amazing agility. Seeing that Siwoon had missed, the enemies began to rejoice and cheer, realizing that they had probably overestimated their opponent. However, they did not take one thing into account. The arrows were not ordinary, and Siwoon had no intention of hitting people with them. It was important to him that they hit the ground. When the men noticed that the ground began to crack where the arrows had landed, they realized that things were worse than they could have imagined. This was indeed the case, and soon there was an explosion that confirmed the truth of all these assumptions. The system reported that Kim Tae-hyun and James Dean had been eliminated, and a lot of points had been earned for them. The news couldn't help but please our hero, because he felt that everything was going according to his carefully crafted plan. The only thing he regretted was that the power of gluttony could not be used on ordinary players. He remembered that he had only managed to devour Pan's subject after he had descended. But what was there to think about? It was time to fight other players, so he had to focus on that. Soon the system reported that the number of players had dropped by a quarter, but the hungry ogres, on the contrary, decided to come out of their hiding places and appear on the battlefield. Smiling, Sewon thought that finally, prey had appeared that would seem much tastier to the hungry prince than ordinary players. Turning to So-A, our hero asked her to take care of the camp. The girl nodded affirmatively, but still asked if he really didn't think it would be extremely dangerous to go alone. The young man did not think so. In his opinion, it was much easier alone, because then he did not have to worry about anyone and could always escape if something went wrong. However, despite all these words, Han-chul expressed his desire to go with Seo-woon. Looking at the young man, whose eyes burned with strength and self-confidence, our hero decided that he could take him with him, because he was not the kind of person who would need to be babysat. So soon the two of them set off, and at such a speed that no one could stop them. Riding on dead monsters, the guys discussed how strong the hungry ogre was as an opponent. According to Sewon, the creature was stronger than Han-chul, so he would have to work hard if he wanted to fight it. In response, the brown-eyed daredevil just smiled and said mysteriously that he couldn't wait for the moment when he could test his strength. Our hero couldn't help but notice that his companion was literally itching to get involved in some kind of battle. They were traveling at tremendous speed, and throughout the journey, Han-chul kept asking how they were going to find the monster. Sewon did not give him a specific answer, only saying mysteriously that the guy would see the creature even when he did not want to. In fact, these words made the brown-eyed man tense up, and for a moment, his whole body froze in anticipation, and he asked what Sewon meant. Soon, he got the answer to his question. After a while, they saw a huge monster holding a man in its paws, clearly intending to eat him. The monster's eyes were blood red and burned with true madness, and blood dripped from its sharp fangs. There was more than one ogre, which made their situation even more complicated, as it was a little scary to deal with several monsters at once. The guys watched what the ogres were doing and came to the conclusion that the creatures had already devoured a couple of players who had been unlucky enough to wander into this area. The ogres appeared throughout the area, and it seemed that these two had been thrown here at the same time. For some reason, this fact did not scare our heroes very much, and certainly did not stop them. Despite Han-chul's slight confusion, they confidently strode forward. Sewon thought they were very lucky, because each of them would get one opponent, so everything was fine. Stepping forward confidently, Han-chul prepared himself for the battle ahead, ready to test his strength. Our hero trained daily with his comrade, so he could say with confidence that there was no reason to worry about him. So, without thinking twice, Sewon rushed into the attack. He could fully focus on his opponent and finish him off with one blow, because he believed that Han-chul could handle the ogre himself. The monsters noticed that more people were approaching them and were very happy, because they realized that their meal would continue. They anticipated eating their fill of soft human flesh, the taste of which they enjoyed so much. These thoughts literally drove them crazy and pushed them to rash actions, such as attacking an enemy whose strength they did not know. Not only were the ogres gluttons, but the hungry prince also announced that he was hungry and literally drooled when he looked at Sewon's enemy. The hint was so obvious that the guy immediately rushed forward, responding to this call to action. Opening the repository of greed, our hero extracted a skill called Camilla's dagger technique. This ability was possessed by only a few, and was usually used to deal with large monsters that were resistant to standard attacks. This was exactly what our hero needed, as he wanted to deal with an unusual opponent in a short period of time. Wielding his sword, he rushed into the attack, hoping to feed his hungry constellation, which always demanded more as soon as possible. As it turned out, he only managed to scratch the ogre, but even this minimal damage angered the creature so much that it growled. The monster immediately began to turn its head, trying to understand who had dealt it such a vicious blow. But soon the blow was repeated, and this time it was not a scratch, but a rather deep wound right on the bend of its arm. Se-un liked Camilla's dagger technique very much because it allowed her to inflict considerable damage and strike at tendons and blood vessels, which helped to gradually deal with enemies. Delivering one blow after another, our hero planned to cut open all of his enemy's veins, killing him so that he wouldn't even realize what was happening. Moving at incredible speed, the young man made every effort to put his plan into action as quickly as possible. He was incredibly pleased that by simply opening the vault, he could use techniques that had been honed over decades, if not longer. All these efforts led to the enemy's defeat. He was unable to remain standing due to significant blood loss, which he did not immediately notice because the wounds were minor. Soon the system sent a notification that the hungry ogre had been defeated. This was confirmed by the sound of the heavy monster falling to the ground. It seemed as if the earth shook under the weight of the giant. As a reward for his victory, our hero received the ogre's horn. He didn't quite understand what it was or what it was for, but since it was being given to him, he had to take it. He was pleased that his merit points had increased by a whole 10,000, and for doing it alone, he received another 5,000 points. In addition, Se-un received the ogre's tendon, but all these gifts, to put it mildly, did not cause him any excitement because he considered them insufficient. Meanwhile, the hungry prince was only thinking about how to fill his stomach and was greedily eyeing the loot. With all this exciting fighting and evaluation of rewards, our hero completely forgot about Han Chul, and now he was curious to know how he was doing. The ogre he had caught was 100% sure that very soon, without any extra effort, he would have a real feast. Han Chul was not going to prove anything to anyone with words. He was the kind of person who showed his strength through actions, and now his behavior was the same. Despite the huge difference in size between him and his opponent, he acted as if they were equal. Watching this huge ogre fight, one could say with certainty that he was incredibly strong. But Han Chul knew perfectly well that he was stronger and was going to prove it first and foremost to himself. So he grabbed his enemy by the arm and did everything he could to neutralize him as quickly as possible, because his advantage was in a quick and sudden attack. It was incredibly difficult for him to perform such tricks, and at times he literally screamed from the strain, but he did not stop. When it seemed that the tension was so strong that it could crush Han Chul, he made a sudden move and managed to throw his opponent over himself. The brown-eyed man knew he was capable of many things, but even he was surprised at how large an enemy he managed to throw over himself. Still, he understood that in order to surpass Se-un, he would have to try very hard, perhaps even jump above his head. The battle with the giant was not over yet, so Han Chul had to focus all his attention on him. Otherwise, he might not survive this slaughter, because his opponent was determined to destroy the guy and devour his body to satisfy his appetite. Han Chul concentrated on his strength and was going to use all the abilities he had acquired during several stages of training. He clenched his fists tightly to get in the right frame of mind and look into the depths of his power. Pulling himself together, he activated the Tai Chi technique to deal with the monster standing before him once and for all. The creature was not going to give up either, fighting as if it felt that its life was truly at stake. The young man's power was growing, and it was hard not to notice. So with every passing second, the ogre realized more and more that his well-being was in serious danger. Finally, the brown-eyed guy's fist touched the monster's body, and the ogre felt firsthand the power of a man supported by a deity. Throwing the monster up once again, Han Chul demonstrated his strength and unyielding will, so that now no one doubted him. Carefully watching the guy, Se-un determined that he had combined the Taiji he had taught him with the skill Agaras had given him. His ability to modify and combine techniques was very pleasing and commanded respect, as it went beyond the ordinary. Han Chul was already surprisingly strong even before his regression, and now he had become even stronger. There was just one thing, though. Looking at how tense his face was, it was clear that the energy expenditure was quite significant. So Se-un suggested that the guy drink a potion that would help him increase his energy and bring his body into balance. After the brown-eyed man drank the potion, our hero winked at him and said that now they were capable of defeating all the hungry ogres. Meanwhile, the office was filled with an atmosphere of anxiety. Looking at the huge stack of papers, the employees felt irritated. They anxiously entered data into the computer, and their excitement could be heard in the sounds they made. It was especially unpleasant when someone couldn't stand the tension and freaked out, nervously banging their cup on the table. The training manager, Tuning, was indignant that this time everything was too hectic because a whole bunch of promising characters had turned up at once. There were too many survivors, and now they had to keep track of each of them and record their every move. Sipping his already cold coffee, Tuning claimed that they were simply being exploited, and he was only reassured by the thought that half of these guys would drop out after the third chapter was over. Just as he thought that long-awaited peace had descended upon him, he was suddenly interrupted by a phone call. The caller's concerned voice asked if the boss had seen what was happening. It seemed that the walls were about to collapse, so Tuning immediately asked what had happened. When the man was told that people had started hunting hungry ogres, his feelings were difficult to describe as shock. It was something much stronger than that. He couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible. He was told that it was all because of Seo-eun and Han Choel, who led the hunt. The employee believed that at this rate, the training could take a very long time. Fear began to take hold of Tuning's body. He laughed nervously and asked if the employee had even read the manual, because irreparable damage could occur if more than 90% of the ogres were killed. The creature that everyone feared without exception would appear, and it could cause irreparable harm. Finally, Siwon also noticed something was wrong. Strange sounds caught his attention, and he turned his head to see what was going on. But when he realized what was happening, he wanted to turn back time to prevent it. Standing before our heroes was a secret monster that even Siwon did not know about, the ogre chieftain named Craig Catlak. The creature roared ferociously and demanded to know where his food was. He was so hungry that he was ready to do anything to devour someone. The roar was so terrifying that it made you want to run away and never return to this place. It was clear that even the hungry ogres were afraid of their bosses, because when they looked at them, they begged for mercy. Huncholi became very curious about what his friend was going to do, because everything indicated that, in addition to big problems, there were also small ones, since the little ogres were also going to attack. Gripping his sword tighter in his hand, our hero could only think about how strange everything was, as he had never encountered anything like this before. Without showing his fears, the young man smiled boldly and said that they would certainly overcome all difficulties and, as always, emerge victorious from the situation. He told Han Chol to take on the two smaller ogres while he would deal with the larger ones. The brown-eyed guy had no reason to argue, so he quickly moved toward his new opponents. Seo-eun also kept up with his comrade, quickly slipping past the monsters and delivering quick and very accurate blows that were sure to cause blood loss. The young man moved quickly and confidently, his entire demeanor screaming that he knew exactly what he was doing and why. The monsters did not immediately understand their enemy's plan, so they rejoiced that they had finally found someone who would make a wonderful meal for them. The only problem was catching him, but the ogres decided that sooner or later they would get him. Meanwhile, a plan began to form in Han Choel's mind. He picked up a stone from the ground, knowing exactly how to use it. His gaze also began to show confidence in his own abilities, and he boldly addressed the creatures, telling them not to be distracted from the battle. The blade of the sword glinted brightly in the sun as Seo-eun drew it from its sheath and prepared to use it. The young man wanted to deal with the enemies as quickly as possible and understand why the system had failed and released such strange monsters. He struck another blow, and the boss couldn't ignore him, because in a little while it would have been fatal for him. The young man's strength was undeniably great, but the situation was complicated by the fact that the ogres wore surprisingly durable armor that was incredibly difficult to penetrate. The two-headed ogre screamed, extremely displeased that his food was not willing to obediently go into his mouth. Activating his power, Seo-eun used the secrets of the Black Tower, thereby increasing the power of the chain lightning. In addition, he also applied the power of the frost wave, which was also increased in the same way. Cold and heat combined their powers to deliver a crushing blow to Seo-eun's enemy. At one point, the ogre's fist was frozen, and that was when the lightning struck it in the affected area. The pain was not that severe, but the monster was annoyed that it could not fully control its limb. When the dumb creatures finally realized that magic was being used against them, they began to scream loudly and back away. But Seo-eun wasn't done experimenting with his own power yet. He wanted to try something else, so he reopened the Vault of Greed. This time he extracted the Flame of Darkness, a famous spell of black magicians that helped to control a storm of dark flames. So now the guy was learning to control the dark storm inside himself in order to release it and destroy the enemy, not himself, because the power was simply enormous. But Seo-eun decided that this was not enough for him, so he increased it several times over using the secrets of the Black Tower. Now his two-headed opponent screamed and writhed in pain, the dark flames burning his body, causing incredible pain. The monster did not understand how such pathetic food dared to do such things to him. He had never encountered such problems before. Continuing to burn and writhe in agony, the creature spewed threats and promises to finish off the boy who dared to stand up to him. Smiling, Siwon realized that he was indeed facing a real monster, who even at the moment of his own death was thinking about how to harm another. Reaching into the bag on his shoulder, our hero realized that a creature like this ogre was ripe for experimentation. There he had a weapon that he really wanted to try out in battle, and now it was obvious that there would be no better moment. He pulled out a goblin longsword of rank E. He was extremely curious to see if this weapon could withstand such a load. There were certain risks involved, as it was dangerous to use such a low-rank weapon against such a monster, especially considering that the guy had barely scratched the creature with a dagger made from a fang. Opening the Vault of Greed, the guy took out the poisonous blade of Hunting, with which the hero Beowulf slew Grendel's mother. Now it was in the hands of Seyun, who knew full well that this weapon grew stronger and stronger with every bloody battle. However, the rank of the sword was not as important as its ability to withstand and not fail at the most inopportune moment. Meanwhile, the ogre had begun to recover, the pain becoming more bearable, but the monster was still blinded by rage and now wanted to take revenge on the boy at all costs. He did not expect that a human could inflict a serious wound on him, but it turned out that Seyun was able to do so without much trouble. The boy had managed to draw blood from such a powerful opponent, and he already felt pride blossoming inside him for having succeeded. However, the goblin sword could not withstand this power and was now completely destroyed. Our hero was incredibly upset to see this unique sword, which had never failed him at a crucial moment, destroyed. Seyun was distracted from contemplating the monster's destroyed head by a system notification that Hunting's poisonous aura had been released. The young man knew that with its skin scorched by the flames of darkness, the monster would not be able to escape Hunting's poison. So soon he saw the long-awaited notifications that the secret boss, who was the leader of the ogres, Krog Catlak, had been defeated. Seyun was no longer surprised by notifications that his level had increased and his personal merit ratings had skyrocketed. Not wanting to keep the hungry prince waiting, our hero let the power of gluttony consume the ogre leader. The constellation muttered that it was a real delicacy, stuffing his belly so full that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. While pondering whether there was anything the prince would not eat, the young man was distracted by extraneous sounds that caught his attention. As it turned out, the tremor that ran through the ground was the result of a huge monster falling heavily to the ground, causing everything around it to literally jump. Hanchul showed an incredible level of strength, managing to complete the task that Sewun had given him. It was extremely difficult, but he still managed to defeat two ogres who were determined to eat him alive, bones and all. Our hero couldn't help but appreciate his friend's efforts, but he said that he was still far from Sewun's level. Handing him another energy potion, the guy told Han Chul to drink it quickly because they needed to return to camp. But when the next message arrived, he literally froze in place, his mouth agape, truly shocked by what he read. The system announced that the ogre chieftain had been defeated for the first time in the tower's history. So this achievement allowed the entire camp to move on to the next stage of training. The young man reread it over and over again and couldn't believe that this had really happened to him. Hanchul also read it carefully and couldn't believe his eyes. He understood only one thing. Seyun was truly a unique person. After processing the new information in his head, the young man smiled and said that they were amazingly prepared for the next chapter. Carefully watching what was happening on the blue screen, one of the employees asked if this was even possible, since skipping training was prohibited. Tuning also couldn't believe what he was seeing, because this had never happened before. The office workers were bustling about, afraid to even imagine what would happen next. Now that the boy had defeated Craig, he might start hunting down the players. With an awkward smile, the man with glasses said that nothing terrible would happen if he finished off a couple of promising guys. They began to discuss how the guy was indeed a handful, but they had managed to remove the obstacle. The boss decided that even if they let these guys pass to the next chapter, it wouldn't really matter. After all, there was supposed to be a siege in the fourth chapter, and the guys needed to get inside the walls of the wondrous city and move forward. So A stood and looked around, enjoying the scenery, but the news that they had to defeat the Lord and take over the castle frightened her. After looking around carefully, the girl realized that the walls separated the castles, and Seon confirmed her words, adding that each castle had its own abilities. It was not difficult to conclude that the choice of which castle to capture was of great importance, as it could affect literally everything. Sewon was pleased that his companion was so quick-witted and understood everything right away, as this made his task easier. The goal of the fourth chapter of training was to besiege the castle, and the fifth was to defend it, so it was necessary to develop a clear plan of action. Therefore, the choice of castle had to be carefully considered, and so far only one was suitable, at least in Sewon's opinion. He believed that they should go to the Golden Fortress, the most powerful in this chapter, which was said to be the most difficult to besiege. But the main problem was that none of them knew where it was located, as there were only rumors and legends about it. So our hero decided to send Jongpil to explore the area to find out what fortresses were nearby. He ordered So-A to go in the opposite direction and also explore the fortresses. When the girl asked what their leader would be doing at that time, he smiled mysteriously and said that he would search the empty houses. The first target on his list was the Towering Tower, which seemed like an extremely interesting place to him. Remembering the rules of the fourth chapter of training, our hero knew that each squad could only occupy one single fortress. However, there were loopholes in the rules because no one forbade taking treasures without capturing the fortress. Activating his magical power, our hero used the stealth technique of Kirkle, which once struck terror into the hearts of the continent's nobility. From his past life, the guy remembered the layout of the central fortress quite well, so it wouldn't be too difficult to get past the traps and monsters. He was distracted from these thoughts by the sharp voice of Jongpil, who urgently wanted to check if his new communication device was working. Frowning, Sewon asked if he already had information that needed to be reported immediately. It turned out that the blonde man had not learned anything important. He was simply admiring the fact that he now had something similar to a cell phone. To communicate, they used a communication stone that Sewon had created by casting telepathy magic on a mana crystal. It was more like a walkie-talkie than a phone, but that didn't change the essence of the matter. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the young man decided to ask if everything was okay with So-A. According to the girl, everything was fine. They were conducting reconnaissance. This young lady was so hard-working that the guy decided to remind her of the need to rest. He promised to check a couple more places and return to camp. After finishing the conversation, he decided it was time to focus on the treasures. In the shadows, he noticed two guards quietly talking to each other. They were relaxed and did not expect an attack. Right behind them was the storeroom that interested our hero, so the guards automatically became his target. The Hungry Prince constellation anticipated a hearty dinner and licked its lips with anticipation. It was time for the changing of the guard. So when one elf came to take his post, the other smiled and asked what was for dinner today. Se-un thought it was very good that the local guards were half-elves because their senses were on par with humans. It was much easier to pass them than if he had been facing goblins with heightened senses. However, Sewon underestimated these creatures, as one of the guards noticed strange fluctuations in the air and reacted instantly. The halfling immediately asked who was there, because he was sure he hadn't imagined it. But the doors of the vault were still tightly closed, and the usual silence surrounded them. This made the guard doubt his own senses and admit that he had indeed imagined it. Meanwhile, our hero safely reached the place where many weapons were stored, including bows and arrows. This was to be expected since arrows are the most suitable weapon for defending the tower, but there was one problem. The bows were not of the highest quality, and the best of them barely reached D rank. This discovery disappointed the young man, because he had hoped that if the fortress was C rank, then the treasury would contain items of the same level. Listening to the voices behind the door, our hero heard conversations about everything being fine, which meant that no one had noticed him. Moving closer to the door, the boy could make out words about one of the guards seeing a group of people, but they had gone in the other direction. Se-un was so curious that he moved closer to the crack in the door, wanting not only to hear but also to see the guards. Noticing a stately elf with a powerful bow on his back, our hero assumed that this might be the ruler of the fortress. But what attracted the young man's attention most was not the dwarf's personality, but his weapon, because there was nothing like it in the storeroom. So our hero decided to take the ruler's equipment for himself. It was a very bold move, but who said that Se-un didn't have such ambitions? Meanwhile, Tuning had already relaxed and was sitting calmly in his chair, thinking that they had dealt with all the problems. He sincerely believed that now he could breathe a sigh of relief and simply watch the players develop. But his calmness slipped away as soon as another phone call rang. This sound had already become a trigger for the man, so he jumped up from his seat and felt uneasy. Answering the call, he heard a stern voice urging him to immediately check the next location. The words Tuning heard next made him freeze in his tracks. It turned out that player Jong Se-woon had once again managed to do something incomprehensible. He immediately opened the location cameras on his computer and began viewing the images one by one. Suddenly, one of the towers exploded so suddenly that the man jumped away from the screen. With his mouth agape in shock, Tuning tried to understand what this boy was doing and where he got so many ideas and the strength to carry them out. And it wasn't about a specific fortress, because he was blowing them up one after another, taking all the equipment and valuables from them along the way. It became clear that the boy was simply out of his mind. The man didn't understand why he was doing this, because he wouldn't even be rewarded for such actions. All the chaos he had caused could become a serious problem, because now the players had to fight for the best fortresses. But now the castles were burning and the treasuries had been looted. While the office was frantically ordering Seo-eun to be stopped, he was trying to get his hearing back after the explosion. He felt his ears starting to burn, so he thought someone was having a very lively conversation about him. The system sent a message that from now on, malicious actions against the fortress would be considered an official siege. But what the young man disliked most was the news that items from the fortress could now only be obtained by winning the siege. Looking at this message, the young man thought that the system had decided to make his life much more difficult and ruin his plans. In fact, it was too late for them to rush in, because our hero had already gotten what he wanted so badly. After all, he had a bow that bore the proud name of the Great Hunter and was an S-rank item. This bow was used by the ruler of the tower and gave abilities such as increased attack range, greater flight speed, and stronger damage. Not only that, but Seon also got a whole bunch of C-rank weapons that you wouldn't find during training, all carefully stored in a space bag. The young man's joyful thoughts were interrupted by the vibration of the stone used as a means of communication. It was, of course, John Pill calling, his voice so worried that it was eerie. The blonde guy was clearly not calling for no reason. He was shouting that he had found something very important for their common cause. There was both fear and excitement in his voice, and barely finding the right words, he managed to say that he had found the Shining Fortress. For a moment, the world around our hero froze, and his mind was filled with thoughts of how it had finally happened. The Golden Fortress was not a myth or a figment of the imagination, but a very real structure that had now been found. It was as beautiful as in the legends that had been composed about it. It seemed that it was really built of pure gold. Chong Pil was incredibly proud that he was the one who found it. An amazing A-rank structure. The system said that it was surrounded by shining metal walls that glistened like gold, and the fortress was filled with siege structures and armed troops. All the fortresses our hero had encountered before were C-rank, but this one was A-rank, so the danger level was justifiably higher. Approaching Seon, Soe asked if they were ready to begin the siege of this structure, and she was also interested in the plan of attack. Opening the treasure chest of greed, our hero decided to find the ability that could help them in this difficult task. To begin with, he chose the monocular vision of the Eagle King, which allowed him to see prey on the ground even from the clouds. Those inside the fortress received less damage and bonuses to all characteristics, and once a day they could activate the Golden Glow, which stopped their opponents. Compared to ordinary fortresses, there was an incredible number of monsters there, and they all received buffs from the fortress itself. Therefore, there was only one way out, and that was a full-scale siege, so our hero announced this to all the members of his camp. Soe asked anxiously if they could handle this task, because the gate was guarded by a whole bunch of monsters, which meant there were even more of them outside the walls. That is why Siwon believed that they needed to focus on killing the ruler. If they managed to kill the leader, the monster troops would be neutralized. The young man was 100% sure that as soon as they broke through the walls, Soa and Hanchul would be able to clear the way for him without much difficulty. And while the guys were holding back the enemy troops, he would be able to get to the ruler and defeat him. That was his plan. After listening carefully to the young man, the red-haired sisters asked anxiously how he intended to break through the gates, as they seemed completely impenetrable. Smiling, the hero said that they needn't worry about that, because he already had some ideas. Opening the Vault of Greed, he took out a unique item that literally sparkled with power in his hands. It was a huge golden axe, so large that it was surprising that the guy could even lift it. But Sewon seemed to be holding it perfectly normally, without any effort. Looking intently at the gate, the young man declared with absolute confidence that he could break through it without any help. Soon, another explosion was heard, which led to a fire and massive destruction. The orcs were frightened and angry. They did not understand who could dare to be so bold as to attack their fortress. When the dust from the explosion settled a little, the monsters could see a silhouette moving toward them that resembled a human figure. Seyun moved slowly and confidently, carrying the colossal Pangu axe in his hands, which was said to have separated heaven and earth. Now, this unique item was in the possession of our hero, appearing and disappearing at his command. Taking such a precious weapon at once seemed wasteful to the young man, but it would help him achieve his goal much faster. True anxiety began to show on the monsters' faces. They were visibly nervous and afraid of the strange guy who was boldly striding toward them. However, the commander ordered them to gather immediately, so the warriors obeyed him and rushed into the attack, shouting threats and death wishes. They called Sewon a despicable creature who dared to destroy their precious gate, but the people were ready to fight their enemies. Han Chol, for example, was eagerly awaiting the start of the real fun. His blow was so powerful that the orcs were seriously frightened when they felt the ground shake. They had clearly never encountered such force before. They worked together with So-A, who deftly jumped onto the guy's shoulder to push off and attack from above. Swinging her sword, she activated a skill called a second tarantula leg and rushed into the attack. The orcs looked at her with a mixture of fear and admiration, thinking she was a true goddess of war. These thoughts remained in their heads only until her sword touched their bodies. When that happened, they realized that it was all over for them. So-A moved very quickly, her legs finally keeping up with the rest of her body movements, and she found her balance. The girl was full of enthusiasm. She was ready to defeat the ruler and was confident that Seyun's plan could be carried out very soon, and they could delay the enemies to open the way for him. To be honest, the guy didn't even expect everything to go so well and smoothly. Apparently, his guys had really grown in skill. He couldn't help but be happy about it, because now the whole job wasn't just on him, and there were people he could count on. So now he could focus entirely on his task and start searching for the leader to finish him and his henchmen off. The orc guards noticed our hero's advance and immediately began shouting to the others to stop him immediately. But how could they stop someone whose strength was comparable to a natural disaster? They didn't understand how to stop this hurricane that was relentlessly moving towards them, as confirmed by the explosion. Watching Sewon's performance in battle, the red-haired sisters decided not to fall behind and used their tools to take direct aim at the monsters. Placing a huge stone in the catapult they had built with their own hands, the girls said that Sewon could safely run forward while they covered him. Hanyol also decided that she shouldn't lag behind the others, so she activated her blood-stained shield and decided that she would try not to let the enemies get close to her sisters. Meanwhile, Hanchel managed to turn a serious task into entertainment and arrange a race with the monsters who dreamed of devouring him. Watching all this, Sewon couldn't help but smile. He had thought that the difference in strength would be very noticeable, but now he realized that he had greatly underestimated his comrades. But despite all the successes, the fortress was still a place where there were too many orcs. They were barely holding their positions, so they needed to find and defeat the ruler as soon as possible. So the young man pushed forward with even greater effort until his feet brought him to a large hall. There sat a creature whose mere appearance sent a nervous shiver down one's spine. The ruler was clearly expecting Seyun's arrival. Sitting calmly on his throne, the orc said that even though he was facing an enemy, he couldn't help but recognize him as a remarkable warrior who deserved respect. Wiping the blood of his enemy from his face, the young man boldly asked if the ruler of these lands was indeed sitting before him. Rising from his throne, the orc said that although there was little joy in fighting a weary enemy, he was ready to fight. He was obliged to defend the fortress that was home to many, so he had no other choice. So the king of the glorious orcs, the ruler of the Golden Garden, moved toward the uninvited guest, whom he could not refuse in the final decisive battle. After carefully examining his opponent, Seyun realized that his weapons and armor were no match for those of the other orcs. Durandal's sword would have come in handy right now. Watching the orc ruler approach with confidence, the boy began to curse Mammon for not wanting to return his sword. The ruler took the first blow, deciding that he would not allow this boy to set the pace of their battle, so he swung his weapon with all his might. Sun stepped back at the very last moment, Another centimeter and his head could have easily been severed from his body. He literally saw the blade rush past his face. The ruler demanded that the boy demonstrate all his abilities, since he wanted to claim this fortress so badly. Our hero wanted to do just that. He parried one blow after another, but he couldn't counterattack yet because his opponent's onslaught was too strong. A plan began to form in his head. He understood that he needed to use his mind, not his strength, because only then could he emerge victorious. Seo-un decided to try a proven method and deliver precise, targeted blows, which over time would lead to significant blood loss. It was strange that the monster did not even try to defend itself. It seemed that it simply did not believe that a human being was capable of causing it any harm, or else it believed so strongly that its armor would withstand the attack. Our hero benefited from being underestimated, as he had time to activate the third form of the Bloodwolf sword technique, which was enhanced by his inner strength. The power flared up as if it were fire, seemingly eager to strike the enemy as quickly as possible. Ultimately, it took the shape of a wolf that could destroy anything with its powerful jaws. The orc thrust his weapon forward to block the monster's jaws, but this only gave him a couple of extra seconds and did not provide adequate protection. There was no time to hesitate. He had to seize the moment and act decisively, so he drew his sword and began to rush forward. The enemy's weapon crashed into the concrete floor with a bang, causing it to crack. Despite this, the orc continued to insist that the guy's blows were very weak and that he could block them with his left hand. Siwon decided to see if the monster would change his rhetoric if he attacked him from above, thus depriving him of the opportunity to parry the attack normally. Although it clearly took some effort, the orc ruler gripped his weapon tightly and did not let go. His eyes glowed with rage as he said that the boy was still unworthy of ruling this fortress. These words made Seon grip his sword even tighter, as they hurt his pride and self-esteem, so the orc had to answer for what he said. He decided that everything he seized would become his, so he opened the Vault of Greed and took out the sacred blade of King Kunvenin. Our hero's sword was filled with light, and it seemed as if the young man was holding a small star that could strike down anyone who stood in his way. This dagger was one of the 3 sacred weapons of King Arthur, on par with Excalibur and Rogominiad, and was also called the White Handle. Seeing the strange glow, the orc tried to understand what it was and what level of magical abilities his opponent possessed, for his aura felt very powerful. Smiling, Seon said that his opponent could try to guess what was wrong with his dagger. As if to confirm his words, the blade of the sword flashed brightly, hinting to the orc that he would indeed understand everything very soon. Very soon, the orc finally realized that he was facing an extremely dangerous person and needed to block him as soon as possible, but doing so was extremely difficult. The monster understood that only an attack would save him, which meant he had to counterattack as soon as possible. Having made this decision within himself, the monster tried to move, but realized that it was impossible because his body seemed to have stopped obeying him, and he stood like a statue. Closing its eyes in despair, the creature tried to accept the fact that it could do nothing with its own limbs, which made its situation quite hopeless. But Seon could move, and very quickly at that. So taking advantage of the situation, he decided it was time to attack again. Stabbing the enemy with his dagger, the young man quietly said that he was truly worthy of being called the king of the orcs and the owner of the Golden Fortress. This time the young man managed to pierce his opponent's shiny armor, so the blade went deep into his flesh and left him no chance of survival. The system sent a notification that the ruler of the Golden Castle had been defeated and a new level had been successfully achieved. In addition, the hero received a golden halberd and golden armor of glory as a reward. However, his bone dagger was completely destroyed and literally shattered into tiny pieces. Looking at what was left of it, Seo Wu felt very sorry for this weapon because it had served him well. He remembered that it was the very first weapon that Chang Sok had made for him, which made it even more valuable. Exhaling, the young man decided that there was no need to mourn it too much because the dagger could not serve him forever anyway. The hungry prince did not want to wait too long, so the young man tried to devour the ruler of the Golden Castle as quickly as possible. Everything was fine until our hero was surprised by another system notification, which confused him a little. It said that he had brilliantly besieged the last and strongest fortress. Meanwhile, there was commotion in the office again, with employees worrying that if things continued this way, they would have big problems. They all wondered why Seon had captured the Golden Castle so quickly and could only come up with one answer, because he had skipped the previous stage of training. One of the employees was 100% sure that the other constellations would express their indignation about this. Their boss couldn't find any words more appropriate than the phrase that ordered all the fools to shut their mouths immediately. He asked the man with glasses if he thought any other player could capture the Golden Castle so easily, and the man hesitated and said that it would not be easy. The gentleman believed that the past had nothing to do with it, because in his memory, only one player in history had been able to capture the lock, and moreover, Seo-un was the first to conquer it. After that, he asked the man if he knew which constellations were watching the boy, and the man shook his head. The first to set his sights on Seon was the demon of greed, whose name was Mammon. The second was the demon of gluttony, Beelzebub. Such was the company that gathered around this boy. This information surprised the employee so much that he couldn't hold back a cry of astonishment. Finding confirmation of this information in the documents, the man asked if most of the demons of the 7 deadly sins had refused to sign contracts. But that wasn't all. According to the boss, most of the 72 lords of hell were watching over the members of Seon's squad, and such attention was focused on a person from the Earth dimension without magic or other supernatural abilities. Because he had caused such a commotion during the training phase, it was decided to create a special working group. Its members were tasked with thoroughly studying and analyzing Seon himself and his entire squad. Meanwhile, a veritable feast was held in the Golden Tower to thank everyone for their tremendous work in capturing the fortress. All the participants in the battle sat at a common table, enjoyed delicious dishes, and rejoiced that Seon's plan had been successfully implemented, as always. Someone decided to stand out in a special way, so he banged his hand loudly on the table and asked for a little attention. Of course, it was none other than Young-pil, who smiled strangely and playfully asked if everyone knew what he had found in the castle's storerooms. Beaming with happiness, the blonde guy said he had found a wonderful cellar with lots of different drinks, including this bottle of wine. The guys were surprised and, of course, delighted, because they hadn't drunk anything like this in so long, and in general, they hadn't been able to relax properly in what seemed like an eternity. Many of them already had a greedy gleam in their eyes, anticipating a fun night in the company of good alcohol. Seo-won sat at the head of the table, and even from a distance you could see his disapproving gaze. He clearly believed that now was not the time to relax. But in reality, right now, the guy was thinking that he had been too strict with his subordinates until now. Deciding that since they had worked so hard it was okay to celebrate, our hero opened Mammon's storage room and took out a huge bottle of a drink called Desert Dew. Chong-pil was so happy when he heard his friend's words that it was impossible to describe. He thought that his idea would not be approved. So now the place that had once been a battlefield became a haven of joy and peace, temporary but long awaited. A lot of time had passed and the celebration was still going on, but Si-woon had already started yawning and feeling extremely exhausted. But the guy really enjoyed all this, because he hadn't been able to relax for a very long time. The system announced that there were 62 hours and 10 minutes left before the start of the last chapter of training, called Defense. It was time to slowly start preparing for the next stage, so rest took a back seat again. Celebrating was all well and good, but it was time to get to work, so now the guys were already carrying logs at full speed, despite their slight hangovers. Watching how smoothly the members of the squad worked together, Seo-won realized that they had all become so accustomed to training that they acted almost in unison. Our hero was distracted from these thoughts by a voice saying that he also wanted to help with the restoration of the castle. It was Baek-hyun, and looking at him, Si-woon thought how lucky they were to have this guy on their team. The scholar's desire to help was very sweet, but our hero thought that instead, he'd better work on the Manicore's frame. This young man had no idea that he was actually a key character in completing the final chapter of his training. Si-woon understood perfectly well that if they managed to create the Manticore, he would be able to determine what it was before its rebirth. The guy decided to look at his status window. Among his unique skills, he had the power of greed and gluttony, and all his other skills were also listed below. Overall, his stats were at a very high level, so the guy was more than satisfied. Of course, he was already at level 17, and all his stats were around 100. Sometimes he himself wondered how this was possible. All this was thanks to the power of gluttony. The Hungry Prince really helped our hero a lot, because devouring enemies brought in quite a lot of points. Next, the guy decided to look at the personal points ranking. As always, he was in first place, but when he saw who was in second, he was quite surprised. There was the name Real Refren, the girl who was first in training before his rebirth, Smiling, our hero thought that a difference of 300,000 points would be difficult to overcome even after capturing the castle. So he looked forward to seeing Riel choke when she checked the rankings. Seo-won couldn't fully immerse himself in his thoughts, as someone's call brought him back to reality. It was John Pil again, who had finished his reconnaissance and came to the leader to report on the situation. The blonde said that the other troops had begun to approach, and some had already begun to besiege the castles. But there was something else that clearly worried the blonde man, and it was hard not to notice because his face reflected a certain level of anxiety. According to him, one unit was moving towards their castle, and they were already very close, so there was reason to start worrying. Se-eun clearly did not like this news, so he agreed with the blonde man that things were not looking good. The golden gate suddenly opened slightly, and a decent gap formed in the sturdy doors. Then it was kicked hard from the inside, causing it to open wide enough to pass through. Se-eun came out of the fortress, accompanied by So-ae. They were both extremely tense, as evidenced by their postures and expressions. The man who approached the gate smiled broadly and asked if he was really standing in front of the leader of the detachment. Extending his hand, the blonde stranger introduced himself as Charles McGregor and said that he was also a leader. He was impressed that someone had already managed to capture the castle. Our hero's hands clenched with incredible anger, all because this man's name was all too familiar to him. The smiling blonde was the very embodiment of duplicity. In his past life, Seo-eun's team had been destroyed, and he had no choice but to join another. At first, this Charles was very friendly and pretended to be happy about the new team member, but it didn't last long. After a while, the guy's life turned into a living hell. He did all the dirty work and became a slave, and during the siege, he was put on the front line as some kind of human shield. So Se-eun ran away as soon as his training was over, but he still had to lay low for a while. And now this man was standing in front of him again, extending his hand. It was understandable why the hero was not particularly happy to see this face and did not extend his hand in response. He coldly asked why Charles and his team had come. Awkwardly withdrawing his hand, the blonde scoundrel noted that it was incredibly difficult to trust each other in this damn training. It turned out that Charles had come with a proposal, assuming that Seo-eun's team was exhausted from the siege of this castle. So he was ready to join forces with them and support them in this difficult moment. They were even willing to take on all the dirty work. So-ae didn't know these people and had no idea what atrocities they were capable of, but she still didn't like this Charles and didn't even deign to look at him. Surprising her companion, she spoke up and said that they needed to consult with each other before making such an important decision. Charles McGregor was overly polite and kind, smiled and said that he sincerely hoped for a positive answer. The passage into the fortress became much narrower, but the door did not close completely, as if giving the blonde man hope. So-ae looked at Se-eun with interest and asked how he planned to proceed. They could be attacked by other troops, so she didn't think the offer was so bad. Without a moment's hesitation, our hero confidently replied that they would refuse Charles because he would only become part of their team over his dead body. The girl was extremely surprised by such excessive categoricalness, but Se-eun calmly asked her to check Charles' merit points. She did as the leader asked and found the man in 10th place, which was not bad at all. Staring into space, the guy asked if she had seen the weapons used by Charles and his henchmen. Finally, the puzzle came together in So-ae's mind, and thanks to Se-eun, she realized that Charles's team had the blood of other players on their hands, not monsters. They had earned their points by killing people. The guy told her that these nice guys talked a lot about how players should help each other, but in reality, from the third stage on, they racked up points by killing people. Swallowing hard, Soa squeezed out the words that she understood everything. It was clear that she was truly shocked by this story. Now she completely agreed with her leader and also believed that there was no need to take unnecessary risks. When they left the fortress and approached Charles, the girl said with confidence that she would have to decline his offer. Without removing his mask of a smiling, good-natured man, the blonde asked again if he understood correctly and if she was really refusing him. So-ae was like a stone wall. She was not swayed by his words and repeated that she could not trust people she had just met, and also advised him to find and capture his castle. It was noticeable that for a moment Charles's mask slipped and his face contorted with anger, but he quickly regained his composure and said that he was very disappointed. After that, he abruptly drew his sword from its sheath and announced that they were not going to look for any other castle, because they planned to capture this one. Now he revealed his true colors, when he said that he thought it would be easier to attack the exhausted players than to besiege another castle. Finally, So-A realized that no one had ever planned to unite with them in the first place, and that Charles had planned from the very beginning to take advantage of their weakness and take all their achievements for himself. Ordering his men to attack, the scoundrel shouted that today they would have a real feast in the Golden Castle, where they would sit like kings. Everything happened so quickly that Sewon jumped forward to protect So-A, who was still in shock. After that, the guy shouted loudly, trying to call Han Cho-ryul, whose help would be very useful now. The brown-eyed guy immediately responded to the call, and a second later jumped off the fortress walls right where the battle was beginning to rage. He was angry that someone wanted to take credit for their achievements, so he didn't mind the battle starting. When he landed, he used his signature move, which caused the ground beneath his opponent's feet to shake. No one expected to feel such power, so of course the guys got scared and began to doubt that they had made the right choice when they came here. Charles tried to calm everyone down, saying that it was clearly a one-time move and would not happen again, so there was no need to panic. He said that their enemies had just shaken the ground a little, but these words made Seo-eun laugh because he had seen quite large cracks appear in the soil. Opening the repository of greed, the guy decided to summon lava because it would fit perfectly through the holes in the ground. The power responded to his call with ease, and a second later he felt a slight heat as the lava gradually rose to the surface. The boiling fiery liquid flowed like a raging river, filling all the cracks and unevenness in the ground. It was a combo move with Kang Hanchul that helped bring real heat to the battlefield. For some it was just heat, but for their opponents it was a personal branch of hell. They screamed and writhed in pain, burning in this liquid fire. Their bodies smoldered and began to give off a sickening smell of burnt flesh. Such was the fate of those who deceitfully killed their own kind. Charles McGregor wasn't worried about his squad at all. Only one question was spinning in his head. At what point did everything go wrong? Exchanging glances with Seo-eun, Hanchul asked if his help had been enough. Seo-eun nodded and said that he had done a perfect job. Charles's eyes widened in surprise, which turned into a guess that seemed simply impossible. Looking closely at our hero, the scoundrel couldn't believe that this was the same Seo-eun standing in front of him. It simply couldn't be. When he finally realized that he had messed with the strongest player, he fell to his knees and literally begged for mercy because he understood that he was powerless against this guy. Watching the bodies of his henchmen burn, Charles screamed and begged not to be killed, promising to do whatever Seo-eun and So-A wanted. But all these words meant absolutely nothing to Seo-eun, because he knew perfectly well what a vile creature was sprawled before them. Seeing that no amount of persuasion would work, Charles began to get angry. His rage reflected on his face, showing that the mask of the nice boy had finally slipped. So-A understood this too, looking at the blonde man with an expression on her face as if she were about to make a very important decision. Charles noticed this too, so he tried to pressure the girl by throwing himself at her feet and apologizing for wanting to attack them. She was disgusted to hear all this talk about how the blonde man was thinking about the welfare of his team. She understood that it was her turn to think about those who remained within the walls of the fortress. Looking into So-A's beautiful eyes, which seemed very kind to him, Charles thought that changing his goal was the right decision. The girl immediately struck him as extremely soft-hearted, but he had no idea how deeply mistaken he was. Literally a second later, this very soft-hearted girl swung her sword and cut off his head with one stroke. So-A understood that if they let this scoundrel go, he would always be a threat to their team and to all other decent people, and she couldn't allow that, so she decided to act. Yes, it hurt her to see a man fall by her hand, but she understood that this was the only way to protect others. Now there was human blood on her sword. She felt sorry, but she understood that there was no other way. She kept telling herself that nothing was more important than the squad, and these thoughts really helped her cope with what had happened. Looking at the innocent girl, whose hands were now covered in blood, Sewon thought that he had never expected anything like this from her. He couldn't imagine that So-A would be capable of cutting off the head of a player who begged for mercy without hesitation, but it was clear that it wasn't easy for her. Lowering her head, she looked at her feet, her voice trembling as she asked if she had really done the right thing. Catching her gaze, the guy said that of course she had made the right decision, adding that he would have done the same in her place. There were 60 hours left before the start of the 5th chapter of training, so our hero suggested that the girl go inside and start repairing the gate. After a while, Seon wanted to take a look at the true repository of greed. As always, there was a strange and somewhat heavy aura there, which made him reluctant to stay there for long. He managed to get some mineral tree resin, which was as strong as earth ore, perfect for repairing the gate. So now the Golden Gate was like new, and seeing this, the red-haired sisters began to admire Seo-un and ask him how he had managed to achieve this. The young man briefly told the sisters that he had his own proven methods, when suddenly another participant interrupted their conversation. It was old man Chang Sok, who announced with a beaming smile that he had finished improving the equipment. The gray wolf cloak had been perfectly cleaned of dirt and everything else, and its rank had also increased significantly. The red wolf armor was now sparkling and had also been upgraded to a higher level. Our hero was very happy that he now had such wonderful equipment, and the old man had clearly improved his skills and abilities. Chung Sok also said that he had heard rumors that his bone knife had broken. After hearing this, an image of the battle with the orc ruler popped into the young man's head. Our hero apologized for his carelessness, but the old man just smiled and said that he was glad that the weapon he had made had come to a worthy end. After chatting for a bit, the master finally left, saying he wanted to get back to working on the golden armor that Seon had ordered. Watching the man leave, the young man thought that the weapons they had found in the castle would suffice for now, but he was upset that Durandal's sword would probably never return to him. Now it was time to think about what to do next, because the period of defending the fortress would soon begin. Se-woon decided to call his dear blonde friend, who was standing right in front of him the next moment. When Jeon Pil heard that they wanted to borrow his pet skeleton, he was not very happy, because last time they had not treated it very carefully. But then he came to his senses and said that Se-woon could of course take it, because he was the one who had given it to him. Looking at the guy and his pet, Se-woon realized that the skeleton was a reflection of its owner, which was quite amusing. However, Jong Pil-yu did not have to go with him, as Se-woon politely informed him, which, to put it mildly, upset the blonde because he was already looking forward to a new adventure. He almost cried when he complained that Se-woon always left him at camp and never took him along to have fun. It was strange, but the young man's persuasion began to affect our hero. He himself did not understand why, but now he felt awkward because he had not paid attention to his friend. So 5 minutes later, the two guys were riding the wind on a red skeleton monster, and Se-woon himself didn't quite understand how he had been persuaded to do it. They passed one of the castles that our hero had previously robbed, which had now been captured by a group of people. Se-woon realized that, in a way, he had even helped those people, because after his raid, it wasn't difficult to capture the castle, but it was unlikely that they would find anything valuable there. Holding onto his companion's shoulders, Jong Pil finally decided to ask where they were going. Se-woon irritably told him to try to guess for himself. When the blonde man realized that they were most likely going to the dungeon, where there was a whole bunch of monsters, he shouted and said that in that case, he wanted to get off. But it was too late. Se-woon smiled and said that they had already arrived. The blonde guy expected to see something gloomy and scary, but instead they were greeted by beautiful waves crashing on the shore. The place was truly picturesque, and for a moment, Jeon Pil even thought that his friend had joked and they had simply come to relax by the water. Smiling slyly, the young man even called Se-woon a true romantic for bringing him to the sea, but our hero immediately said that this was not the case at all. He said that there was a cliff in front of them, which they had overcome, and it was very unexpected to hear this. The blonde guy didn't even immediately believe that it was really the same cliff they had managed to cross at the end of the 3rd chapter. He didn't understand how it was possible. Putting these thoughts aside, Jeon Pil became cheerful again and said that he would not mind catching some fish for dinner to make a spicy fish soup. Adding a mysterious tone to his voice, Se-woon said that this task would be extremely difficult. Opening the repository of greed, the young man activated his magical power and impressive lightning bolts ran through his hands. This was necessary in order to later use the lightning spear, which could be created thanks to this power. The lightning spear belonged to a series of combat spells from the Purple Tower, where they had figured out the best way to pierce enemies. The blonde man felt uneasy when he realized the power he was facing, his face contorting into a nervous laugh. Se-un paid no attention to him, focusing on his power, then hurling the resulting lightning forward. His power was increased by the techniques of the Black Tower, so all that remained was to wait and see the effect. A bright flash illuminated everything around, reflecting off the sea, And for a moment it seemed as if our hero had created some kind of magical portal to another world. When the lightning struck the water, strange sounds came from the depths, and a few seconds later, a creature resembling a sea serpent from children's horror stories emerged. Chunpil was speechless. He did not expect to see the embodiment of nightmares before him, a character whose existence he wanted to deny with all his heart. Sewon, on the other hand, was very happy because he understood that what he had expected had happened. They had found the source. And the source was, to put it mildly, not the friendliest. A huge sea serpent with razor-sharp teeth did not seem like a cute little animal you would want to befriend. But in addition to the serpent, there were also aquatic monsters that were supposed to appear only at the beginning of the 5th chapter of training. Now Siwon knew that these creatures would emerge from the sea. Now some details that he had not understood before became clear to him, but now they would help him make plans for the future. The sea depths attracted the attention of the bent crow, who now stared intently at them. It was no surprise because there was one of the demons of the 7 deadly sins, ruling the kingdom of demons, among other things, and the legendary creature called Leviathan was hiding there. The system announced that there were only 10 minutes left before the start of the 5th chapter of training, which consisted of defending the fortress. The guys were carefully checking their ammunition and catapults, and they were more than sure that everything was ready. Everything indicated that they had prepared brilliantly for the defense and were sure to achieve victory over those who wanted to compete with them. The archers had already taken up advantageous positions on the walls of the tower and were ready at any moment to shoot their arrows at anyone who came within a meter of the fortress. One of the positions was occupied by the person who made this entire defense possible. Seon stood at the firing point with the confidence of a seasoned warrior and looked into the distance, trying to predict when the first attempts to break through their territory would be made. Looking at the guy, So-A asked with some uncertainty in her voice if they would be able to pass all the tests without any problems this time. She was scared, so her uncertainty was forgivable. But our hero was not afraid of anything, so he said clearly that they would handle everything. Meanwhile, someone's feet were already running towards the fortress to bring important news. The rider was, of course, our dear Jean Pil, because only he could handle such an important task as reconnaissance, but his face was clearly not twisted with joy. No wonder, because he was rushing to warn everyone that terrifying monsters had emerged from the sea, and they would have to fight them. The creatures had strange webbed limbs that ended in deadly sharp claws. A multitude of monsters resembling sea creatures had now crawled to the surface and were preparing to feast on humans, who seemed very appetizing to them. They were literally breathing down the neck of poor Jean Pil, who was scared to death by the sudden appearance of his enemies. He didn't wait for the gate to open, as it was too dangerous. So as soon as he reached the fortress, he immediately began to climb up. When he finally managed to climb up, he breathlessly informed his boss of his arrival and said that he had done what he was supposed to do. Seo-un gratefully accepted the spear from the blonde man, which was what he had been sent for, and said that he had done an excellent job. This spear served as a huge arrow, which our hero placed in his bow and aimed to start shooting at the uninvited guests. After firing, our hero noticed something was wrong, and when he examined the weapon, he realized that small but noticeable cracks had appeared on it. But that didn't stop Seon from loading another powerful arrow and preparing to shoot. After that, he decided to open the Vault of Greed to envelop the weapon with magical power and make it even more deadly. The young man activated a power called the Bloodthirsty Demon Spear, and the whole world turned red. According to legend, this weapon had previously belonged to the hero Keltar and had to be kept exclusively in water because it constantly emitted flames. Now Seon was convinced that the legends were true, and that the fire that emanated from this weapon was indeed incredibly dangerous. This fire literally turned the surrounding space into a veritable branch of hell on earth. So A opened her mouth in surprise, and even the indifferent Han Shul could not hide his shock at what he saw. The guys simply did not understand how an ordinary person could possess such power. But John Pil was more interested in where his dear friend had put the spear that he had literally suffered for. Oh, when they realized that the small glint in the distance was the spear, they were even more surprised. The weapon had turned into a fast and deadly thing that spared no one and was ready to destroy everything in its path. Soon there was an explosion, so massive that the earth shook and the living envied the dead. The force was so powerful that it seemed that those who found themselves at the epicenter had no chance of surviving such an event. And so it was. The monsters burned alive and screamed as loud as they could, writhing in pain and falling dead. Their death was not easy. They suffered and went mad from the sounds of their own screams. At that moment, they regretted their decision to attack this fortress. It was unbearable to watch, even though So-A understood that these were her enemies. She did not wish such a terrible fate upon them. Looking at the flames that were still burning, she asked herself one question: how could a single blow destroy 100 enemies? The realization of how many living beings had died in a single moment frightened So-A and brought tears to her eyes. But she quickly pulled herself together and said that it was not yet time to rejoice, because they had to defeat the monsters that were approaching the castle gates. So the archers got ready, took up their battle positions, and shot arrows at those who were lucky enough not to burn alive, but instead met a more merciful death. The catapults also sprang into action and turned into veritable killing machines, which coped with their task very successfully. Again there were screams. Again there was agony and death. The monsters died from the arrows, but at least they did not suffer as much as those who burned in the hellish flames summoned by Seyun. Seeing how skillfully the guys were doing, our hero said that they could hold out without his help from now on. These words frightened So-A, and she asked if the leader was leaving. Looking at the girl, our hero smiled mysteriously and said that he was counting on them to show him their strength. So-A felt a rush of warmth inside. She was pleased that the young man trusted them so much that he was willing to leave an entire fortress in their care. Looking at the dying flames, the girl said that he could completely rely on them. Our hero decided to go into battle with one goal in mind: to feed the hungry prince and improve his stats. He carefully examined the area to see if there was anything left that was suitable for consumption, then marked the entire battlefield near the cliff with the power of gluttony. Soon the prince's hungry teeth were eager to devour all the monsters that suited his taste. The first to go into his mouth were the sea lizard and the green naga. But devouring them did not give him many points and did not greatly improve his stats. The hungry prince was happy that he could finally end his fast and greedily swallow his prey. But Seyun did not understand why the increase in characteristics was so insignificant. In response, the constellation began to complain that it was tired of eating the same thing. Realizing that his patron was too picky, our hero began to think about where to find new snacks for him. Immersed in these thoughts, the guy decided to try a new skill called Lightning Wave, directing all of its power directly at the dead monsters. After that, the bodies of the creatures looked like figures burned from the inside out, completely charred. But the esteemed hungry prince highly appreciated the variety of dishes that ended up in his stomach this time. Inside Seyun, there was complete confidence that the main creature would soon appear, because he had killed so many of its minions that it was bound to crawl out in the near future. He was very surprised by the message that said the number of monsters had fallen by more than a quarter. Before he had time to analyze this thought, he was distracted by the sound of claws scraping against stone as someone's huge paw climbed upward. This was the very monster Seyun had been waiting for. Now before him stood the enraged tyrant of the sea, known as Darakon, the final boss of the 5th chapter. The smaller monsters did not fade into the background either. They continued to attack, and most of the team was busy neutralizing them. At one point, Hanyul stepped forward, activated her power, and used Poison Shield to protect her comrades. But in addition to protection, it also posed a deadly threat to the creatures that were unlucky enough to be too close. They literally choked on their own blood. One creature, which resembled a fish, managed to escape and crept up on the girl, who did not expect an attack from behind. Fortunately, So-A was nearby and managed to react in time, stabbing the fish with her sword and thus saving the healer from a gruesome death. When Hanyul realized what had happened, she smiled frantically and thanked the girl for saving her, because if it weren't for her, everything would have ended very badly. For So-A, it was nothing, and she told the healer not to worry and to leave the rest of the enemies to her. The blue-haired girl's eyes burned with gratitude, and she said once again that if it weren't for her help, she would hardly have seen the next day. As they talked, So-A felt something huge and powerful approaching her from behind, its energy detectable even from a distance. The poor girl didn't even have time to squeak before a huge claw grabbed her and pulled her closer. Real fear lit up in the girl's eyes. She couldn't even imagine that she would have to face something so powerful. Soon she saw the snake's eyes, which glowed with an otherworldly red light, clearly indicating that it wanted to shed blood. As it turned out, there were several monsters, and they were so big and disgusting that she wanted to scream in fear, like a little child. The fear inside So-A could not disappear because these creatures looked very powerful, and she understood that defeating them would be extremely difficult. Hanchul, on the other hand, looked as if he was facing a couple of pathetic pests, not creatures capable of tearing them apart with a single movement. The young man was confident that he could handle them. But even if he overestimated his abilities, the young man understood that he had to try to defeat them, because there was simply no other way out. His confident attitude calmed So-A a little, who was almost in a panic, and now she even found the strength to smile. Then she shouted that it was time to attack and rushed into battle, deciding that her own fear was her greatest enemy. She made the first strike and discovered that her sword was unable to pierce the armor covering the creatures' bodies. It became clear that physical attacks would not do much damage to the enemies. Han Chol began to exert maximum effort, his fists hitting the monsters so hard that it seemed to him that they could turn them into mincemeat. But after a few such blows, he realized that they were not working, that it was all useless and did no harm to the monsters. Jumping back, the guys began to think about their next move, because it was still unclear how they could defeat their enemies. It was absolutely clear that they would not be able to achieve anything with conventional attacks, because the monsters felt completely safe around them. The only way out that So-A could see was to go to the castle and regroup, because otherwise they could get hurt. But then something unexpected happened. They were helped by a force they had completely forgotten about. A revived manticore, the strongest creature that could sweep away everything in its path with a single paw, joined the battle. So soon, the first enemy, which looked like a large swollen toad, said goodbye to life, literally cut in half. Seeing this, the snake became so enraged that it literally went berserk and began to hiss loudly, warning of the blow it was planning to deliver at any moment. With a flick of its tail, the manticore showed that it was not to be trifled with, for it was more powerful than anyone who stood before it. And it proved it in practice, wrapping its tail around its opponent and causing it to bleed to death. The manticore showed that it was capable of doing unimaginable things. So-A opened her mouth in surprise once again, unable to believe that a dead creature brought back to life by a scientist would come to their aid. Smiling, Baekhyun thanked his friends for holding out so long and not dying. He said that he and the manticore had been slightly delayed because he had been working on fully activating the poison in its venom. Everyone was satisfied with the scientist's work, especially his constellation, the horse that tramples death. So Baekhyun had a pretty good excuse for not coming earlier. The guy had been working hard to perfect the manticore. Now that it was completely ready for battle, Baekhyun was happy that he could finally contribute to the victory. Looking at the beast that possessed such incredible power, Jong Pil was even a little upset because the manticore seemed cooler to him than his precious pet. No one answered him because everyone was busy reading the system message, which, to put it mildly, had shocked the players. It said that the number of monsters had fallen by more than a quarter, and in their place came an enraged sea tyrant called Darakon. Adjusting his glasses, Baekhyun assumed that they would have to face not just another monster, but a boss, and Sewon had most likely gone to battle him. The young man did not want to stay on the sidelines, so he suggested that everyone else go with him and his manticore to help their leader. So-A was frightened and surprised by this proposal, reminding them that if no one guarded the Golden Castle, it would fall. But her fears were in vain, because there were guys who promised to defend the fortress with all their might, and the archers assured her that they would be able to deal with all the problems. Such a passionate desire to help the common cause was highly appreciated by the girl, and she could not refuse them their initiative. Only now did she allow herself to finally stop and look at her companions, who had become much stronger than they had been before. Since the beginning of their journey, they had grown stronger in both body and spirit, which made them the wonderful warriors they had become. Looking at the clear sky, which reminded her of peaceful times, she said that she hoped for the guys and believed in them. Meanwhile, a creature emerged from the sea, whose paws alone were capable of crushing anyone who stood in its way. Its powerful clawed limbs were so strong that the mere thought of them sent shivers down her spine. Soon, the head of this monster appeared, growling loudly and staring at everything, with eyes burning with hatred. This frightened the people so much that they were confused and did not know which way to run, because it seemed that the creature could reach them even from underground. Looking at all this chaos, So-Won came to only one conclusion. His opponent was absurdly huge. From his past life experience, he remembered that most of the castle had been destroyed before they even had a chance to engage in battle. So this time he had to deal with the monster before it reached him. The main question was how to do it and stay alive, preferably with all his limbs intact. If there was only one monster, Mammon's treasures would be more than enough. But looking at the brood of other creatures climbing the cliff, it was clear that there would be many problems. Looking at all these creatures, our hero thought only of how to find a way to destroy them all at once. And such a way was found. It consisted of burning everything around. However, it was not Se-un who controlled the flames. This time, someone else did it. It was the work of a girl whose ears revealed her direct kinship with the elves. It was her magic that lit this fire. Looking into her bright blue eyes, Se-un was struck by a flash of recognition. He couldn't believe that she was really standing in front of him. Riel Refren, an elf often called the darling of nature, was capable of controlling the powerful spirits of the four elements. But her world had already been destroyed, so this girl had nothing to lose. To revive her destroyed homeland, she had to climb the tower with the last seed of the world tree in her hands. Looking at her, the boy understood that there could be no mistake. She was indeed the strongest elf. But he had no idea why she had come here, or why she had entered into battle with the sea monsters. Se-un remembered that in her previous life, she had not been so independent. But now it didn't matter, because if she was trying to burn the enemy, that automatically made her an ally. Looking at the whole situation, Riel Refren had only one thought. If she had such an opportunity, she simply had to take advantage of it. So now she was here, thinking only about how to deal with the disgusting sea monsters as quickly as possible. Seeing her excessive zeal, the fifth-day constellation felt sincere pity. The goddess wanted the girl to think at least a little about her own well-being. But the elf thought only of defeating the boss, because otherwise she would not be able to regain her first place. The fifth day looked at her with sympathy. Se-un was a little surprised that Riel had caught the attention of the goddess herself, who was now smiling, finding the guy's jealousy rather cute. Her eyes burned with fire. She could not bear defeat, could not take a secondary position that would bring her no benefit. She was determined to find the Garden of Eternity, which, according to legend, was supposed to be somewhere in the tower. She needed to plant the seed of the world tree there in order to resurrect her lost family. The goddess tried to comfort Riel, saying that she was doing a great job, but these words could not stop or slow down the elf. She knew she had little chance of success, for she was the bearer of the last seed of the world tree, so she had to accomplish her task. The elf felt the burden of being the last hope for her race, so it seemed to her that she was not doing enough. The spirits of nature she commanded were not the most benevolent creatures, so they constantly suggested that she burn her enemies alive or bury them in the ground. This was Riel's first time fighting such huge monsters, so she wasn't too surprised when she discovered that the spirits were consuming too much mana. She wasn't sure she could handle the boss on her own, as she had no previous experience with such a task. Despite the elf's intervention in the battle, our hero had no intention of standing aside, and he carefully wove his spell into her magic. This did not go unnoticed by the girl. Her eyes widened when she sensed the foreign interference. Even her spirits were alarmed and began to ask who dared to do such a thing. At that moment, Se-un emerged from the haze of magical light, determined to show that he too had the right to fight the boss. Everyone was extremely surprised to see that a human possessed such power. Usually, humans were mediocre, and their abilities were of no interest. Riel realized that it was the breath of nature that had been used, a power that enlivens forests and fills spirits with energy. Only elves knew about this unique spell. So now she was even more combative, and with a harsh tone in her voice, she asked how a human could use elven magic. Looking closely at Rule, our hero asked if that was really the most important question on her mind right now. After all, at the moment, it was really only a secondary concern, as the monster was rapidly approaching. The fair-haired elf only now noticed how close the monster had come. Despite its size, its speed was simply astonishing. Looking at this creature, it was extremely difficult to believe that it was really so huge, because it seemed simply absurd. Without looking at Riel, our hero asked if she had also come here to fight the boss, even though he already knew the answer. Smiling broadly, Se-un asked why they shouldn't join forces and take on such an impressive opponent. Analyzing the situation, the girl realized that this guy could have attacked her while she was vulnerable, but instead he deliberately restored her strength. So for now, she decided to believe that he had no ulterior motives and agreed to his proposal. Although looking at the creature's burning eyes, getting involved with her didn't seem like such a good idea because she inspired real horror that made her body break out in goosebumps. And when the boss roared, all these feelings intensified tenfold because his roar shook the ground and the guys' hearts pounded like crazy. The system reported that the enraged tyrant of the sea, Darakan, had let out a dragon's roar. The next notification said that an all-consuming horror seeped into the soul of everyone who heard the roar. The boys really felt all this. They literally froze in place, unable to move their limbs, so overwhelmed by panic that they became powerless in the face of the enemy. Gritting his teeth in anger, the young man began to think about how his body had stopped obeying him at the worst possible moment, because now he needed to strike, not stand there like a statue. He tried with all his might to move at least one of his arms, but he could barely do it. But after some time of fruitless effort, his arm finally gave way, and his fingers began to bend slowly. As it turned out, it was all because of the satyr's mark, which partially freed the guy's body from these shackles. Soon our hero even managed to raise his hand, after which it was announced that the first ability of the mark, called Fear, had been released. The satyr mark absorbed all kinds of fear, and the more it fed on this feeling, the stronger it became. Looking at the glowing pattern on his hand, Siwon thought that he had no idea that this mark could be so useful. The sudden glow blinded Riel for a second, and she covered her eyes with her hands and wondered what had caused such a strange light show. When she realized that the horror was gone and her ability to move had returned, there was only one question in her mind. What kind of power was capable of doing such a thing? She was distracted from these thoughts by Seon, who said that from now on he would be counting on her. Then he took out a strange melee weapon called compressed dwarf minerals. Without thinking twice, the guy rushed forward, his determination simply astonishing, especially given what had just happened. The girl was extremely indignant that her new ally had decided to attack so abruptly. She was convinced that it would be better to agree on a plan of action first and then rush into the thick of things. But it wasn't that simple, especially when the monsters began to fight back, directing the flames of their anger at Seon. Watching all this, Riel frowned, because she hated recklessness more than anything else in the world. Rushing into battle without a clear plan seemed to her to be the greatest folly. Therefore, in order to at least somehow protect this fool, the girl decided to send Sylph to clear the way for the guy, and the spirit was only too happy to do so. When our hero saw a strange green fairy next to him, he was surprised, because he did not expect her to help him in any way. She seemed powerless against such an enemy as a fire-breathing creature that was larger than a multi-story building. Our hero knew that if he did nothing, they would fall victim to the creature's fiery breath, so he saw no better option than to open the Vault of Greed. Siwon took out the Copper Club of Hercules, which Hephaestus had made for him specifically to perform the 12 labors. Meanwhile, the monster continued to spew its flames, clearly hoping to get rid of those who wanted to take its life as soon as possible. Inside, Riel was once again overcome with all-consuming fear. She realized that her ally could burn right before her eyes, and there was nothing she could do about it. An explosion thundered, and everyone was engulfed in heat. It became clear that whoever was at the epicenter of the events would most likely not survive such a nightmare. Closing her eyes, the fair-haired elf could only hope that when she opened them, she would not see the charred corpse of the boy who had been brave but so reckless. All she could do was scream, asking if anyone was alive, because surviving this horror was, to put it mildly, almost impossible. But our hero knew how to surprise, and this time he did it again, surviving where others would have died long ago. Yes, he was barely breathing, because too much smoke had gotten into his lungs. But he was here, alive, standing on his feet and able to continue the fight. And that was all that mattered. Moreover, he even managed to climb on top of the monster, which proved his superiority over this creature, and also made the giant less frightening. Watching the boy calmly descend, the elf couldn't wrap her head around how he could be completely unharmed after everything that had happened. The weapon in Seon's hands began to dissolve as if it were illusory, but the boy was not surprised, for he knew that this weapon would only be enough for one strike. The stunned girl began to ask how he had done it, because from what she had seen, it was obvious that he had managed to block the dragon's breath. It turned out that just before the monster tried to release its breath, the guy hit it right in the nose with his mace, knocking the enemy down instantly. This caused its mouth to close, and everything it was about to exhale exploded inside it. Riel couldn't contain her surprise as she listened to all this. Sewon knew that he had struck his opponent solely because the recoil had caused him serious damage. But despite this, it was clear that the giant was a formidable opponent. So, looking at the monster, which was slowly coming to its senses, the young man thought only about what other techniques to use to maximize the damage. Everything indicated that the monster also understood that it was not facing the easiest prey that could be simply devoured and calmly survived. Even though the enemy had not yet been defeated, the young man was proud of himself for being able to inflict considerable damage, even if the monster did not consider him an equal. He was distracted from his thoughts by Riel, who came closer and asked in a businesslike tone if Sewon had any plans for further action. Oh, now Sewon knew exactly what to do. He said he needed to find the transformed scales. The guy was completely confident that he could handle this task. All the elf had to do was cover for him. Closing her eyes, Riel said with relief that now at least she knew her ally had a brain, because he knew the dragon's weak points. She said that Sewon could rely on her, then smiled, and her spirits began to wish the young man luck. Activating his magical power, our hero decided that he needed a new weapon that would be capable of striking those who sought to harm him. As a result, he took out a golden halberd, a pole weapon that had previously belonged to the ruler of the Golden Fortress. It was also known for its ability to split helmets and possessed tremendous destructive power. In terms of weight, it was incomparable to ordinary spears, so Sewon understood that this thing might not be easy to handle. This was not very good, especially in a battle with an enemy where every breath had to be controlled. So it was decided to open the Vault of Greed once again. It was at this moment that the creature decided to attack, opening its mouth, growling loudly, and rushing at its opponents, hoping to tear them to pieces. But Sewon was ready for such a turn of events, so his eyes were already scanning the area for the most advantageous place to attack. When he began to strike his first blows, the monster began to dodge and try to catch the one who so desired to harm it. The creature fought back, but our hero steadfastly withstood all these blows. His golden halberd proved to be incredibly durable, clearly the very weapon that could lead to victory. In addition, our hero decided to use a skill called the Grad Empire's halberd technique. It was a unique technique that allowed him to ignore his enemy's armor. It had been developed during long wars and was still relevant today. All that remained was to figure out how to avoid expending all his strength on these attacks and emerge victorious from this predicament. However, the creature turned out to be stronger than Sewon could have imagined. Looking at his hands, our hero was surprised at their condition, because even though he had parried the attack, the recoil was still incredibly powerful. It was clear that if the battle dragged on for too long, they would all be doomed. So the only option left was to try to defeat the enemy with a single blow. But in order for this plan to be realized, it was necessary to draw power from another treasure, so the repository of greed opened again. At that moment, the halberd seemed to shine even brighter, as if someone was filling it with power from within. This was indeed the case, for the lord of the battlefield himself, Halberd Fontian, was pouring his energy and power into it. This weapon had been used by the best warriors of its era, and now this special item served Sewon. But danger was not standing still either. It was approaching with such astonishing speed that the boy barely had time to shout a warning to Riel. The girl reacted immediately and was ready to act. Looking around, she quickly figured out what was expected of her. Sewon anxiously asked her to cover him, because his plan was to quickly deal with the enemy and defeat him once and for all. But the elf froze in fear for a moment because the guy called her by name, only she hadn't mentioned that her name was Riel. Although this bothered the girl greatly, she chose not to think about it for a while, because now was not the right time. She was absolutely right, because at that very moment, their formidable enemy decided to reveal his ability to breathe fire. The fire was so all-consuming that it seemed it would burn the whole world to the ground, everything that Darakan's gaze touched. Our hero thought he would turn into a pile of ashes, when suddenly the spirit of water appeared before him and said that she could stop it all. Thus, Sewon witnessed a unique spectacle as two opposing elements fought each other, and he was very interested to see which one would prevail. His feet couldn't stand still. He was drawn into the battle to prove that he was another element, a force that could not be ignored. Activating his power, the young man swung his weapon and jumped straight at the monster, which unsuccessfully spewed flames right where the spirit had erected a water barrier. This helped the young man reach the enemy as quickly as possible and strike it directly in the head, a turn of events that was unexpected for the monster. The creature was disconcerted by these actions. It did not understand what had happened, so it did not even have time to howl in sharp pain. The next blow did not take long to come, and Darakon's jaw was attacked again in just a couple of seconds. Only after this was done did one thing catch the guy's attention and give him some ideas. He noticed a strange ball under the creature's neck, and everything indicated that this was its weak spot, which, if struck, could destroy the creature once and for all. Increasing his strength according to the principles of the Black Tower, our hero realized that he had to test his theory at all costs. The spirits volunteered to help him, especially the fiery one, who was burning with enthusiasm and a desire to demonstrate his power. Energy surged around the young man like a raging river, and he tried with all his might to harness it and keep it under control so as not to cause chaos. His opponent's eyes burned with hellish fire, and it was clear that this creature was already planning a new bloodthirsty action that would help him get out of this situation. The monster opened its mouth, but this time, instead of fire, icy water burst out in a furious stream. It was so unexpected that our hero didn't even have time to react, and now he was wet from head to toe. Seeing the boy's pitiful condition, one of the spirits panicked and rushed to his aid, saying that he would protect their ally. Thanks to him, the boy was thrown back several meters so that he would not freeze under the icy water and drown. At a safer distance, Siwon began to come to his senses, and the first thing he realized was that he had made a huge mistake in underestimating his opponent. But these thoughts were interrupted as soon as he saw a huge shadow above him, blocking his view of the sky. For a second, our hero thought that other monsters had joined the fight. Looking up, our hero saw a creature resembling a winged lion and was overcome with relief. It was not another enemy, but a reborn manticore. The surprised young man could not utter a word, because at the moment when despair overwhelmed him, fate gave him hope for salvation in the form of a dead beast. Its tail with huge spikes inspired fear in everyone, even those who were allies of this creature. The manticore was moving straight toward the battlefield, and one could only guess what it would do next. When the revived beast descended a little lower, it became apparent that someone was sitting on its back. That someone was Baek Hyun, who apologized with a smile for being late. Relief spread through our hero. He realized that the young man had managed to complete his task and revive the manticore, which would now fight on their side. Moreover, the young scientist had revived it not just as a skeleton, but 2 stages higher. It looked as if it were alive, not raised from the grave. He had brought it back to life in the form of a ghoul. The Boeing Raven was extremely impressed by the revived corpse of the manticore, and the horse, trampling on death, proudly declared that it was his masterpiece. After analyzing the fact that Baek Hyun was here, our hero was struck by a single thought that made him freeze in place with concern. He was absolutely right. John Pil and Soa had arrived, and these guys were clearly determined to fight new enemies, ready to challenge all the creatures that threatened them. Another fighter came with them, one who knew no fear, was not afraid of pain, and was 100% confident that victory would be theirs. Han Hul appeared, as always, spectacularly, his power scattering enemies across the field, so that no one now dared even look in his direction. Glancing at Siwon, he apologized for taking so long, saying that the horse could barely move its dead legs and that it was surprising that it was able to carry Han Hul at all. The conversation was interrupted by Soa, who smiled and said that no matter what, they were all here now, and all they had to think about was how to defeat the huge monster. Now the 5 of them stood back to back, covering each other and ready to attack at any moment, just to kill the creature that was so eager to destroy them. The blonde guy confidently declared that they would deal with the small monsters, but Siwon, who was clearly stronger than all of them put together, would have to take care of the big one himself. Swoon liked this plan. He had planned to do just that himself because he didn't want anyone to interfere with his fight against the enemy, but he needed help with the small monsters. Riel watched closely and couldn't understand who all these people were and why they had come here to help them. She was especially surprised that each of them looked like an experienced warrior to be feared, and the girl with brown hair instilled a special fear in her. Looking at the imposing guy, whose eyes burned with strength and fury, the elf couldn't understand why all these people obeyed Seun. Only now did she realize that these guys called the guy by a name that was quite familiar to her, and she had long wanted to see who bore it. She couldn't believe that this was the very Sewon who had taken first place in the rankings from her and was the strongest among the players. Without looking at the girl, her ally announced that he was leaving, which did not suit her very well because hundreds, if not thousands, of questions were swarming in her head. But to her great disappointment, she was told laconically that all this could wait and they would talk later. She herself understood that now was not the time for that, so she did not insist. Activating her power, the elf ordered the spirits to go ahead and start the battle. But Darachan also had no intention of standing still and waiting to be attacked, so he let out a dragon's roar. Fear began to paralyze our heroes again, but Seon had no reason to fear such a fate, for the mark of Satyr absorbed all kinds of fear, and the wind spirit protected them all from the shockwave, which was incredibly destructive and could smash everything around them to smithereens. Moving quickly, Siwon said that they needed to keep up the same pace they had set initially, as slowing down now would be extremely dangerous. The system reported that the internal energy was enhancing the second form of the Empire's halberd technique, called the striking blow. The guy's abilities suggested that the monster's days were numbered. He attacked and aimed straight at the face of this beast, which opened its mouth and screamed with all its might. The internal energy strengthened the fifth form of the Empire's halberd technique once again, now increasing the power of the smashing strike. The move worked brilliantly. Darachan's face was thrown back, and he howled in pain. His anger seemed so all-consuming that the air around him became electrified. For the first time in all this time, the monster's paws faltered. He scratched the ground and tried to regain his balance in any way he could. Opening the Vault of Greed, our hero decided to finish off the monster. He pulled out the Dragon Slayer's sword, called Ascalon. Looking at this weapon, Seon's breath caught in his throat. It literally blazed in his hands, emanating such powerful energy that it was difficult to hold. No wonder, for it was the legendary blade with which Saint George slew the dragon, a weapon that symbolized triumph over evil. Smiling, the guy whispered to himself that this long training was finally coming to a logical conclusion. He then drove his sword into Darachan's neck, and the system sent him a notification that he had defeated the boss of the final stage of training, the enraged tyrant of the sea. Blood spurted out like a fountain as the system congratulated Seon on successfully completing his training. Of course, the guy's level had increased, and his personal merit points had gone up. But on top of that, he had acquired what was called Sea Fury. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief because it was all over and the horrors were behind him. The monster was dead, and that meant he could finally catch his breath. Before Sewon had time to recover, Jongpil jumped up to him and said that he had always known that his comrade could handle even the most difficult task. Soa also praised the guy and said that he had done a great job, because they had defeated the one who instilled animal terror in all living things. Only Baekhyun showed concern and asked how Sewon was feeling, since he had put in so much effort. The guy scratched the back of his head and said that everything was fine. He was just a little tired. In fact, he was much more than just a little tired. That damn Mark was sucking all the energy out of him. A few seconds later, loud voices could be heard. It turned out that Riel was clearing a path for herself so she could finally get to Sewon and talk to him. Jongpil was very upset by this attitude, so he asked who this elf thought she was, talking so boldly to their leader. But Riel was unstoppable, and she angrily asked why Sewon had hidden his true identity from her, which she thought was unfair to say the least. Smiling condescendingly, our hero said that he didn't need any reasons. He wanted to be number one, and that was all the elf needed to know. These words struck her to the core, and she opened her mouth, not even knowing how to respond to this insolent remark. They were distracted from their heated conversation by a cry announcing that the cliff was collapsing, apparently because the training was over. So-A didn't care at all about the unfamiliar elf standing in front of her. She understood that they all needed to escape together, and to do that, they had to hurry. However, Seon did not react much to all these words. He was extremely detached and slowly walked towards the cliff, as if thinking about something. Then he turned his head and, with a mysterious smile, said that he was counting on his squad and that he still had unfinished business. These words alarmed So-A. She didn't understand what their leader was talking about or what he was planning to do. His actions were always too mysterious. But the guy didn't go into details or explain anything. He just started walking forward, moving further and further away from his companions. Looking at this impulsive young man, from whom you never knew what to expect, Soa could only wonder what was going on in his head and how fast his thoughts were moving. Meanwhile, in the depths of the water, Mr. Sharks was informed that the players' training was over, and events were unfolding very rapidly. Moreover, his servants informed him that the humans had managed to kill almost half of the monsters, which made them extremely dangerous opponents. Shark's eyes lit up. He was so angry that he could barely contain himself. But all the shark-like monsters said was that the vile humans could become a serious problem for them. But he was glad that the other half of the creatures had survived, because usually humans were less capable, and there were only a couple hundred left. Not as many as there were now. The silhouette of a fiery woman with incredible strength flashed through his mind, and Sharks thought that this was the first time something like this had happened since her. While such important matters were being discussed, the little fish swam calmly about its business, not even thinking that it might be in any danger. But when it noticed the giant shrimp, its mouth opened in a silent scream of horror. Even Sharks noticed this and asked what was going on and why the sea creatures were so agitated. The shrimp reported that a human had somehow ended up in their depths, which was why everyone was extremely concerned. At first, her master did not want to jump to conclusions, but simply assumed that some poor soul had simply fallen off a cliff. But it soon became clear that this was not the case. Soon, Sharks reported that their uninvited guest had gills on his neck and did not look like an unfortunate victim of circumstances. It seemed impossible, but that was exactly how it was. Seoun had deliberately jumped into the sea to visit the monsters he had never seen before. Thanks to the repository of greed, our hero was able to acquire the gills of a mermaid. These creatures resembled humans, but the lower part of their bodies looked like fishtails. Seoun always thought that Mammon's treasures were his real salvation and help in any situation. It was incredible that there was a tool that allowed him to breathe underwater. Looking at the sea creatures, he thought about how far he still had to swim to reach the nest of those he was looking for, because he couldn't stay unnoticed for very long. These thoughts led him to think that perhaps he should check the items he had received after defeating Darikon. Then he discovered an A-rank necklace with a precious stone, which was created from the concentrated energy of the deep sea. It increased all stats by 10%, increased affinity with the water element, and reduced damage taken from enemies. In addition, it significantly increased the ability to resist fear and enhance the effectiveness of all abilities based on fear. Seoun noticed a strange pattern. He gained abilities related to fear, but in his past life he had no combat abilities and constantly struggled with this terrible feeling. So perhaps in this life he was being compensated for all his suffering, but he was distracted from these thoughts by an extraneous sound. The system reported that a hidden dungeon, the deep spawning grounds, had been discovered, and the guy was credited with an outstanding achievement for this. As a reward, he received 10,000 points, which was a very good result. A smile lit up the young man's face as he realized that he would finally be able to fight those he had been looking for. Monsters whose power was very great. The snakes sitting in the seaweed, literally a meter away from Seoun, saw him approaching, and they came to life and hissed happily, as if sensing that their prey was very close. The fish reacted in a similar way, except that they radiated not interest, but obvious panic and fear. Looking at the beautiful coral reef, Seoun realized that this place really existed, and now he simply couldn't take his eyes off it. But after looking around carefully, Seoun realized that this place looked as if it had nothing to do with Leviathan. He realized that it was most likely just a monster lair, but since there was a dungeon in front of him, it would be foolish to pass it by and not clear it out. By strengthening his abilities with his inner power, our hero also increased the elasticity and strength of his weapon, which now should not let him down. Narrowing his eyes slyly, Seoun realized that an idea had already formed in his head about what could be effectively used as an arrow. It was the very weapon he had stolen in the 4th chapter, and now the time had come to use it against his enemies. So, opening the Vault of Greed, the young man took out a staff with a golden ball, which was to serve a great purpose. This staff had once belonged to the Monkey King Sun Wukong, and it possessed the unique ability to freely increase and decrease in size at the will of its owner. Now it was important for Seoun that the staff shrink and take the form that our hero had imagined in his head. Now the staff resembled an arrow, which was exactly what the young man wanted, to obtain a unique projectile that could be fired from his crossbow. Squinting, the young man began to peer into the distance, hoping that he would hit the target and that his plan would work as intended. When the arrow was released, it pierced the depths of the water with a flash. It seemed as if the laws of physics did not apply, for it flew so fast that it seemed as if the water offered no resistance. The young man sincerely believed in his own strength and that the items from the Vault of Greed would help him achieve his goal. Cutting through the water, the weapon moved quickly and along a clear trajectory, just as Siwon had wanted. When the arrow hit the surface of the underwater rock, there was a pretty strong explosion that caused destruction. The entire coral reef was threatened, now undermined at its very base. Looking at all this, Seon just smiled and quietly said that now his power could grow even faster. At this time, Sharks and his loyal servants had almost reached the spawning ground, and the commander ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The leader did all this to maintain the balance of the monster population. This was their agreement with the tower in exchange for allowing the fish people to live in this sea. Only this time, there were significantly more survivors, and Sharks decided it was worth trying to use their leader's power to his advantage. Grabbing his weapon, the Shark said that this was the only way to protect all the other monsters and prevent their deaths. They reached their destination very quickly, in just a few minutes, and the spawning ground was already visible. These bright reefs could not be confused with anything else. The commander announced to his subordinates that they should prepare for battle, because this human boy clearly had no intention of surrendering without a fight. But they were slowed down a little by strange sounds and noticeable vibrations coming from the water. Shrimp was concerned about what these sounds were, because before, their territory had always been peaceful, but now everything had changed. This became clear after Shark servants shouted and said that they should look at the ceiling of the spawning ground. The ceiling was in very poor condition, literally falling apart and crashing down, disturbing the peace of the sea creatures. Some monsters were the least fortunate and fell under this terrible collapse. Heavy stones pinned their bodies down and deprived them of the ability to move. A hint of madness was clearly visible in Shark's eyes. He couldn't understand why the corals of the spawning ground were suddenly behaving so strangely. When they noticed the impressive spear stuck in the coral, they realized that it was the cause of the destruction. This sight shocked the Shark so much that the poor creature couldn't even blink from surprise and intense anger. After regaining his composure a little, he ordered his minions to get ready because they had to leave this place immediately if they wanted to stay alive. Shrimp agreed with this decision, understanding that in such a situation, it would be much easier to wipe out the monsters, so they were clearly not in a winning position. But as it turned out, that wasn't the only reason. Sharks saw other reasons why they needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Sharks clearly understood that they were not the main target of this strange guy. They needed to protect the queen of this place, who was being hunted at all costs. Everyone rushed to carry out the order, especially after hearing that even if all the warriors died, the queen must remain unharmed. After all, if the ruler died, the treaty would be broken, and that was far worse than ordinary death at the hands of some man. And if the sanctuary disappeared, they could simply say goodbye to life, because nothing good could be expected. Meanwhile, the weapon that had struck the coral reef began to smolder. Yes, smolder, even though it was underwater. Even Siwon looked at all this and thought only that this power exceeded all his expectations. He could not have imagined that he could cause such chaos on the seabed. Everything was perfect, except for one thing. In order to clear the dungeon, he had to find and neutralize the boss, which was extremely difficult, especially considering the fact that monsters were now coming out from everywhere, eager to show Siwon how sharp their teeth were. But our hero was no slouch either. He decided to activate the Eagle King's monocular vision and solve this problem. This vision helped him see a strange crevice in the rock, and the light coming from it caught the young man's attention. It was from this strange hole that the monsters began to crawl out, and with such intensity that it was a little difficult to imagine how to deal with them. Opening the Vault of Greed, the young man once again took out the mermaid's gills, because it was worth extending his time underwater. Now he had to deal with the numerous creatures and find their queen in order to pass through this dungeon and receive his reward. Sion's hands suddenly changed, becoming webbed and resembling frog legs, which meant that the magic had taken effect. Tiny scales began to appear on his face, indicating his affiliation with sea creatures. Now his improved vision showed him even more clearly the portal that had opened right in the crevice of the rock. Without wasting time thinking, the guy started swimming in that direction, moving very quickly and naturally. It seemed that Siwon felt confident in his role as an amphibian. However, the energy he sensed was extremely strong and frightening, as if it were screaming at him not to approach this place. He didn't stop, though, and noticed strange green bubbles, one of which clearly contained someone. This was the very place of the spawning ground. As he swam closer, our hero wondered if this was where the fifth wave monsters were born, and he immediately wondered who had laid and guarded all these eggs. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his head, a woman's voice calling him, and the tone was clearly not the most friendly. Fear paralyzed Seon's body, and everything inside him screamed to stop. His gaze found the source of the voice. It was a strange woman with her eyes closed who was inside the bubble. She resembled a human, but she had gills and her hands were shackled. The voice in Sewon's head, which most likely belonged to her, was surprised that a human had swum to these depths. When our hero tried to talk to her, she was even more surprised. Her reaction gave the impression that she had not communicated with anyone for a very long time. Pointing his weapon at the strange woman, the guy ordered her to introduce herself. Otherwise, he promised to kill her on the spot without any further ado. The woman sighed wearily but did not open her eyes. She said that the young man was too impatient and asked him to listen to her story first. She began her story by saying that she once ruled the Shining Sea, which was on the 40th floor of the tower. She devoted all her strength to maintaining peace in her territory, doing everything possible to protect the monsters from the tyranny of the constellations and the carnage wrought by the players. But a demon envied her and cast a curse on her. The question immediately arose in Seon's mind as to what kind of demon had done this to her. The woman promised to tell him, but only on the condition that the young man help her remove the curse. But our hero was not satisfied with these conditions. He demanded to be told first where the demon who dared to do such a thing was. This demand seemed so bold that the lady opened her cloudy eyes and looked closely at the boy. After that, she decided to say that her captor was in the east where the fish people worshipped him. The news pleased Seon, for he could not have imagined that he would learn the location of Leviathan so easily. He could have simply killed the woman, but instead he decided to ask what he would get in return for freeing her from her curse. Our hero was not a naive boy who didn't know what he wanted. On the contrary, it was absolutely clear to him that he should get the most out of this situation. Covering her face with her thin hands, the poor woman began to moan and say that life had been too unfair to her. Smirking, our hero was finally convinced that this was all the work of some demon. All that remained was to find out which one and where to find it. Seo-un was already an experienced player who had seen a lot in his lifetime, so it was not difficult for him to expose the skilled liar. The young man had read about the queen who ruled the Shining Sea in a history book before his return in time. She was a cruel tyrant who had flooded everything around her with blood. She was called Dea Bacandela Strosha. More than anything else in the world, this woman craved power, so she exterminated other races and even attempted to seize the throne of the constellation that protected the sea. But in the end, she was defeated by one of the constellations and was banished from the tower for eternity for all her evil deeds. Now she pretended to be innocent and begged to have the curse that kept her in the depths lifted, promising to lead the boy to untold treasures in return. Opening the Vault of Greed, Seon decided that he would do everything in his power to get this deceiver to talk. He took out the City Empire's method of torture, which was used in the Empire's underground prisons to extract information from enemies. So now he was 100% sure that he would make the queen talk, whether she wanted to or not. Realizing that her enemy was determined to get what he wanted at any cost, the woman became frightened and begged Seon not to rush into using brute force against her. These words made everything around them tremble, as if some inexplicable energy was bursting out of the crevice. Somewhere near the coral reef, someone was very upset and asked how such a thing was even possible. Looking at the fish swimming by, the creature asked if all this was really created by the same man who was chasing the monsters. Shark's eyes were so wide that it seemed as if they were about to pop out. He clearly did not know what to do next because all his plans had collapsed in an instant. He clearly understood that the queen was in great danger, so he had to immediately come up with some kind of plan to help keep her safe. One thought came to his mind, so he immediately rushed to carry out his plan. When he reached the crevice, Shark smiled broadly because he already knew what he had to do to protect the queen and neutralize the guy. The shark approached them just as Seon was about to agree to pull the captive out of her magical bubble, which was restraining her body and powers. Shark shouted loudly, demanding that the guy stop immediately because he could make an irreparable mistake. At some point, Sewon's hand trembled and froze in place, and doubts began to arise in his mind about whether he was doing the right thing. Turning around, he looked at Sharks and tried to guess what this monster was thinking and whether he should listen to him. As he swam closer, Sharks noticed something strange. In fact, it was not a human standing in front of him, but a mermaid. Only these creatures had long since become extinct. At that moment, the queen begged the young man not to pay attention to the crazy shark. She had already given Siwon everything he had asked for, and now waited for him to fulfill his part of the agreement. But the guy just smiled strangely. It was obvious that he was only thinking about how to turn the situation to his advantage. Turning to the shark, Siwon asked if the monster would like to introduce itself first. And as he said these words, he brought the dagger closer and closer to the queen's head. Shark's voice trembled as he said that he was the leader of the fish people. He said as clearly as possible that the guy should first remove the spear from the queen, and only then would they talk. Instead of complying with this request, our hero boldly demanded that they first explain why he should do so. Such wording stumped Sharks. He was an excellent warrior and leader, but despite this, he was not particularly intelligent. Then Seon thought that the fish people must have had their reasons for protecting the queen, even though she had betrayed Leviathan, whom they worshipped. Clutching his spear, he thought that if he didn't kill the queen, he wouldn't receive the reward for completing the dungeon. But there was something more important. So, meeting Shark's gaze, the guy said that he would leave the queen alive only on one condition, that they take him to Leviathan immediately. Surprise pierced the shark. The leader of the fish simply could not understand how an ordinary person could know about a creature that many considered to be nothing more than a legend and fiction. Smiling broadly, our hero said that the queen, who had no choice in the matter, had kindly told him about it. Clutching his head, Sharks tried to pull himself together and calm down. He didn't really succeed, but he still asked why the guy suddenly needed this powerful monster. This question made Seon think about how to present the information so that the shark would understand everything right away, and he wouldn't have to waste time on unnecessary explanations. But remembering that this monster worshipped a demon, the guy decided to activate his power and deal with this issue in a different way. He realized that it would be easier to show why he needed Leviathan. So soon, a bright flame began to burn in his hands, growing hotter with every passing second. After a couple of minutes, the system reported that our hero had swallowed the egg of the abyss, which had extremely low nutritional value, so it did not provide any characteristics. Seeing before him a man who possessed the power of gluttony, Sharks froze in place, literally speechless, his insides contracting with fear. Satisfied with the expression on his opponent's face, Seon opened the vault of greed, which shocked the enemy even more, from which he might not recover. The smile on the guy's face grew wider and wider, and he asked mockingly if he had demonstrated enough power for the fish to finally understand who they were dealing with. Then it finally dawned on Sharks that the two demon gods wanted to meet the constellation they worshipped. Siwon lowered his eyes wearily and said that he was not going to share any more information. In fact, the guy was worried that his patron might be angry about the use of his name without permission, but he hardly reacted. Mammon seemed to have come to terms with his name being used, but Beelzebub was only concerned about his own stomach, repeating over and over that his head was spinning from hunger. Realizing that the constellation was only interested in food, the boy looked closely at the shark, who, incidentally, agreed to his terms. Bowing, Shark swore on Leviathan's honor that he would lead the boy to the sanctuary. Although it was difficult to say what had caused such a sudden change in the fish leader's behavior, Seo-won liked that this creature had become more agreeable, but he understood perfectly well that he could not let his guard down, because an enemy could always stab him in the back. The guys didn't waste any time. They set off for Leviathan right away so as not to lose a minute. They swam quite fast, and Shark's attention was drawn to the fact that his companion was doing so without the slightest resistance, as if he had spent his entire life among sea creatures. These observations made the shark wonder who he was dealing with, because this was clearly not some ordinary person who could be easily removed from the path. It was clear that the guy could easily catch up with him. Turning his head, Shark said that they needed to go to the sanctuary, so they had to follow him closely. Looking around, our hero frowned and asked if he really just had to get through the whirlpool, and he would immediately find himself in Leviathan's lair. But the word was simply too difficult to apply to what was in front of Seon. The whirlpool was so massive that taming it seemed like an impossible task. There was no other choice, so gripping his weapon tightly, the guy decided that he would do his best to pass the test that fate had thrown at him. He was determined and stubborn, as well as strong and courageous. These qualities had saved his life and led him to victory more than once, and there was no doubt that they would do so again. Having reached sufficient speed, the young man thought that this way he should easily pass through the whirlpool without harm to his body. Alarming system messages began to arrive, saying that the power of envy was raging everywhere. This led to a sharp and significant drop in his flying characteristics, which clearly did not please him. He felt exhausted and unfit for the upcoming battle. Thousands of questions raced through his mind, one of which stood out above all others. What is the power of envy, and who possesses it? When the system sent another message saying that his strength and agility had been reduced, the guy realized that this was Leviathan's barrier. The bowed raven watched what was happening with curiosity. It was striking that at that moment he was not thinking about his chosen one, but about whether he would get Durandal if he died. Se-un understood that he had to do something before his stats dropped even lower, so he opened the repository of greed and took out the spear of the underground snake, which was called the Inverted Heavenly Mother. This spear was used by the commander Sun Yue-fei himself, and it was said that the terrible snake that this warrior had defeated had taken the form of a spear. It was obvious that with weakened characteristics, one could not rely on brute force, so it was better to trust a powerful magical artifact. So, the guy decided that it would be a good idea to try to put his will into this weapon and make it even stronger. With these thoughts in mind, he gripped the ancient weapon and began to swim toward the whirlpool. Shouting, our hero decided that he would break through this place no matter what, because his escape from the dungeon was at stake. He held the spear in his hands, but it seemed to him that it was a living creature that bent with every slight movement of his hand. He felt a strange unity with the artifact. Despite this, strength continued to leave the young man's body. It became difficult for him to stay on his feet. It seemed that his life force was completely draining away. His only point of support was the spear, which seemed to ground him and help him stay afloat in this terrifying whirlpool. The serpent that lived inside the spear, or was the spear itself, opened its eyes and behaved as if it were truly a living creature. Its slithering body maneuvered between the waves created by the whirlpool, and it seemed that nothing could shake this ancient snake. Suddenly, the snake squeezed Se-un's hand so hard that it hurt, and the boy began to fear that he would be pulled forward, right into the center of the whirlpool. What he feared happened, and our hero screamed, not knowing what the outcome would be. But as it turned out, he had worried for nothing, because this action helped him escape the influence of envy. After that, his former characteristics began to return, so our hero was extremely surprised that the treasure from the vault had just saved him. He had always thought that treasures were just tools that had no mind of their own, but now it became clear that perhaps there was something more to them. In any case, at the moment, Se-un could not devote much time to these reflections because he had arrived where he had long wanted to be. The sanctuary of the ancient monster Leviathan was a terrifying place, littered with bones and the remains of creatures that had served as either a meal or a light snack before the main course for the monster. Strange creatures that resembled neither humans nor fish swam there, clearly shocked to see a human, and not just any human, but one with fins and gills. But the strangest thing for them was that this young man had managed to pass through the whirlpool, while even for sharks it was an impossible task. Even Se-un found it strange, because he believed that their leader should have been the first to get here, but no, he couldn't even overcome the whirlpool. Soon the worried sharks appeared, shouting anxiously, asking if his companion was injured. He asked what Si-won was thinking when he just rushed into the whirlpool. It was madness that greatly frightened the shark. Our hero calmly asked if that wasn't the entrance, to which he received the answer that he had broken through a whirlpool filled with the power of hatred. In response, the young man reminded him that he had two demonic deities on his side. Scratching the back of his head, the shark said that he already regretted underestimating him. After that, they went to the sanctuary, which turned out to have originally belonged to a black whale, a huge, ferocious monster. Approaching the creature's body, Shark said that after the constellation personally defeated it, it created them, the fish people, and the home in which they lived. As a sign of gratitude, they built this sanctuary from the bones of the black whale. At that moment, Se-won thought that Leviathan might be kinder than he had thought. The hungry prince thought only of what the bones of a black whale would taste like if cooked for a long time, and the bowed raven was clearly a little disappointed that the boy had survived, and the sword would not belong to him alone. Smiling, the young man thought that his constellations were too selfish, but he understood them. because he was similar to them in that regard. The boy was distracted from these thoughts by Shark's voice, who excitedly announced that they had arrived at the sanctuary. Before them was the heart of the black whale, filled with the incredible power of the constellation, and an extremely powerful aura could be felt in this place. Shark said that if you put your hand on it, you could hear the words of the constellation, which would stir everything inside you. Coming closer, our hero looked closely at the heart, overcome by some inexplicable anxiety and awe before the ancient power. When his hands approached, the heart shone even brighter, and its beating became much more distinct. It seemed that there was something alive in front of the guy, something that sensed his presence. Se-un's eyes widened when he heard words in his head saying that he had managed to break through the ancient power of the mighty whale. The hero's head began to ache as if he had a severe migraine, and the voice continued to say that there was a very interesting person standing in front of him. The voice was unbearable to listen to. It felt as if his head was about to burst and his brain would spill out. Blinking to get rid of this feeling, Se-un came to his senses a little, but then froze again, because now he was standing in front of the very creature he had been searching for so long. His body froze and everything inside him began to tremble, because he finally felt what the difference in levels meant. Leviathan looked at the guy and said in his unpleasant voice that he couldn't believe that someone would actually come here to take his power. The voice was so piercing that it made everything inside Se-un freeze with fear. He understood that he would either hold on or die the most terrible death imaginable. The mark on his hand began to pulsate, but the hero knew that he had only one option: to win the monster over to his side, because only that would help him carry out his plan. The sea serpent's eyes widened in surprise when he noticed a faint glow around the young man's palm, from which a strong, magical power emanated. It was the mark of the satyr reacting to the divine character. It turned out that the characters of the sacred constellations, which had been sealed with a mark, were partially awakening and could resist external influences. Our hero was extremely surprised because he realized that another seal of the sacred mark had just been removed, which caused a strange thrill inside him. Leviathan did not understand one thing. How could an ordinary player in the tutorial carry a sacred mark? Now it became clear that the raven and the pig had not shown interest in him for no reason. The snake's harsh words made Raven frown, but the hungry prince forgot everything when he heard the word pig. He wanted someone to cook him an animal. Lowering his eyes, Se-un decided that he needed to introduce himself to such a powerful enemy, so he named himself without hesitation. The snake hissed that he didn't need to give his name, because the guy clearly knew who he was. He was interested in why the man was looking for him and had accepted this reckless challenge. Realizing that they didn't have much time, Se-un decided that there was no point in delaying the inevitable and that he should get straight to the point. So, without thinking twice, he blurted out that he would like to ask the demon of envy for cooperation. The beast's heart beat faster when he asked if the guy really wanted to become his follower. Our hero said that was true, but besides that, he wanted to borrow something to climb the tower. Leviathan's mouth stretched into a smile. The hero standing before him seemed very bold, but that even amused him. Looking at the young man, he understood that he was waiting for him to simply give him his power, but the serpent was not like other demons. The stooped raven began to suspect something, so he stared intently at Leviathan, as if ready to pounce at any moment. The serpent expected such a reaction. But then the young man continued to speak, offering something in exchange for the creature, lending him its power. When the monster realized what the boy had taken out, he was speechless for a second, because he had not expected anything like this. In Se-un's hands was a precious stone that had been taken from the queen's nest, a special item that could safely be considered priceless. In other words, it was the treasure of Leviathan, the dream of all treasure hunters. And now our hero promised to return the Dark Lord and the sea creatures back to the tower, a statement that was loud and extremely intriguing. The monster immediately asked where Se-un had gotten this item, and he simply replied that he had taken it from the nest. Leviathan asked another question, wondering if the monster, Estrocha, was still hiding. But the guy didn't give him an answer. He intriguingly said that he had heard that with this treasure, the temple could be rebuilt. Leviathan was surprised because this information could not be found in the tutorial. Se-un boldly said that none of this mattered, and Sharks was horrified because he couldn't imagine anyone daring to speak to the constellation like that. But surprisingly, the snake told the shark to calm down, after which his servant instantly fell silent and didn't dare say another word. Then the monster turned back to the young man and said menacingly that even the highest level players couldn't even raise their heads in front of him, so Se-woon was clearly not an ordinary person. He added that he wasn't sure about the pig, but the crow clearly recognized this and agreed with his every word. The bird didn't comment on this, but only hid behind his back and began to cough awkwardly. Leviathan said he agreed, but he had some conditions. After these words, he asked the guy if he knew about the existence of a certain Rushipo. Se-woon froze and his eyes widened involuntarily. Surprise and anxiety completely consumed his mind when the serpent said that he must destroy this creature. The young man's head was clearly aching from Leviathan's anger, which prevented him from understanding why someone from their own generation of demons was so hated. Rushipo was a demon of arrogance, rumored to be the strongest and most famous constellation among the 7 deadly sins. It was the very constellation that had followed the guild of the Dark Spirit Sword before the guy's return. But then everything changed, and he began to refer to the guild he had previously supported as nothing more than a piece of trash. Now he and his minions looked down on the players, and if the poor guys started to resist, they were mercilessly killed. Se-un always wanted to know what these guys were mad about, but now he didn't have time to ask about that. The monster liked that the guy didn't refuse him, so he promised to give the young man the strength to help him keep the treasure. After these words, an amazing power enveloped the boy's body. It seemed to him that his body had become weightless, filled with such energy that it took his breath away. The magic penetrated his skin and filled every cell of his body. At one point, the guy thought he couldn't take it anymore, but then relief came. He understood that right now he had a unique opportunity to gain power that was incomparable to the sacred power of Satyros. The system reported that the demon of envy, Leviathan, had recognized our hero and that his desire for the treasure of the deep remained in force. The guy was also informed that the power of envy could be used with the help of the treasure of the deep sea. Now it was clear that the demon had finally granted his power, because he sincerely asked Se-un to take his children to the blue sea so that they could live there. The request seemed so sincere to the young man that he could not even find the words to give a worthy answer. He simply met the gaze of his newfound ally, and everything became clear. The sea splashed carefree and the waves crashed against the shore. This picture gave a feeling of peace and serenity. It was so quiet that even the wind did not dare to disturb this idyll. Not a single leaf on the trees stirred. The spirits anxiously asked their mistress if she was going to continue, because they were already bored. The fair-haired elf did not answer, but asked if her friends remembered the young man with whom they had gone against Drake. Her winged friends immediately said that they remembered the young man very well, especially his delightful scent. So it turned out that Riel was sitting in a tree and looking thoughtfully into the distance only because she was waiting for this mysterious stranger with whom they were supposed to meet. The fairies were very amused by this answer and immediately began to ask if their friend really liked this Se-un, but the blonde irritably denied everything. She was waiting for him for a completely different reason. She had to make an important decision that would determine her future. This guy, without knowing it, had trampled on her goal of becoming #1 in the player rankings, which made her plan even more fragile than it had been before. But the 5th-day constellation tried to calm the girl down and prove that there was no need to see Se-un as an enemy, because everything could be arranged differently. To be honest, Riel herself didn't know what to do, but she knew one thing. She had to check whether this guy was really worthy of being called the best among all. She already understood that he had demonstrated a level of skill she had never seen before, and the battle with Drake was proof of that. However, it was difficult for her to admit that she was in second place, because her body was the place where the hopes of all her comrades lived. She didn't want to settle for second place, and it was literally killing her and preventing her from moving forward calmly. Some time passed and Se-un emerged from the water. Noticing Riel, he was quite surprised that she was still there, waiting for him, even though quite a bit of time had passed. The elf showed with her whole demeanor that she was not going anywhere, and our hero became curious about what exactly this was all about and what she wanted from him. While he was thinking about it, the girl jumped decisively from the tree, her every movement screaming of the undisguised threat that emanated from her in frenzied waves. She let out a war cry and rushed straight at the guy. It was extremely strange. Se-woon couldn't understand what was going on, because just a couple of hours ago, they had been fighting on the same side. Reacting in time, the brunette managed to deftly jump out of the way and avoid the blow, which struck with full force right where he had been standing just a couple of seconds ago. Catching his breath, our hero demanded an explanation, because he couldn't understand why someone he considered his ally, proven in battle, would suddenly attack him. Real Refren fixed her stubborn gaze on him and said that he was currently at the top of the rankings, so she wanted to see if he was worthy of it. She understood that she had been used to catch the boss, and perhaps if she had done it on her own, she would have taken first place in the rankings. Smiling, the guy asked if she really thought she could catch him on her own, without any help or support. Riel couldn't answer that question. She liked to be cocky and confidently say that she could do everything herself, but in reality, things were a little different. The silence dragged on, so Siwon was the first to break it. He decided to prove to the elf that he was worthy of being first, so he agreed to fight. Her eyes flashed menacingly. Then she called Sylphida and realized that she had to act now or never, because it might be too late. Her legs carried the blonde forward with confidence. Perhaps she didn't know for sure if she could fight back, but she was definitely capable of fighting with dignity. A fire burned inside her, the power of her ancestors begging to be released, and Riel decided to give in to this impulse and see what would happen. Sekirunner was not going to wait for the enemy's blows to fall on him either. Swinging his sword, he began to analyze his opponent's movements in order to repel her attack. Two powerful forces collided, and the world burst into bright, colorful flames, signaling that the two energies were fighting each other. The little spirits who served the girl were simply delighted and began to shout that the fun had begun. These words greatly stressed Siwon, because he did not know what to expect from them. The fiery spirit caused a powerful explosion that engulfed everything living nearby in its fiery embrace. Having managed to escape, our hero thought only that his opponent was much stronger than he could have imagined. So he had to choose his battle tactics very carefully. At some point, the fire suddenly changed to water, which flooded everything around and quickly reached the chest of the guy who did not know how to fight something that could not be hurt, water. The water rose so high that it was difficult to say what would happen next. Only one thing was clear: it would easily drown our hero and leave no trace of him. Just when it seemed that things couldn't get any worse, fate proved otherwise, as huge boulders began flying out of the water and heading straight for Seun. It was impossible to escape because he was trapped in the water. All he could do was stand still and try to deflect the stones that were flying at him at tremendous speed. Riel was determined and decided to use an attack that, in her opinion, the guy simply wouldn't be able to block. Looking at the girl holding a huge boulder above her head, which could be called a whole rock, our hero wondered if he would survive something like this. Waving her staff, the elf ordered him to immediately get rid of the one who stood in her way. She didn't consider herself cruel, but when the cobblestone landed where her enemy had been standing, the girl felt a strange satisfaction that made her tense up. But after a couple of seconds, the cobblestone began to crack, which was very strange and aroused suspicion. Coming closer, Riel realized that her fears were not in vain. A gap had formed in the stone, and what she saw made her open her mouth in shock and surprise. Seo-un emerged from under the stone and said with a broad smile that the trick was too dangerous and she should be more careful. The girl had no way of knowing that our hero had the legendary Durandal, a sword capable of cutting through even rock. Mammon had only recently finished making a duplicate and returned it, and the constellation was extremely disappointed that the weapon had to be returned to its owner. The girl's eyes widened. She understood that this was no ordinary sword, but she had no idea just how extraordinary it was. Looking at his stunned opponent, Seon said that he had not cheated because the elf herself had used the new weapon, so everything was fair. The guy assumed that she had received it as a reward for completing the tutorial, but he was no match for Durandal. Activating his power, Seon began to watch Riel Refren closely to see the details that had previously been hidden from him. He understood that now he also had the power of Leviathan, so very soon a full-fledged battle would begin in which only the strongest would survive. Everyone who saw Siwon and his weapon understood that it would not be easy to defeat this guy, because he possessed such a powerful artifact. But Riel understood that if she could apply all the power of the spirit she possessed, then perhaps the result she sought would be achieved. She was enveloped in a blessing of abundance, and hope arose within the elf that her power would allow her to overcome the ancient sword, which was the main threat to her plan. All the elements that Riel controlled suddenly merged together and began to rage in a frenzied stream that threatened to engulf everything around it. The girl herself was surprised at how this attack went, because until that moment she had not allowed her power to rage so wildly, but now she felt some kind of wild energy within herself. But still, there was something that made the blonde incredibly nervous. And when she noticed it, her beautiful blue eyes widened. Seo-eun was still alive. All her efforts had been in vain, because her opponent had survived the attack she considered the most deadly. Her opponent had not only survived, he was completely unharmed. The girl could not understand what was going on and why nothing had happened to him. Inside, she hoped that the power of the spirits would continue to attack him, and that eventually he would fall, but so far that had not happened. The thing was, her spirits were extremely exhausted. They cried out that their power was not working and that they wanted to sleep badly. The bells were, to put it mildly, alarming. Riel was horrified. She was truly frightened, because she could not understand what had happened to her spirits. Soon the system reported that it was Seo-eun who had deprived them of their power, aided by the newfound power given to him by Leviathan. The guy was absolutely sure of what he was doing. Power was surging around him, and all he had to do was channel it in the right direction. As a result of his actions, the spirit of the earth and the spirit of the wind were completely stripped of their power and no longer posed any threat. Meanwhile, Riel felt more and more clearly that her strength was leaving her body. She was weakened, as if someone had literally sucked the life energy out of her. Her opponent, on the other hand, was alive and energetic, and with every passing second, he was getting closer and closer. Suddenly, the guy jumped up and quickly ran towards the elf, who had rashly decided to test his strength. Swinging his sword, he struck a blow, hoping that it would be devastating and discourage Riel from any desire to rebel against him. The girl was confused. She understood that a mortal danger was approaching, against which she could do nothing. At that moment, thoughts arose in her head that she had overestimated her own strength. Her opponent had no mercy. It seemed he had decided to demonstrate all his skills and abilities to her, perhaps to impress her, or perhaps to take her life. The force threw her back, and Riel hit her back painfully against the rock. She realized that she was in big trouble, because it was obvious that her staff was no match for Durandal's deadly sword. As she thought about this, she discovered that her weapon had literally slipped out of her hands, and now she had nothing to defend herself with. The staff fell to the ground and rang loudly, attracting the attention of its owner, who could not yet find the strength to pick it up. There was another reason why the girl couldn't get to her feet, namely the tip of the blade pressed against her delicate throat. Seo-eun was in no hurry to retrieve his weapon, as he was extremely interested to see what his opponent would do, what she would say and do now. Frowning, he asked menacingly if she thought he had won, and that it was now up to him whether she lived or died. Lowering her eyes to the floor, the elf finally found the strength to admit that she had indeed lost. It was not easy to accept, but it was necessary. She didn't want to, but she still admitted that the person standing in front of her was truly superior to her in strength and deserved the first place he occupied. When Seo-eun heard that the girl was sorry that things had turned out this way, he thought only that it would be extremely bad if she lost her self-confidence. But what she said next made him wonder if he had written her off too soon. After all, she declared with absolute confidence and a sly smile that next time she would not allow herself to lose under any circumstances. When she turned around and started to walk away, the young man realized that he had indeed underestimated Riel, thinking that she had given up. No, the elven warrior was ready to engage in a new battle. Our hero remembered that Riel's goal was to plant the tree of life in the tower to save her race from extinction. It was the only way to save her kin. But growing it was not so easy. The tree of peace was a symbol of the origin of all universes and the roots of life, and the energy emanating from it was supposed to make the player stronger. This plant had always been the subject of strife and fierce battles, because everyone wanted to possess such a powerful tree, which also increased strength, but Seo-eun had not found the tree of peace in his past life. So he decided to call Riel and tell her something, because he felt sorry for this girl who tried to be the best not to please her ego, but to save others. So he asked her a question. Had she really come to the tower to find the legendary Garden of Eternity, about which there were many legends? The blonde opened her mouth in surprise. She couldn't even imagine how Seo-eun had learned her secret. For a moment it seemed to her that the guy could get inside her head and read her thoughts. Suddenly he announced that he could take Riel to her destination, to a place that would help her bring back those she had lost and so desperately wanted to return. It turns out that our hero knew where to find the Garden of Eternity, which the elf had been unable to locate in her past life. He was the only one who possessed this information. With a trembling voice full of hope, the blonde asked if Seo Woon really knew the exact location of this place. It was true. The garden was one of the hidden areas he had managed to find with the help of a guide. If it weren't for him, the hero would not have been the last survivor either. Although Riel was not a trusting person, she had to believe Sewon because she had no other choice. He was her only lead, and she had to take advantage of it. Sewon did not expect the elf to trust him so easily. As if reading his thoughts, she said that since he had one, she could show him a little more trust. Lowering her eyes to the floor, Riel muttered that she didn't think the guy could deceive her. For some reason, she had developed a strange feeling of trust toward him. Watching the couple grow closer, the fifth day smiled gently, but the raven clearly did not share her tender feelings, as his eyes showed no joy. Riel said that, first of all, she would try to find the Garden of Eternity herself, and when she realized that she couldn't do it alone, she promised to ask Seon for help. The first thing she decided to do was to try to enter the tower. Hearing this, her spirits rejoiced, because they understood that fun awaited them again. Our hero didn't really like the elf's idea, because in her past life, she had searched for the Garden of Eternity alone and ended up disappearing, and no one was able to find her. But she made her choice, and Sewon decided that he would think about her after he reached the intermediate level. For now, he had to deal with the tutorial. As it turned out, players who completed the tutorials received rewards based on their level of achievement, which was a huge plus. Since the reward was paid depending on the player's merit rank, it varied each time and could increase significantly. For example, the staff that Rael used was also a reward for second place in the ranking. So now the guy was extremely curious about what reward he could get for first place, which he had taken. The system informed him that he had passed all the tutorial tests and could now take the test in the Great Tower, entering through the first floor entrance. So now the young man stood right in front of that very door and wondered whether it was worth taking this risk and chance, but in the end receive a great reward. After updating the player's personal merit rating, the system displayed Seo Un's points, which he had earned with blood and sweat. When the young man saw the message that he was in first place in the tutorial's personal merit rating, he was not surprised or happy at all. But then the system added that the guy had achieved the highest result in history, which meant that his reward was increased. The guy felt a little strange, because he had never seen messages in which the reward was selected. He remembered that in his previous life, at this very moment, he had received a pair of shoes, so now he was a little worried about what he would get. Incidentally, the wait seemed so long to him for the first time, and perhaps that was how it really was. The hero's eyes widened in surprise when the system window suddenly lit up red, which meant that some kind of error had occurred. Soon a notification arrived stating that Seyun's level was so high that it was not possible to select a reward from the existing options, so he had to call the tutorial manager. These lines caused a strange anxiety within the guy, because he had never heard of the existence of any managers who could help in such cases. The screen in front of him suddenly enlarged and turned blue again, but now it was clear that something new was about to happen, something that no one had ever encountered before. At some point, our hero began to guess that the system window had turned into a portal, and this was confirmed when a man emerged from the blue rectangle. It was a middle-aged man in a strict business suit. He coughed nervously, so it was clear that he was also nervous and did not quite understand how to act. But when the man stepped out of the blue light, his face suddenly lit up with joy, and he said cheerfully that he was glad to see the player named Yong Sewon. Skeptically eyeing this gentleman, Sewon thought that he had guessed about the existence of tutorial managers, but did not expect to see one of them. The unfamiliar man couldn't stop admiring the fact that standing before him was the first person in the history of the tower to reach such heights. So he solemnly declared that he had personally prepared awards for just such an occasion and was ready to present them to the young man. But our hero was smart enough to know that managers were too unreliable to trust. These people were interested in constellations, not ordinary players. Nevertheless, he glanced at what the man was offering him as a reward: dragon-scale armor, which was very good as protective equipment. He also had a scroll in his arsenal that was written by a player of the previous rank, from which useful knowledge could be gleaned. But none of this appealed to Seo Un, because these were ordinary rewards that could be obtained for the highest rating, and Mammon's treasures were better. It was clear that the manager was trying his best to surpass the old rewards, but he wasn't particularly successful. The tension was already evident on the man's face, especially when he noticed that the young man was completely uninterested in his offers. He tensed up even more when Suwon demanded to see the entire list of items from which he could choose his favorite reward. Soon he was indeed given the list, which was so huge that the system window became incredibly long, so much so that the top lines were barely visible. Behind the boy stood the manager, who was literally trembling with anxiety. He couldn't understand who was standing in front of him, because a regular player who ranked first in the ratings couldn't possibly have such knowledge. The man couldn't understand why this boy was acting as if he had already climbed the tower and become the one with the highest rank. But most of all, he was angry and offended that this Seo Woon wasn't the least bit surprised to see the manager standing in front of him, which was extremely humiliating for him. The manager was tired of waiting and began to insist that the boy make a choice. But he calmly said that he had not heard anything about a time limit. Siwon was extremely selective, so he considered several reward options, each of which had its own name and advantages. He thought that if he used items of this level, it would really be like a reward. But just in case, he wanted to get to the very end of the list and find out what else was there. And he was right to do so, because what he found at the very end was worth speed reading. His attention was drawn to a strange little key, next to which there were no instructions on how to use it or what it was for. The stooped raven immediately recognized the key and opened his eyes wide in surprise, unable to believe that he was seeing it again. And Siwon understood that this was not an ordinary key. They were dealing with something else, something more valuable and interesting. Without thinking twice, the guy clicked on the image of the key, which meant that the choice of reward had been made, and he had chosen this particular item. When the manager realized what the player had chosen, he couldn't hold back a cry, because it seemed to him that this simply couldn't be. His face reflected true horror when he said that the young man should look at other reward options, because this one was too low quality. He tried to prove that the key, which was unclear how and why to use, could be of absolutely no use, so it should be rejected. A satisfied smile flashed across Seo Woon's face. He was not stupid, so he immediately understood that this man's behavior only proved that he had made the right choice. The hero's eyes lit up eagerly when he said that in that case, the manager could offer him another reward, since he considered the first one too insignificant. It seemed that the man's face couldn't turn any paler, but it did, and now it looked like a white sheet of paper. Seo Yoon pretended not to notice this, so he explained that if the quality of the reward was considered too low, they could try to compensate for it with other things. He pressed on, saying that he simply did not believe that the manager himself would let the player go with a reward unworthy of him. Our hero's cunning knew no bounds, so he said that he didn't mind taking only the key, but that the constellations would be extremely unhappy. To confirm these words, Raven nodded his head. Such blatant manipulation drove the man crazy. He couldn't say anything, but his irritation knew no bounds. In the golden light of the magical glow, a red cloak made of amazingly beautiful fabric flashed. It was a red cloak that now belonged to Seon, and it had previously been the equipment of the first Emperor Mu. This high-ranking robe belonged to the last Prime Minister of the Han Dynasty, and thanks to it, ability, strength, and skills were increased by 10%. Our hero expected such a reward for being the best among all the other players, and he enjoyed the feeling of owning such a valuable item. Looking at the small, unremarkable key, Seon thought that there were items for improving personal qualities, but this one would help him lead the clan, so he had to pull himself together and take action, beginning his ascent of the tower. The little key was a very strange thing. Information about it was still unavailable, so it was impossible to know its level, class, or what abilities it possessed. He could only guess about all this, and various thoughts flashed through Seon's mind, but he still wanted to believe that he had the key to mastery in his hands. However, he could only verify this after entering the tower, so that was what he chose to focus on. Taking a step forward, the guy decided not to stop. He needed to get into the tower and find what he wanted so badly. When he approached the entrance, he was almost blinded by a bright light that was so intense it hurt his eyes. But that didn't stop the hero. A powerful force emanated from this passage, hinting that not everyone would be able to complete this journey. There were those who had been scattered forever in this radiance. But the guy did not give in to sad thoughts and boldly entered inside, so that soon he saw an amazingly bright and beautiful sky. Sewon happily stopped and began to admire this serene view. knowing deep down that these might be the last peaceful moments of his life. He had a strange feeling inside, subconsciously understanding that it was this power that created the landscape of the tower in which he found himself. The system sent a notification that the player had passed all the tests and taken the first step towards the tower. Now he was on the first floor, which served as a recreation area. While the young man was enjoying the fresh, pleasant air, the system notified him that all personal achievements obtained during the tutorial were being activated. But what surprised him most was the message that the achievements accumulated during the training period were being stored and used as the basis for the narrative. While the guy was trying to understand what it all meant, he was notified that the story was called The Seeker, and he was given the same nickname. Scratching his neck nervously, the hero thought that he was pretty good at searching for things, but he still didn't understand what to do. In honor of his new title, all of Siwon's abilities increased by 10 points, and the potential for what was called terror was unlocked. Suddenly, a strange, unfamiliar voice asked in surprise if Siwon, who had already finished his training, had come here. When the boy asked who was standing in front of him, the man laughed loudly and said that the boy was finally asking the right questions. It was Hedrick, a player who had surpassed his rank by 3 times in the tutorial. He was incredibly strong, and fighting him was a real test of strength. But Siwon wasn't scared at all, because he knew that the person in front of him was just someone called Extra. He knew how powerful such characters were and wasn't worried at all. The man came closer and closer and started talking nonsense about how the equipment looked good and that he would accept Siwon into the clan of this body. Looking at this madman, our hero realized that this was the very person who killed at the entrance and brought weak players into the clan. Looking at the clouds floating above, the young man asked what would happen if he didn't want to join the clan, and the answer was loud laughter. After that, Hedrick added that in that case, Seon would have to give him a few items as a sign of goodwill. After these words, he began to draw his sword from its sheath, openly hinting at what would happen if the boy dared to do otherwise. Seonu understood perfectly well what awaited him if he disobeyed, but his enemy did not take into account that he was not dealing with some helpless boy who could be intimidated. So the young man boldly met the brute's gaze and said that now it was his turn to speak, and the other man should listen carefully. However, after this statement, no words followed. Instead, our hero delivered a powerful punch to his opponent, knocking all the air out of the man's chest. This move was so unexpected that Hedrick did not have time to react and defend himself, so he took the full brunt of the blow, and his confidence was now greatly diminished. When the air gradually returned to his lungs, he managed to squeeze out the words that he was facing a real coward. Smirking, Seon suggested that his opponent try to attack him. However, Hedrick was not eager to suffer again, so he clenched his teeth and remained silent, glaring maliciously at the man who had humiliated him so badly. But his wounded pride prevailed, and after a couple of minutes, the man rushed into the attack again, hoping to tear his opponent to pieces. Such attacks no longer surprised Shuna. After all the monsters he had already defeated, Hedrick seemed like a novice on the battlefield. Hedrick did not yet know who he was facing, so he swung his sword confidently, showing with his whole demeanor that he was an experienced warrior to be feared. He convinced himself that the boy was just a good swordsman and nothing more, that he was not some martial arts guru to be feared. After clashing with the young man in battle, he immediately realized that he was wrong, because not every warrior with a good sword in his hands could wield it so beautifully. Seonu even felt a little disappointed that his opponent was even weaker than he had expected, which meant that another boring and mediocre battle awaited him. Out of disappointment, he kicked his enemy hard, knocking him off his feet and sending him flying backward, shouting loudly in surprise. Soon the serene calm was broken by cries and pleas for Seon not to kill him and to show mercy. And yet our hero decided to pardon this arrogant man, but not because he was too kind, but simply because he needed to find out information about a certain clan, and Hedrick knew everything about them. All the man asked was to tell him the name of the clan, or at least name a famous player who was part of it. Seowon thought for a moment and tried to remember anything that could simplify the search and narrow down the circle. But then he looked at Hedrick skeptically and said that Kang Han-shul would be bigger than him. These words terrified the man, his face contorted with fear. The name sounded familiar to him, and when the beaten man realized that he was right about who it was, his mouth opened in horror. He didn't want to suffer any more injuries. After all, Seo Woon was talking about Kang Han-shul, who was known by the nickname Explosive Power, a player who was already the subject of legends. His serene nature did not reflect Hendrik's anxious state of mind, who was incredibly scared of the possibility of encountering this monster. Siwoon had never heard anyone call Han Shul by that nickname before, but it really suited him because he was a real hurricane of power. He immediately realized that the guy himself would hardly call himself that, and only one thought came to mind. It was all the work of Jean-Pil, who loved to come up with nicknames for others. This made him wonder if he should look for the clan called Diablo. Yes, this was the strongest clan, famous for its incredibly difficult tutorials, which were far from easy for everyone. Yu So-ah could summon a blood hurricane, killing several monsters at once. And Baekhyun possessed amazing power that could revive the dead and cause a tsunami of death. The players on Seowon's team had truly impressive skills. Hendrik picked up on this idea, adding that the clan's leader was a lone blood wolf known as the Royal Hound. All these words made our hero feel terribly tense, so he asked them not to burden him with this for now, but simply to explain where to find the Diablo clan. So they set off, because Hendrik did not want to argue with someone who could effortlessly beat him so badly that death would seem like a relief. After a while, the man smiled and announced that they had reached the place where, according to the stories, the clan they were looking for lived. The clan's base looked very cozy, with multi-story houses built of light-colored stone everywhere, and the area was well-kept and pleasant. It seemed that they had not come to a temporary base at all, but to a full-fledged village with its own infrastructure and permanent population. Looking at all this, the young man was almost 100% sure that it was all thanks to the skills of the twin sisters Han Aryu and Han Dawan. The scouts quickly noticed two players approaching the gates of their village, but one of the figures seemed very familiar to them, so they did not rush to open fire on the uninvited guests. When they realized that it was the very same seeker standing before them, they ordered that this be reported immediately to Lady Soe, who made all the important decisions. Hearing how the inhabitants of this base addressed the young man, Hendrik froze, for he had no idea who he had encountered in battle. As soon as this information finally reached his brain, the man shouted and asked if he was really standing before the king seeker named Jong Sewon. As the gates slowly opened, the bowed raven did not even try to hold back his laughter, which burst out of him frantically. When Soe was told that Sewon had come to the village, she immediately rushed to meet the one who had helped them survive the terrible meat grinder that was called training. She rushed to hug the guy, rejoicing that he had finally arrived and now they were all together again, her anxieties and fears melting away as if they had never existed. Sewon began to remember that the last time he saw the girl, he jumped off a cliff, which, to put it mildly, made her worry. As soon as he could breathe again after his girlfriend's embrace, he noticed that the red-haired twin sisters were already running towards him, also very happy to see him. All his friends gathered around him and said that they had missed our hero very much, because they hadn't seen him for a long time. Siwon smiled and said that he had kept his promise and returned. So A stopped the flow of words and said that first they needed to go inside the castle, and then they could continue their questions. Everyone began to disperse and only Hendrik stood in place, unable to believe his eyes. He liked what he saw so much that he was literally speechless. Deciding to thank his companion for bringing him to the right place, Siwoon asked the locals to give him a tour, which made the man incredibly happy. First, they went to see the improvised field kitchen, where the girl who had helped Siwoon cut up animals at the beginning of his training was now an experienced cook. A little further away was the place where the players trained before upcoming battles, where they could fight each other and hone their skills. Looking around with excitement, Hendrik asked how long it took to build such a place, which looked like a real village. Meanwhile, Sewon told Soa that they had all done a great job. The girl lowered her eyes and said happily that she had taken care of the clan, because that was what he had asked her to do before leaving. It was clear that the girl really didn't want to let down Mr. Siwoon, who trusted her, so she took the burden of responsibility entirely upon her shoulders. She said without reproach that everyone in the clan had already gotten used to the sudden disappearance of their leader, but the guy was still a little hurt by the statement and felt awkward. Deciding to change the subject, Sewon asked where Jongpil had gone. Usually he was always the loudest, but now he wasn't even showing his face. Turning away, the girl sighed wearily and said that perhaps the blonde had gone for a drink, which had become a frequent pastime for him. It turned out that ever since he noticed the bar on the first floor of the tower in the village, He had been going there almost every day, so it came as no surprise to anyone that alcohol had become a serious problem for Jungpil. Thoughtfully, our hero began to wonder if something like this could be used in a tutorial. But he was distracted from these thoughts by Han Chol, who approached him very quietly from behind and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, which meant they needed to fight immediately. Smiling, the guy thought that it had indeed been a long time since their last battle, which meant they could reminisce and shake off the cobwebs. So, winking at his friend, Sewon said that he would not mind organizing at least one round with him. A couple of minutes passed, and the guys had already moved to a more suitable place, which was located in the very center of the village. After examining his opponent, our hero quickly realized that Han Chol had become stronger while he was away, exuding an indescribable steadfastness and unyielding will. Glancing at the strange armbands, Sewon asked his opponent what they were, and he replied that he had received them as a reward from the official rank. He asked if they could be used in combat, to which Sewon replied that it made no difference to him. The young man understood that, in any case, sparring with such a strong opponent was good training. So soon the guys were already fighting hard, which was quite difficult, because each of them had gained strength during this time. Han Kul was like a hurricane, his strength literally begging him to let it out, and the young man had no intention of resisting this urge. Noticing his opponent's speed, our hero was, to put it mildly, surprised, because he remembered what this player was like at the very beginning of his journey, and his progress could not fail to inspire respect. But besides that, Sewon had a desire to test his own strength. He was extremely curious to see if he could stand up to such an enemy. He wanted to see if he could escape from an opponent who moved at such speed, and the only way to find out was in battle. Looking at how much strength Han Chol put into his blows, one thing was clear. Being his enemy was incredibly dangerous, so Sewon was grateful to fate that they were in the same clan. Sewon understood that for now, he could only dodge these attacks, because in order to strike back, he needed to take a more advantageous position. Han Kul, on the other hand, wanted to show the leader all his strength, so he slammed his fist into the ground, causing it to crack in many places. He even felt a little sorry that such a good punch was wasted on hitting the ground instead of his opponent's body. Our hero was simply delighted that his opponent had so successfully combined the power of Tai Chi, as this made it almost impossible for his opponent to escape. Of course, Han Choryu was pleased with this praise, but he knew perfectly well that this was not the end. He wanted to show the greater extent of his abilities. When the power began to grow and a very powerful aura began to appear around Sewon, he was even a little scared, because he did not expect to see anything like this. A whole stream of power rushed at him, so unbridled that it seemed impossible to escape it. So the guy stood there and tried to come up with a plan of action as quickly as possible. The only thing he managed to do was cover himself with his hands, creating a kind of shield that would at least help prevent the energy from knocking Sewon off his feet. Soon, our hero's magical energy activated a real shield, which quickly grew around his body, protecting him. Thanks to all the boy's achievements, the radius of the wide shield from the magic tower was increased, so that now our hero could feel safe for at least a moment. Such actions were a source of pride for Han Choryu, because for the first time in a fight with him, his opponent used magic, which meant that his power had really increased since such techniques were being used. Sewon admitted aloud that his opponent was very talented, as he had mastered not only the Tai Chi technique, but also strength. This led the hero to only one solution to the problem. He knew he had to open the repository of greed and extract something suitable for such a case. And the guy found something that could help him. This skill was called the Flash of Tai's Hand technique, and it made the owner's body burst into bright flames. This skill was passed down from the warriors of the frontline faction, who placed a strong emphasis on asceticism, and it helped him move much faster than usual. With an ominous laugh, our hero announced that now was the time for Han Chol to learn the techniques of Tai Chi. But words were unnecessary, as the young man was eager to try out his new power in battle, so he rushed at his opponent without hesitation. Now it was Han Choryul's turn to retreat in surprise, because Sewon showed a speed that he was not yet capable of, so now it was he who needed a new plan of action. Powerful blows rained down on him one after another, and he had no way to defend himself because he simply couldn't keep up with his enemy's movements. So now the roles were reversed, and poor Han Chol stood with his hands covering his face, hoping that this makeshift shield would protect him from serious injury. With each new blow, he moved further and further away, so that with each step backward, it became increasingly clear that victory was slipping away from him like sand through his fingers. It was difficult, incredibly difficult. So at some point, Han Chul had to stop just to catch his breath. It was at that moment that Siwon approached him, held out his hand, and asked how long he thought the battle would continue. Han Chul realized that this was the perfect moment to surrender. So he took his opponent's hand and asked if he really intended to stay with him for a whole month. Shaking Siwon's hand firmly, the young man said that if so, he would be able to hone his skills and bring them to perfection during that time. Honestly, even if Siwon had not intended to stay, after this battle he would have done so because he was extremely interested in watching Han Chul's abilities develop. The guy's conversation was interrupted by a shout. Someone was happily calling Siwon, and soon the source of the noise appeared. It was, of course, Jong Pil, who was a little drunk and happy about the leader's arrival. To prevent the blonde man from blurting something out and causing trouble, Han Chul decided to take him under his control and not let him get too close to the leader. Jong Pil clearly did not like this attitude. He began to struggle, but quickly calmed down as soon as he saw that Siwon was clenching his fist tightly and power was surging around him. Activating a power called the Law of the Empire of Torture, the guy said it was time for mental training because his blonde friend had become too relaxed. A sly smile lit up his face as he looked intently at Jong Pil and said it was time for them to talk about serious matters. The blonde's face was no longer so cheerful and carefree. Now it was clearly tense, and the young man did not know what to say or how to behave. But his constellation, the donkey-headed scoundrel, laughed loudly because it knew that everything would turn out exactly like this, and now it was amused by its ward's reaction. Jong Pil's fun ended with his poor eye swelling up from a huge bruise that he had been happily beaten up with during the so-called brainwashing. When the educational process was over, Siwon allowed himself to rest a little and talk to his friends about what he had gone through and how exactly he had borrowed power from Leviathan. As soon as the story was over, the guys immediately asked if Siwon had already come up with another plan. They were curious if he would go straight to the tower. The guy said that he had no plans to rush to the tower just yet. He wanted to rest a little and stay in the village for about a month to see how the other players had adapted. His real plan was not to get to the tower as soon as possible, but to uncover all its secrets and learn its secret knowledge. But of course, he kept that to himself, and to change the subject, he asked if the guys had noticed anything strange when they first saw the first floor of the tower. So thought for a moment and then said that she had clearly heard someone say that players came to them every year, although she hadn't seen anyone else except the newcomers. The guy really liked that his comrade was so smart and perceptive. She noticed even the smallest details, and that impressed him. He said that she was right because there was a 1-month grace period on the first floor of the tower, after which some kind of accident occurred and the remaining players disappeared. These words even caught the attention of Jong Pil, who had not shown much interest in the conversation before, but now said that he had heard that there had been previous players. Rumor had it that they were hiding outside the village and were not quite right in the head, so they came to be called madmen. Siwon listened carefully to his blonde friend, but said nothing, because if he said that these were the people he needed to find, he would also be considered abnormal. Although Jong Pil was always wandering around and drinking a lot, he wasn't talking nonsense. Indeed, only one person had survived the accident, and the largest hiding place on the first floor was his. Curiosity was eating away at the guy, so he got up from his seat and said that he would find out everything and come back, and that his friends should rest because they had all been working hard for a long time. So A insisted that he was the one who should relax. Our hero wanted to object, but then the door opened. Without waiting for an invitation, 2 red-haired beasts burst into the room and announced that the barbecue was ready so they could start celebrating the return of their leader. Our hero clearly did not expect anyone to throw a real party in his honor, but here he was, and those he simply wanted to save were happy to see him. So A had organized everything. Going out into the yard, he saw a huge table laden with a variety of delicacies prepared especially for him. Just looking at it made his mouth water. Seeing this banquet, the hungry prince cried sadly, because he was upset that he would not be able to taste these delicacies. But Seunu was very pleased, because nothing like this had ever been organized in his honor before. The evening was so pleasant that the young man decided to allow himself to relax, muttering that he could spend one evening without thinking about anything. Despite the fact that his glass was full of delicious wine, our hero did not lose his sanity and was able to ask questions. He became curious about who was creative enough to come up with the name Diablo for their clan, and he assumed that it was John Pill, who had already come up with strange nicknames for players more than once. But when the blonde man said sheepishly that it wasn't him this time, the young man asked in confusion who else could be doing such things. To his great surprise, Han Chul spoke up, saying with a hint of gloom in his voice that he was the one who had given their clan that name. There was a challenge in his eyes when he asked if the leader didn't like the name, and it was clear that the guy was asking the question not because he wanted to rename the clan. To be honest, such pressure confused our hero a little, and he was at a loss. All he could squeeze out was another assumption that Han Chul had also come up with his nickname himself. Of course, Siwon wasn't against all these names. He just made another mental note that neither Han Chul nor Jung Pil knew anything about coming up with names. To ease the tension, the young man decided to switch to So-Ah. So he asked her what she thought of their friend's choice of name. The girl was a little embarrassed by such a sudden display of attention towards her, so she shyly said that she thought the name was good and even cool. So-Ah's behavior was a little childish. It was obvious that she just didn't want to offend Han Chul, but the guy was a little embarrassed that everyone was acting as if the clan's name meant nothing. But there was another question that interested the hero. Had the guy's powers increased with the acquisition of nicknames? So A was now the whirlwind, and Han Chul was the explosive force. He was curious about what abilities they had gained. After thinking for a moment, the guy said that he had gained 40 points of physical strength, and his ability was still the same strength. The girl reported that her agility had increased by 40%, and her control ability was not far behind, so she was extremely pleased with the results. Unlike Siwon, the other guys had understandable characteristics that had only increased by a couple of dozen points, which did not arouse any suspicion. However, he was personally confused by the fact that Yu So-Ah had a completely different ability before her rebirth, which made him wary. They had all changed remarkably. The girl who could barely hold a club in her hands was now a warrior unlike any other. Together with Han Choreum, they formed a pair whose strength could not be denied. She was grace and he was brute force. She was wisdom, and he was a fist that needed to be guided. But there was also Jean Pil, the character who made everyone laugh just by appearing, but who was so annoying at times that you wanted to kill him. Despite all their flaws and strengths, the guys coped with all the trials that fate threw at them. They fought and came out victorious every time. Only Se-Woon had changed the most. In his past life, he was a boy who had to survive and be afraid, but now he was a leader who made everyone who wanted to stand in his way tremble. Now he had no doubt that he could resist any external forces that wanted to interfere with his destiny. He was paving his own way, and no one could stop him. To distract himself from all these thoughts, our hero asked what nickname his blonde-haired friend had. It turned out that no one had come up with one for him yet. The boy recalled that not long ago, Siwon had promised him that he would come up with a worthy nickname himself, so he didn't even try to choose one for himself. To tell the truth, so many different events had happened that our hero had completely forgotten about this promise. So if Jean Pil hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have remembered it. Now he clearly remembered that very conversation and the promise that made the blonde boy dance with joy. At the time, he had said it to embarrass the guy, but now Siwon realized that he had taken on a responsibility that he had to bear. A sly gleam appeared in our hero's eyes, followed by a smile, and he asked Jean Pil what he thought about being given the nickname Naughty Child. The boy clearly did not expect to hear anything like that. He thought Se-Woon was too serious and pompous to give playful nicknames, but he was wrong. Laughing nervously, the blonde boy asked if he had really just been called a naughty child. It seemed like a strange joke that had gotten out of hand. But when the system seriously announced that this nickname was now assigned to him, Jung Pil was shocked to the core. Of course, he didn't like how he would now be called. The guy wanted something beautiful and pretentious, but he was just a disobedient child. In a panic, he fell to his knees and began to wail, saying that he was a grown man, not some street kid, and shouldn't be called that. The cries of this grown man pierced the night silence, and the constellation of the bowed raven said that the title could not sound like that, but who cared about all these rules?